we can get right into it subsequent to that. So Commissioner
All
Furr.
right, thank you. Thank you, colleagues. I just wanted to kind of do a quick debriefing of where we are right now. 4 years ago, we made a decision to ask that the Alpha 250 site not be sold so that we could look into it and decide whether or not it could be useful for the entire county to perhaps create a recycling center or something like that. As you recall, we asked a consultant to take a look at it and to look at the overall structure of what we might need in this county to take care of our own garbage and recycling. So 4 years ago, we did that. 2 or 3 years later, we finally got the report from Arcadis. You have the executive summary in front of you. And there were many, many recommendations. This executive summary kind of goes into that. Since this has been going on, unfortunately, we have been watching our recycling rate plummet, pretty much. In fact, the other day I saw on a picture on Facebook where I saw some, I don't know which trash company it was, but they were putting the recycle stuff bin right in with the other garbage. And I'm going, that is almost, people are starting to lose faith in the recycling in this county. Because we haven't been able to educate people the way that we used to. They don't know where it's going, and I know we want to change that. I know we're wanting to turn that around. So to that end, the Arcadis made the recommendation to keep the Alpha 250, make it used by the public. Numerous recommendations regarding maybe adding another burner, using the Alpha 250 for a recycling center, looking at various transfer stations, et cetera. And one of the bigger parts was, how do we make this happen with flow control? How do we bring all the entities back together? Because as you know, we had the RRB up to 2013 for 20 years. That kind of fell apart. Trying to pull it together that's been 4 years in the making. But I will tell you, last October was a pretty good sign, because last October we asked all the cities to sign a MOU to discuss the possibility of pulling together again, looking at reconvening, and looking at the alternatives. All the cities were there. And since then, in October, in December, they voted to put together a working group divided by the most populous cities, the medium populated, least populated, 4 representatives from the most populated, 4 representatives from the medium populated, and 1 from the smallest. Since then, they have been, you all appointed me to be our representative. Since then, there's been a number of meetings. There's a TAC committee now as well, and our county administrator is helping on that and pulling that together. And they have been looking, what they've been looking at lately has been, because we can't go much further until we know what kind of government structure we're going to need or decide upon. And I think there's a slide, there it is, good. There are 3 government structures that we are looking at. One is an interlocal agreement, which would be similar to the RRB, and you can see which ones, the different aspects of it. The other is an independent special district, and the last one is a dependent special district. So the cities and the TAC have been looking at these and looking at examples throughout the state of Florida where these exist, what the pros are of each one, what are the cons of each one. And you see in front of you the characteristics of each one. Which ones allow for local control, which ones allow for retention of common powers, which ones allow for to levy assessments. All of them do that. Taxing authority, very important here. The ILA can't tax, but the independent and the dependent can. You can see which ones the entire county is bound to. Only the independent special district The dependent can only take place, and Drew, help me, let me know if I'm wrong on this. If there's more than 50% of the cities opting in, I don't know if that's population or number of cities.
I don't know either.
Okay. There's always, constantly these questions are coming up on this, but cities have an option to opt in on that. Created by the Florida legislature, that is only the independent special district. And that also brings in the question of, you go back to the local control, which ones do you have the most control with? Which ones you might have least control? You don't have local control on the independent. State oversight, again, independent. Tax millage, this is a key one, because the reality is to build a state-of-the-art recycling center, to do some of the things it takes money. And you can look at the executive study to take a look at what those costs could be depending on what scenario. The independent can tax, but it is not counted against our millage. The dependent can tax, but it is counted against our millage. Very important distinction. Palm Beach Solid Waste Authority is one of those where it is a dependent district, and it counts against theirs. You can see municipality participation is optional on ILA and the dependent, but not on independent. All would be part of that. And then the ability to drop out is available in the ILA and opt in, likewise with the ILA and the dependent. So where we are at is the TAC has presented. After they presented, there were numerous questions. And does everybody have a copy of the questions? Okay. And for the commissioners on the phone, I will make sure that you have a copy of this. What I would suggest is if you have questions on this, to go ahead and submit these. This is the time to submit it, because we're getting to the point where the working group is going to have a vote, make a recommendation. And so these are the questions that emanated from the last presentation, which was a Zoom presentation. You can get a copy of that and look at the full presentation. And if you have questions yourselves, now's the time to put them in. And that's kind of where we're at. We are trying to have a recommendation by September. And the reason is because if the recommendation is independent, it needs to go to the legislature. If it's not, then the time period has a little bit more latitude. But if it is, then it needs to be put up there. And that, I just wanted to, that's basically where we're at. If anybody has any questions, I know Bertha's been part of TAC and has a full breadth of all this. And any questions? That was quick.
Will there be any discussion?
What's that?
What are you doing? Mr. Mayor?
Yes, go ahead, Vice Mayor Geller.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Will there be any discussion today on governance structure? There's one brief thing I'd like to say on this, if that's acceptable.
Sure.
And here, no. I would strongly caution against an independent special district, simply because we have seen what happened in Tallahassee when control was taken away from the county and the cities. I predict that if we do that, regardless of the initial structure, at some point in time the legislature will change it and decide that they will put gubernatorial appointees in charge of the independent special district and take that power away from the cities and the counties. So, I have my own view. I think the ILA probably is the best way of doing it, but I would strongly caution all of us not to give Tallahassee the power over what we're going to be doing here in Broward, because we will find we will lose local control.
Thank you. And my concern is that also. If they were going to put some money in, a different story. If they had something to put in the pot, then yeah, maybe. But without them really making any financial contributions, I don't see why we would want to do that. It's too much out of the control of us here to determine who's there. And that would then also limit not only county, but also city's representation on this board if we allow for the state to determine who, and they would have the right to be able to do that. Correct, County Attorney?
Yes, sir. You're talking dependent or independent special district?
Independent.
Independent.
Independent?
Yes.
Well, it's going to be determined by the legislation, and dependent could, by interlocal agreement, include municipal representatives. The old ORB was a dependent special district.
All right. Commissioner Ryan.
I think most of our questions are going to revolve around the governance structure. And first, I want to say thank you to Commissioner Furr, anybody that can sit through that many meetings just talking about garbage. I mean, that's somebody to be admired.
I'm ready to be replaced.
Don't want to be
I
the
don't
king of
think we have any
garbage anymore.
volunteers. I don't believe we have any volunteers
I know.
this morning.
I know.
But on the issue of what do we seek to accomplish, I think that you're right there, that we want to really reach that goal of recycling what's 75% of the solid waste.
Right.
And that's the county's role here, because the county does not have the flow.
Right.
If the county is going to subsidize, the solid waste disposal for the cities, then, two things I believe need to happen. One is that there has to be a governance structure that if the county is putting up, the money, that we would be able to have some control, some level of control as to the long-term commitment on the flow of the garbage, and then also with regard to how the recycling will be accomplished, how it will be incentivized. It seems to me that maybe the best way to do this would be to go in phases, because we don't want to commit ourselves too much right away without knowing, what that level of commitment will be necessary to try to reach that 75% goal. And I know that we've long been, speaking about doing this, but this will be the first action. So I hope that you'll deliver that message back to the cities. They seem to be negotiating very much in good faith on this, and we'll hope for the best.
Commissioner Udine.
So as we go back, and I think this is great work, I've learned a lot from a lot of these briefings, and I spoke with the county administrator at length on some of this. Can we remove the independent special district option as a discussion point going forward with your group? Because that's not something that I would support. I don't want to give away something that's this valuable to the state and then have them, we see what they do with some of the revenues that they get from down here. They scrape I mean, that's another thing that could happen that could then be dispersed all over the state. So, I mean, I'm more leaning towards the ILA option, but I think that the independent special district, in my mind, is a non-starter. So just maybe to expedite your meetings as you go forward, maybe take that one off the table.
I will tell you the difficulty on that. Mayor?
Go.
Mayor?
Yes, go ahead.
It is a recommendation of Arcadis. And I know there are a lot of cities that are considering it. And the arguments that both Commissioner Geller and Mayor Holness have made with regard to local control are very valid. And I think what may make more sense is to make those arguments. And I've been making some of those, because I personally have my concerns about a governor appointing people that are on that board, and then those people determine who is taxing the people in Broward County. The other option is maybe a dependent, which might have a lot of the dependent districts are essentially, you take your hat off as a county commissioner and you become a, a dependent district isn't necessarily limited to that. It could have a You could bring other people, and you could bring a composition. I think what we're trying to do is we're trying to find a level of trust among us, among the cities, and everybody, because our amount of garbage is this much. It really is the cities. The cities are the ones being mainly affected, because they're seeing their their disposal rates, their hauling rates are going through the roof. And the recycle rates, it's not making sense for them to do it anymore. So we've got to figure out a way that works for them and for us to make this happen. I would suggest trying to make the argument that there's other ways to do this.
Commissioner Fisher.
Yeah, just very quickly, and I echo the sentiments of the independent special district, and I thank Commissioner obviously for your hours and hours and hours of time. And I believe that you have gained the trust of the cities at this point, because you have been that conduit to the county. So I would hope that they would look something as a dependent opportunity, but until you get and I wasn't in Pompano, I wasn't involved
Right.
earlier on with the other matter that went along, so I didn't have to deal with that. But I think you're spot on, man. We have to have the trust of the cities in order to be able to cohesively make this thing work. So kudos to you, and there's not enough votes to remove you, so you're there for life.
Please do. I would love to be replaced. Frankly, the state might say no if it was proposed. There's,
I'm not in favor of the independent
Yeah.
special district.
Yeah.
I'm opposed to that also.
okay.
I could, no, the dependent special district where the county can have some control and there can be some members from the city theoretically is something that I would look at as well. But an independent special district where we pretty much just sign off to the state, I have a problem with that.
If I'm hearing right, then a suggestion of a dependent with a mixed composition that allows for county, city, if I'm hearing right, is that something that? Okay, all right. And I know there's some may want an ILA, the only thing I would say about an ILA is, I don't know how you get the money for that. Because the reason we were able to do an ILA with, initially is, we put the bonds up, but Waste Management was the one who put, they were doing all that. So, okay.
County Attorney.
Mayor, just to point out one point, with the main difference in terms of financing between the ILA and the dependent special district is, with the dependent district, you can tax. With either, you can specially assess. So I haven't seen the details as to why it would be necessary to backstop whatever is built through taxes or whether it can be handled through special assessment. I think it'll come down to what you want to build, how long you want to take to build it, but there is some backstop to it, and if the goal is to achieve some sort of economic flow control, then the ILA is also potentially a viable option.
And one of the questions, to your point, one of the questions is, how much, if we're building a recycling center or something like that, how much does it cost? How would you raise that money? Normally, a lot of this stuff gets paid for through tipping fees or gets paid back through tipping fees. To build a recycling center is upwards of who knows, and that's, we have to find out, it's a lot of money. And if you're building an extra burner at Wheelabrator, which is probably needed, that's a lot of money. So we have to look at those mechanisms. And I think that's the next part of the discussion.
Senator
Mr. Mayor.
Geller. Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would like to agree with my colleague, Commissioner Udine, which is, I think that there are merits in ILA. I believe there are merits in dependent special districts. I'd like to add my thanks to Commissioner Furr for the tremendous work he's done. He knows more about this than I think any of us, and I'm prepared to keep discussing the merits of ILA versus dependent special district. The only one that I want to rule out is independent special district for the reasons that we've said. And again, Commissioner Furr, thank you for all the work you've done.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. King of Garbage.
Trash King, thank you. If you have questions, yeah, get them into,
Am I, Mayor Holness,
Yes, go ahead.
am I in queue?
Go ahead, go ahead. Is that Commissioner Sharif? Commissioner Sharif or?
Okay.
Yeah,
Yes, this is
Okay.
Commissioner Sharif.
okay, go ahead.
One, I'd just like to say to Commissioner Furr, thank you for your work. Two, I too am in favor of the ILA. I think the ILA works better when we're talking about solid waste disposal as opposed to an independent special district. And I would like to have better control over that and a better relationship in terms of how that's run. So I thought the ILA was a better choice. I could go with the dependent special district if necessary, but I think the ILA is where I would fall on this one. Thank you.
Okay,
Mayor,
thank you. Yeah,
can I get in queue?
go ahead, Commissioner Bogan.
Thank you, Mayor. I also want to thank Commissioner for his fine work, and I agree with my previous commissioners that I would also prefer an ILA and be in favor of that as well. But thank you, Commissioner Furr. You are always doing a great job.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, Commissioner Rich.
I definitely don't want to be the only one not to thank Commissioner Furr. Definitely has to be. I also, agree that I would rule out the independent district, but I do think we should give careful consideration to the dependent district as well. So either one of those as we move ahead, I think, is what we should be looking at. Thank you.
Okay,
Mayor, if I might summarize, I think we're at a point where I think as a community, we recognize that a county this size, 1.9 million people, we need to handle our garbage. It's just a matter of time. Today, we export our waste, and the communities that we're exporting waste to are growing, and they are feeling the pinch of having other counties' waste brought to them for disposal. So I don't believe that that's a long-term strategy. You've seen Miami-Dade and the county to the North Palm Beach. They've all recognized that they have to dispose of their waste. I also think that there are opportunities down the road where you can do things on a regional basis. Right now, when you start talking about recycling, if one county is recycling items and how you process it may make it expensive, but down the road, if you're looking at something really regional where you're looking at all three counties and really have on a plan for how you handle those recycling, and you can make opportunities that don't exist on a small scale happen. Those are the kinds of things that we have to start looking to. So ultimately, as a member of the TAC, and as I've said to each of you, whether it's an ILA or a dependent special district, I think that the county could make sure that its interests, which as we've all said, at this point, from a waste perspective, is small. I still want to remind everybody that our long-term objective here is to make sure that statutorily we are required to identify disposal options for our community. So however we do this, we still have a role in it, and we will be actively participating, and hopefully we can come up with something that everybody can live with, but keeps us managing our waste in our county. Those are my comments.
thank you very much, and thank you for the briefing you gave us. It was quite thorough. We will now move on to our next item. Property appraisers submitted fiscal year 21 budget, and I see
Commissioners,
the
yes.
property appraiser Marty KR is here.
Yes, and as usual, OMB will present an overview of the property appraiser's request, and then the property appraiser is here to answer questions for you.
Thank you.
The request this year is for an increase of about 3.4% at the bottom line. Personnel services are up about 3%. And as you recall, this is the third year of the mass appraisal system project, so the request is for $1.2 million to finish off that project. The number of positions is the same as last year, 228. The highlights, the property appraisal included an amount of money for 3% salary adjustment. As I mentioned, this is the third year of their mass appraisal system. There's also some additional funds in for upgrading from Windows Server 2012 Release 2 to Windows Server 2019. And that is the summary, and now the property appraiser.
Property appraiser Kiar.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I really appreciate you all allowing me to come today. And first, before I get into this, I just want to thank yourself, Ms. Henry, and this entire commission for the great work you all have been doing over the past number of months. I know that the decisions that you have made during COVID-19 have not always been easy, but I really believe they've saved a lot of lives here in Broward County, so thank you very much for your service and all of your service. With that said, I appreciate the opportunity to quickly go through just a quick overview of the budget as well. I thought that that was an excellent overview that was just brought up. But just some highlights. The 3% potential increase for our employees for their salaries, that's really in a special contingency. We only ask for that if the county commission gives a 3% increase to its employees. And so if you all decide not to do that, or if you don't give that to your employees, and that money is actually given back to the Broward County Commission. So let's say that doesn't happen, that special contingency money is taken out, we're really only asking for a less than a 1% increase in our budget. It's, and it really is as a result of just slight expenditures for capital outlay for our informational technology. And I did bring our Director of IT, Brian Allen, who's the gentleman right there, to answer any questions that you all have with regard to that. But with that said, that's our budget for this year. And again, I really appreciate the great work you all are doing.
Commissioner Furr,
Thank you.
and then you, Commissioner Udine.
Okay, good to see you, as
Good to
always.
see you too.
Your page looks great, the website, I guess that's up to you.
It is, Brian.
Yeah, it looks, it's incredibly user-friendly.
Thank you.
Really is really good. My question is just when are you going online with your with the new toy that we bought?
That's a great question. So I am so appreciative for the commission's support for the CAMA system that we've been working to implement. Now, as you know, it's a big project. It basically changes the way, fully the way that we do our work in our office. And so this actually is the last year that we have our, basically our payment for the, actually the infrastructure for it.
Okay.
Hopefully within the next year, possibly 2 years, we'll be fully live. The first year, I will say, what we're going to do is we're going to run it concurrently with our current system, because we just want to make sure that the assessments are completely accurate and perfect,
Okay.
and so we can fix any mistakes that may occur. But it's going to be very, very soon, and when the CAMA system is up and operational, I think it's going to be a real great benefit to the people of Broward County.
Good to hear.
Thank
Great.
you. Thank you for that question.
Thank you. Will this efficiency help us save some money?
It is the CAMA system? Absolutely, yes, Mayor Holmes.
Less employees?
Well, that, we'll find out.
We don't want to fire anybody, but, you know, maybe attrition.
That's a great question. So as you know, the CAMA system, I think, will do wonders for our office. It'll basically bring us to where we need to be. And the only thing that we don't know right now is what is Broward County going to look like a couple of years from now when the CAMA system's fully operational. I mean, I read in the paper recently that 100 people every single day are moving in from New York. We're growing, we're building, and so at that time, I know it'll make us more efficient. And when the CAMA system is up and operational, we'll kind of look at the landscape and make any adjustments that we need to at that time.
Okay. And I guess your budget is in line with the increases in property values?
Actually, I think that's a great question. For this year, it's actually significantly below the increase in value that you all are going to be getting. Thank you for that question.
what is that value increase that we'll be seeing?
Well, it all depends. If you look at, I believe, so right now, without looking at any adjustments made by the Value Adjustment Board, it would be approximately a 6.14% increase. But you always have to take into consideration some adjustments that will likely be made. I mean, there'll be Value Adjustment Board hearings that they'll rule in favor of the petitioner, and so you may drop it maybe another %. So I think you all will likely see between, I would say, a 4 to 6% increase in value for this year. And for the residents of Broward County that are watching, the reason that's the case for this year is because under Florida law, we're required to value all property on January 1st. We're not allowed to take into consideration anything that happened after January 1st. So we look at the real property of Broward County and the tangible personal property on January 1st, and we look at all the data from the year before to determine a value. And as you know, 2019 was very strong. Unfortunately, this terrible coronavirus pandemic really occurred after January, so that will all be taken into consideration in next year's budget. But for this year, on January 1, that's right about the increase that you'll be seeing.
How are we trending? Are we trending upwards or downwards in terms of property value increases or decreases?
That's a great question. And right now we've been analyzing the data, and we won't really know fully the impact of the coronavirus on property values until we look at all the data January 1st of next year. But I'll tell you what we've seen so far. So at least when it comes to residential property values, usually our office handles approximately 400 property transfers a day in residential property. Right now, it's between 100 to 150. So that's a significant reduction in properties that are changing hands. But one thing that I've noticed, and we're still trying to verify this, even though property transfers have went down, property values, asking prices and sales prices have seemed to remain somewhat the same. And that's a good thing. I do think where there's a good possibility where you'll see possibly a significant decrease in value will be from our income-producing property next year. Under Florida law, we don't have subpoena power, so we can't require businesses to share their income with us. And usually they share it when they want to share it. And unfortunately, so many of our businesses have been hit just terribly by this pandemic. So I believe that likely January 1st of next year, many businesses who are really struggling are going to be sharing that with us, and that's where I think you could see a pretty significant decrease in the values.
Okay. Commissioner Ryan, and then Commissioner Udine.
Well, Marty, you were elected to this board 8 years ago. We miss you.
Oh, thank you.
It was nice to have you here, even if it was just for 4 years.
Thank you, Commissioner Ryan.
It was interesting how you mentioned that the valuation is as of January 1. Well, everything, the whole paradigm has changed since then. So I think that where you may see the biggest changes, and you touched on it, income-producing property, not so much on the residential side, but on the commercial side, because people may be getting used to working from home, working remotely, and that's going to affect, I think, the square footage that, a leased space, and people are going to want to have to, carve up their rental space and rent smaller portions of it. So I think that's going to, come into the equation. I'm going to imagine that you're going to have a lot of challenges, at the Value Adjustment Board this year, and you have a good reply with regard to the valuation date on January 1, but look out for next year. I think you're going to see a big change there. The second observation is you do, this is a mass appraisal system, kind of, goes along with this idea that you look at fair market values, like, for like-kind properties in the area, but you're on the outside looking at properties. And some older properties, though, when you get in there, they're so much different than a property next door. And then you see, listing prices and sales prices that are very much at variance for properties that may be on the same street. For somebody that, feels that their property is very much overvalued, and they don't really want to go through the entire appeal process, go to the Value Adjustment Board and the rest of that, and, the hearing officer, what proactive measures can they take to contact your office and say, come on, take a look, inside of my house, and you'll see why, it's appraised higher than what its value is? How do they reach out to your office?
That is such a great question, and I really appreciate that, Commissioner Ryan. And I'd tell you, the 4 years that I served on this board were some of the best 4 years of my life. I love the work that you all do. And so that's a great question. You know, just like everybody up here, I'm a public servant. And our main goal and focus is just to help the community and to give people the opportunity to help make their lives better. And the way that it works, and you mentioned this, is we value everything on a mass appraisal scale. We really don't know what the inside of houses look like. We really just know the square footage, the location, and we basically adjust them and to fit all the data from the year before to find a value for it. So every once in a while, people can go on our website. For example, we released the numbers on June 1st of this year. If somebody wants to go on to bcpa.net, they can type in their address, their name, and they can see what value we have. And they may disagree with that value. And what I always tell everybody is before you decide to go to the Value Adjustment Board, before you file a lawsuit, come and talk to me in my office. I have an open door. And let's go through it together. And maybe you have information that we don't have. For example, maybe you can show us there's water damage, or the inside of the property is dilapidated, or there's something that makes your property different than these other properties we used. And so we always give people that opportunity, and we meet with thousands of people every single year. And what I'll always do, I'll always err on the side of the taxpayer. If they can show us information that gives us the ability to legally reduce the value that they pay taxes on, we absolutely will. And that's the easiest thing for the residents to do, basically to go on our website, look at that, and then contact us. And also, in August, every property owner in Broward County will get the Truth and Millage Notice from us. That'll basically detail the value of their property for tax purposes, all the tax saving exemptions they're getting. And everybody, when they get that, they have all the way till September 18th to contact me, to come on in, to go through it together. We can do it through Zoom now, through the phone, any which way that makes it convenient for them. I'll gladly go through with them to make sure that we get it completely right and accurate.
You know, that's an excellent reply. And you know, when you're comparing apples to apples, you can look at units, you know, a 2-2, and it's in the same condominium, and say, if it's like one of your favorite areas, Century Village. So if the buildings were constructed in the 1970s, and you know, some of the units have been completely renovated, gutted in the last 4 or 5 years, and others look just like they were, you know, in 1973 when the building went up. So that's, I think, a good example of how you won't know unless somebody can provide that evidence to you. And perhaps, I guess, they can, you know, on their phone, they could film the interior of their property, send that over to you, and then if you wanted to, you know, verify or double check, you could send one of your appraisers to the field.
Absolutely. And you know, the only time we really know...
And how come nobody told me to turn my mic on?
And you know, the only time we really know the true value of any property is when it changes hands and it's an arm's length transaction. But I thank you so much for bringing that up. I really appreciate it. Thank you, Commissioner Ryan.
Thank you.
Mayor?
Yes.
Just wanted to make a comment.
Commissioner Udine and Commissioner Rich.
Good morning. So I have a couple questions.
Sure.
And I've asked this of all the constitutional officers that will come before us. Of the 228 employees that you have, what's your attrition? What do you have now that's unfilled positions?
Sure. Well, right now, this year, actually, I have some numbers. This year, we had about a 2.2% turnover rate, and we have a few positions that are currently vacant.
So, and this is not a personal thing in any way.
Okay. No, absolutely.
But we're going to have a $26 million budget challenge that we're going to hear in our next meeting. So at this point, your budget is very well done, and I know you bring it to whoever you have to bring it, and we're not the ones, but I just want to be on record that I don't support the budget increasing for this year. So if because when we started 2 years ago with the mass appraisal, we were told that that was going to bring us less employees in the future, and that keeps getting pushed back now, and I respect and understand the rationale for that, but this is a year that we're going to have to start, and next year we're really going to have to start. So just from my point of view, and I know we're not the ultimate voter on this, but I can't support something that increases this budget in this office. You're very close to where you are now, but I don't think this is a year we can go up. If there's positions that have been left that are unfilled now, I wouldn't go back and fill them right now. I'm not saying that you should terminate anybody, but there were a lot of people that came in as far as outreach, this, that, and the other thing. If they can be repositioned, I think that that's an important thing, because we're going to start down a path this year. Next year, we're going to really start down the path. And I think this is a way where we can save some dollars. You know what I mean? The mass appraisal thing, that's not a question of we have to see whether that's going to be people that are, that has to be efficiency. I mean, when this mass appraisal system is working, if that's not leading to efficiency in personnel, then we made a mistake, all of us collectively, by doing that. The technology here in the overall scheme is not a huge dollar amount from the 25 to 175. If that can be postponed, I would postpone it, but if it's something that has to be done, but I wouldn't support an increase. And like I said, you're not that far off, but I just think this is not the year.
Okay, I appreciate, I do have to, respectfully disagree with you on most of the points that you brought up, but the one thing I do agree with is that it's incredibly important that we all are very fiscally responsible in our budgets. And the one thing that I can say, and I appreciate this very much, Commissioner Udine, is I think the budget that we brought to the Department of Revenue and then we're coming to talk with you all about is a very responsible budget. I haven't asked for any additional employees. The work that our office does is, I think, incredibly efficient. The only increase really that we're asking for is only if you all decide to give a 3% increase to your employees. So, and I say this with the utmost respect, if the county commission decides that it doesn't want to increase its budget this year and give a 3% increase to its employees, then the money that we're asking for goes right back to you, so you can provide exceptional services to the people of Broward County. Other than that, I can bring, if you would like, Brian up here to talk about the increase for IT, and if he tells me that it's not something that can, I'll gladly postpone it. Is that okay, Mr. Mayor?
Yes, sir, go ahead.
Would you like me to do that?
Sure.
Great. Come on, Brian. So Brian is our Director of IT, does an incredible job, and I rely on him to basically let us know what we need to best operate for the people of Broward County when it comes to that. Come on, Brian.
Thank you for having me. My name is Brian Allen. The increase we're looking for is for the upgrade for Microsoft Server 2012 to 2019. And the reason we're doing it is for security purposes, because the end of life for the current 2012 that we have, which we have over 101 virtual servers, the end of life will be October 2023. So to make sure we could configure, test, and make sure the software going forward we're secure as an office, I have to do those ask that software. And the second piece is for backup. We collect a lot of data in our office, and the data has been rising. So for the backup, rapid aperture backup server, we need an increase on the size as far as storage. So those are my increase that I'm asking for.
Like I said, it's not a significant amount of money, and if it needs to be done, I'm not opposed to doing it, but, I mean, this is 2023, that we're only talking about the 2021 budget, so there would be time to do this. It's not that complicated to upgrade a server. It doesn't take 2 years to do it, but I understand, I'm not criticizing your office, I'm not criticizing what you've done, but what I'm saying to you is, if there's positions that are not filled because of attrition, in my mind, I don't know if we should be budgeting to fill all of those positions right now. This is not exclusive to the property appraiser. I'm going to be saying the same thing to the county administrator, and I said the same thing to the sheriff. When we had this workshop last year, we brought on additional personnel for outreach and for different things. You do an amazing job. I'm not 100%, probably one of the best I've ever seen. But you can't do all of that now because that doesn't exist by definition. So some of those people can be transferred into some of these open positions if possible. All I'm saying is, as a business, we have to start thinking a little bit differently because the next 3 or 4 years, it may not even be this year, are going to be a lot different. And the people that pay all these bills, they haven't gotten raises, they've lost jobs. We need to, I'm not saying to take anybody's job away, but if a position's open, I wouldn't be rushing to fill it because it's just going to make it harder the next time.
Go ahead, please.
No, and I agree with that, and I agree with what you're saying. I mean, I do agree that business needs to be, that government needs to run smoothly and fiscally responsibly. And, you know, I'll look at the positions that we have, and I'll see, what important role that they play for the people of our county. And I can tell you, I believe one, for example, is our Value Adjustment Board. You need a very specific employee to be able to go and argue a case of the Value Adjustment Board. And if that's a position that's open, especially a year when we're going to have a lot of challenges, we need to make sure that we provide the best service to the people of Broward County and have that position filled. So I'll take a look at them, and I understand completely what you're saying. It's very difficult for me to make a commitment to you, without really going through it to make sure that if we don't fill those positions, that could actually detrimentally affect the people of Broward County. But the one thing I will say, if you like, though, Commissioner Udine, I want to be a team player, and I get what you're saying. And that's why we only came in with a 0.8% increase in our budget. But if you'd like, and I'll do this, I'll gladly postpone the what Brian is asking for informational technology. We'll be just fine without it. If you'd like, I'll postpone that to next year because I do want to, I do get what you're saying, and I do want to be a team player with the county commission. With that,
It's not a question of me liking or not liking. I don't know what the details are. Like I said, it's not a big amount as far as that goes. But what I'm saying, I don't know, do you have 20 positions open and you're filling? I don't know what those are. All I'm saying is I wouldn't support something that's an increase. I have to do it this year with the supervisor of elections. I have to give them more money because we've seen what's going on. This is a way where there could be dollars that can be saved for the taxpayers. You've brought a perfectly fiscally responsible budget. I have no problem with it. All I'm saying in general is everybody's going to bring a perfectly fiscally responsible budget, and there's going to have to be some cuts somewhere, so this is probably the best place to start. But that's fine. I respect everything that your office does and what you do.
no, I know, and I respect you a great deal as well.
Yes.
As well, thank you.
Okay, I got you, Vice Mayor, and I guess Commissioner Bogan. Now we go to Commissioner Rich.
Yeah, thank you. Well, Marty, I think what I'm going to say is that I don't know too many people that have come in with basically a budget that is at it shows here 0.9%. So you have been very responsible. I think that we are not in a position to determine what positions are critical to the infrastructure, and if somebody leaves from one of those positions, you will need to replace that person. So I think you get the message, the drift of, we want to try and keep things pretty much the way they are without increases and maybe even ultimately decreases. But we still have to secure the infrastructure of these agencies. And I think that that's an important role, that government has to function. So whether it's upgrading security or any of the other positions that we still have to run the infrastructure of Broward County, and we do have increases in transactions and people. So it's going to be a balancing act for you. And judging by this budget, I know you're aware of what you need to do. I do want to say that I think that the outreach has been very important to the community, whether or not we can maintain it at the same level. But there's a feeling of accessibility to the property appraiser's office, and I think between the website, your newsletter, outreach to the community, I think it's been very important in building confidence in government, and which doesn't always happen. So I do agree that I think next year is going to really be the one where you'll see dramatic changes. But for the moment, I think things really well, and you've put in a very responsible budget. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Rich. Very much appreciated.
Commissioner Bogan.
And don't forget me.
Yeah, Vice Mayor Gallo, followed by.
Thank you, Mayor. I wanted to just add and concur with Commissioner Rich. Marty, I think your budget is absolutely responsible and on point, and I support it 100%. And really appreciate you not coming in with, asking for some outrageous increases during this time. And so I just wanted to be on record letting you know I support what you're coming in with, and I find it very responsible and concur with what just Commissioner Rich said.
Thank you,
Vice Mayor
Commissioner.
Geller.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will take slightly different tack on this, only in that I view the property appraiser's office, which has multiple functions, but one of which is setting the appropriate values of property. And I view that kind of similar to the way I would view the Internal Revenue Service in terms of if you shortchange the IRS, you end up collecting less money. One of the functions of the property appraiser is to make sure that we have up-to-date current appraisals, which, again, if they go out and they spend money and they are able to eliminate homestead fraud, if they are able to go out and spend money and catch additional improvements to property, that ultimately results in greater revenue to the county, which I don't really think applies to most of the other functions of government. So whatever we do, I do want to make sure that nothing that we do will impact the ability of the property appraiser to, in essence, raise money for the county by, again, stamping out fraud and waste and things of that nature. So that's why I would be very cautious about reducing their budget. And Marty, can you comment on what your office is doing in those areas, particularly homestead fraud, and making sure that we are getting the latest improvements to property?
Absolutely. Mr. Mayor, may I?
Go ahead, please.
And thank you very much, Vice Mayor Geller. That's a great question. As you know, at the end of the day, it's just very important that everybody in Broward County pays their fair share. If they're not getting a tax saving exemption, they should get it, and that should reduce the value they pay taxes on. Conversely, if they're committing fraud, that's not okay either. And we actually have a very aggressive fraud division that goes all throughout the county, and it finds people who aren't playing by the rules. I'll give you a good example. We actually had a partnership with the City of Hollywood recently. And what we did was we worked with their utility department, and we looked at who paid the utility bill, whose name was on the utility bill, and also whose name was homesteaded on the property. And if there was a discrepancy, we went and we researched it. And in many situations, a number of situations, we found that there was a discrepancy, and if there was, we would temporarily pull the homestead, and we would make them show us that this is their homestead and that they intend to return to it, and we were actually able to remove a number of homesteads where people just didn't, where it wasn't appropriate anymore. And that was, of course, increase the value so they paid their fair share. I can't remember the exact numbers. I can definitely get you them from our fraud department, but I believe we've put $7 or $8 billion of value back on the tax roll in recent years, and I know we've collected approximately $70 to $80 million in back taxes that has been returned to the county commission, the school board, and other taxing authorities. It's incredibly important that people can't cheat the system, and we take that very, very seriously. I hope I answered your questions. I can get you a lot of specifics and have that sent to your office, Commissioner Geller. Vice Mayor Geller.
You've answered. Thank you, sir.
Commissioner Fisher.
Thank you, Mayor. And just a couple comments, because I want to kind of piggyback some of my other colleagues' comments. First of all, Marty, we are blessed to have you in that position because you have sat here where we are today. So you have the knowledge and the expertise of what we're going through here. And I completely understand the special needs for special individuals. I would not want to cut out the dollars that are needed, especially for our security. I think that's extremely important to us, especially in today's society. And thank you for being a team player. If the county's going to do the 3% or not, that's also there. Also want to compliment Bob Wolf and Whitney Rawls. But Bob he's an amazing for you. He is everywhere. He is representing you at almost every event that I ever go to, and then some. So your outreach has been extremely important, and people tell me that. They said, wow, you know, you are in the community and you want to continue to be there. I'm a little bit more bullish on the real estate market just because that's my industry. I'm seeing an uptick in values, what I'm dealing with, so I'm going to be more optimistic. I do realize that the vacancy factor is going to come into effect, as Commissioner Ryan said, but from what I'm seeing now, it's extremely active, and pricing is either there or above where I thought it would be. So I hope and pray that that continues throughout this process. But again, thank you for being very cautious for the less than 1%. I mean, that's a yeoman's job for doing that. So
Thank you, Commissioner
I fully support you.
Thank you.
Mayor, this is Commissioner Sharif. I'd like to speak, please.
Go ahead.
So I want to say to the property appraiser, I think he's done an excellent job, and I also wanted to support him by also bringing to your attention that there is a lot of fraud on seniors in our community where people are doing these quick claim deeds and taking over and control of the property, and seniors are being affected at a high rate. And I recently had the opportunity to work with the property appraiser's office on one of those cases, and I think that whatever dollars that we can give our property appraiser to help to protect our senior population against fraud and abuse, that we should. And I can tell you that it is a very lengthy process for a senior citizen to go about getting their home back in their name and to go about getting their homestead property exemption back after someone has committed fraud and taken control of their home. And we had somewhere around 160 of those type of cases throughout Broward County over the past several years. And I just, I think that that's something that our property appraiser doesn't really bring up very often, because I think he thinks that that's just par for the course in doing his job, and he's doing a great job. But I think it's those instances where you have to use more resources and more time. That's where he makes up for it in his budget with his very capable staff and employees. And then the second thing that I want to say is, because I sit on the Value Adjustment Board, and based on the issues that have been going on related to COVID-19, we've seen a lot of people using the special magistrate and appeal system, and the property appraiser has to be involved on a very intense level, going through all the appeals and going through all of the magistrate proceedings. And so I feel like he's been very reasonable with his request. You know, whichever way that the property appraiser wants to work with us, I appreciate that, but I would approve his budget in the format that it's in. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Dr. Barbara Sharif.
Thank you, property appraiser Kia. You're doing a great job.
Thank you.
Sincerely. But I'm grateful that you recognize the place where we are in terms of this pandemic that we've seen, and pretty much a restructuring of how business is done. And I know my colleague, Commissioner Fisher, says values have been maintained and probably some uptick. I believe that in the commercial space, though, that we're going to see some readjustments, as you mentioned, in terms of possibly more vacancy as folks are working more from home, as people are buying more things online. And that's where my concern is. And we won't see that this year in this budget. We may see it a little bit next year, but the following year is when it's really going to hit us, if it hit us hard. And it could be and we won't be prepared unless we make the adjustments now. So in anticipation that could happen. Similarly, what happened during the Great Recession, values went flat. Number of units sold declined, which means inventory built up. And as inventory built up, more competition by sellers, prices dropped because the buyers didn't increase as much. It'll probably take a little bit for us to get there. We don't want to hit the taxpayers in a crisis like this, when their revenues and their income, in some cases, have gone totally, in some declined substantially. So I'm very grateful that you're willing to work with us and make the adjustments now. We make the adjustments now, we'll be prepared. If we don't, we're going to be in a crisis. And I was here in 2012 when I came in and saw how brutal it was on the poorest of the poor, when we cut bus services, and we cut so many of the services that the most needy people needed. People were here pretty much in tears when it came to how can I get to where I need to go when I don't have transportation? How do I get to the doctor? How do I get my kids to the doctor? How do I get to work? So I'm hoping that you'll go back and really look to see how you can cut now, so we're prepared for the future. And I'm not saying jeopardize what you do, but we all know that we can at times make adjustments in our budget. We have to do that in our households in order to deal with situations that we anticipate. The more we anticipate now, the more we act now, the better off we're going to be. Already in this budget this year, you'll see that we have reduction in the revenues coming in from the gas tax. There's several areas where revenues have already declined for us, and we know it's not going to be there. The tourism business has been devastated. The airport, no revenues. There's a lot of areas where we are going to have to adjust, and the county administrator is going to have to adjust. So if you can be that great team player that you are, and help us to be as tight as you can, and come back to us and says, you know what, maybe I don't need the whole 3% anymore. Maybe I can even do better than that. And maybe if you have some folks that might be ready to retire and not have some cash, and you can probably give them some sort of funding to help them on their way and reduce your costs there. That's something that we did in Lauderhill that really saved us from being really in a total crisis where we had to let people lose their jobs and increase the tax rate. And in this time, if we increase the tax rate come the next year or so when people are really struggling, that's not going to look good for us. So again, thank you for your presentation. County Administrator.
Thank you. While the property appraiser is here, I just wanted to comment on one thing. At the beginning of your presentation, the property appraiser indicated that that we should see growth in property taxes for 21 in the range of 4 to 6%. And I wanted to just remind everyone, he's right, it's in the 4%. You're going to see our numbers 4%. We'll try to reconcile how we get there. But his growth is based on the final roll, which is in October, late September. So we start discounting that a while. So we have to project what the budget is going to be before we have all of that information. And I just didn't want you to, while he was here, just clarify that his growth is from the final roll. And when we're giving you the gap from the prior year, it's based on a budgeted number. So we can reconcile it, but I just wanted to make sure everybody understands that.
And may I?
You're still in the range.
Can I ask the question? Of course.
Sure.
I'm sorry.
We'll go ahead and get the question, and we'll allow the property appraiser to close out.
Does the role that you're talking about, how does the commercial property fit in that for this year in this budget? Is that still able to be contested? I know January 1st for the residential is the date. What about commercial property now? Is that still capable of being modified into this budget that we're talking about?
So anybody can reach out to the Value Adjustment Board and make their case. So you can have people do that. But
There's a limit, there's a timeline.
no, what's your deadline now? The deadline. Yeah, I don't know what the deadline is as to when you apply. September?
So for this year's budget, they have till September 18th to be able to contest the value of their property. For last year's budget, that's been closed, but for this year, it's till September 18th.
So what percentage of the property revenue comes from commercial property?
It was around 18%.
Okay, I'll, just so you know, I'll take the other side of all the optimistic thing on that 28%, because you're gonna see a tremendous amount of value adjustment on commercial property. We're reading every day, I've seen this from both sides. People aren't paying their rent anymore. Commercial properties are actually shutting down, they're not paying rent. If you're a landlord and you own commercial property and you're being based on the income value, they're coming to our value adjustment board. And if we budget 1% discount there, I'll take the other side of that trade all day long. Just, I don't mean to be a Debbie Downer on it, but it is what it is. And I'll say again, Marty does a great job in his office. Every employee does a great job. That's not what it's about. I want them to still find fraud. I want them to still find homestead exemption. But we're going to be back here, and we're going to be back here next year, and the numbers are going to be much different on every one. Like I said, don't do anything that jeopardizes what you do. But at the end of the day, I'm just trying to, be a realist.
Property appraiser KR, you may close.
Thank you, Mayor Holness, and I appreciate that very much, Commissioner Udine, and also yourself, Mayor Holness, and actually everybody on the board. I appreciate everybody's comments and everybody's support, and I agree with you all. We don't know what the future is going to look like, but there's a good chance that next year may not be so good, and we all do have to prepare for that. And as you said, the people of Broward County are suffering. A lot of people don't have jobs. They're struggling to make ends meet. Somebody said to me recently, I was in a group of people, and one person said, I live paycheck to paycheck, and another person said, I don't live paycheck to paycheck, I live day to day. And that's how a lot of people are struggling, and it's very important, as you all said, that as elected officials, we need to do everything we can possibly do to lessen that burden on them as much as we possibly can. And so as we go forward, of course I'll look at the positions, and if there's anything that we have open that is not a necessary position, if it's not a value adjustment board position, something that wouldn't detrimentally affect the people of Broward County, of course I'd leave it open. My goal is to really work with this county commission, which I have a huge amount of respect for, going forward for many years to come. And you can definitely count me as a team player, but I just very much appreciate you all giving me the opportunity to come today to speak to you all. I appreciate everybody's comments. And again, the only request I have for you is if there's a way you can change the law to make Ms. Henry leave drop and stay forever, that would be way better. So that's about it. But thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Mayor Holness, and thank you to the Commission for having me today. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Property appraiser KR. County Administrator.
Okay, Mr. Foster is back on.
Commissioners, we'll transition now to the general fund outlook for fiscal 21. I think the discussion you just had covers a lot of the issues, and it's really all about uncertainty and where do we think fiscal 21 will be, and it's really hard to tell right now. So this is our sense of where we are. The preliminary tax roll was released on June 1st and will be updated on July 1st, and that's what we'll base the county administrator's recommendations to you on July 15th. As you discussed a little bit for non-property taxes, the outlook for fiscal 21 has been drastically affected by all the impacts of the pandemic, especially on retail sales, especially on tourism, even on parks revenue, and most particularly on our enterprise agency earnings. This uncertainty means we probably will be revising the recommended budget that the county administrator makes to you on July 15th, and in particular, we expect to give you more of a placeholder in terms of aviation and even the port, and we may revise those quite a bit in August for you before final adoption. We also think we might have to do amendments during the year, as the only thing that will really reveal what's going to happen is time as we get real information on real revenue sources and the recovery of the economy. And then I think we've talked on earlier meetings on how the state budget outlook develops and how it actually gets resolved will probably affect us either directly or indirectly, since both the sales tax trend for them will be similar to the pieces that we get from them, and whatever actions they take might have an indirect or direct effect on revenues for us. Just to pick up on the discussion I think you just had, the way we think of the change in the property appraiser's tax roll data, and just to remind everyone, ad valorem taxes are 84% of the estimated recurring revenues for the general fund for next year. So as Mr. Kyer described, the tax roll in the first row for fiscal year 21 is up 6.14% from the latest number for last year, which is 199.04, which reflected the activities of the Value Adjustment Board. The middle line is where we adopted a budget last year, so we used the number of 200.693 before the Value Adjustment Board activities. So we tend to use as our reference point the change from that value, since that's what your budget was adopted based on. So that's 5.2% change year over year. And then finally at the bottom, our estimate for the impact of what the Value Adjustment Board will do over the next several months is about 1% for this cycle. It was about 0.8% last year. So we think we're somewhere in the mid 4.5% net revenue, about 5% in the budget that we'll propose. But we have to allow for that reduction as we think through the numbers. We've been on a trend for a number of years that as debt service is reduced each year with the changes in valuation, that we propose to you that we adjust the millages slightly to keep the same overall total in the trim notices, so it'd still be 5.6690 for fiscal 21 proposed, but we would adjust them slightly as we're able to move some of the dollars between the millage categories. This would result in, for next year at this point, these revenue amounts, so capital outlay would be about $44 million in terms of cash funding, up a few $1 million from last year with that switch. The voted debt service for next year is about $35.7 million, and some of those voted debt services do all get paid off over the next 4 or 5 years. Sorry this chart is so small, but this is the CRA payments. There's a couple of changes this year, which I think you all anticipated over the last year or two. Fort Lauderdale Beach expired, so the amount that was paid out in fiscal 20 was $4.8 million and will be zero for 2021. I'll come back to that in a second. And then also Pompano Central, the amount last year was 4.592, and the agreement, the settlement amount for fiscal 21 is 3.85 million. So the total for last year, CRA payments was 52 million, and it will decline a little to 50 million in 21, and that is shown on this next chart. So the change in CRA payments in total goes down about 1.91 million, which is about 3.7%. However, when you've had this discussion over the last year or two, I think the direction that we were given was to take the difference as these CRAs expire, which would be the 4.859 million for Fort Lauderdale Beach, and then the increment for Pompano, which is the 742,000 reduction. Those two add to 5.6 million, and we will be looking to split that amount 50-50 between the Housing Trust Fund and the Broward Redevelopment Program. So that's what the numbers look like at this point. They may change slightly on July 1st. The next three charts are sort of what we're looking at with the county administrator as she thinks about proposing the budget. This is what it looks like right now. It does change on a weekly basis. We are expecting the state to come out with their sales tax collections any day now that they collected during the month of May for activity in April. And that might change these numbers a little bit, but we expect them more to change in August and, as we give you the final numbers. From the top, the one you were talking about a lot was property taxes. So the increase that the property appraiser gave us on June 1st translates in the general fund to about $55.9 million. This is the increase over last year. It assumes that 5.27% preliminary increase, unchanged general fund millage rate, and does include the impacts of the Save Our Homes law. We've done a lot of work looking at sales tax, and we get about 90 million or so for the year. At this point, we think that might be down as much as 14 or 15% for all of fiscal 21. We can't really tell whether or not the V or U-shaped recovery is happening, but that's kind of our best bet at this point. We expect to be wrong on that number, but that's kind of where we're starting. If things come back faster than we think, we'll reduce that number. If it gets worse, we may have to go higher. Interest is a number that this year we budgeted about 7 or 8 million. We think with interest rates down near close to zero, that we'll lose most of that in fiscal '21. And I think the Federal Reserve Board has indicated its intent to keep interest rates close to zero for an extended period of time. In fact, there might even be some negative interest rates at some point, which countries in Europe have had for a number of years. Parks and recreation, this is a very uncertain area, and so we've made some attempt to estimate, because of things like family events and other things at the parks. We think this revenue is about down by 23–24% for the year. That may be pessimistic, but at this point it's very, very hard to estimate, but it is a relatively significant part of general fund revenue. Everything else we think at this point is around a +2. So adding those all up, we think maybe $33 million increase in revenue from fiscal '20. At this point last year, you may recall, it was about, the property tax was about the same order of magnitude, maybe a little bit more, but we also had the $22 million from the previous reserve for the constitutional amendment, so we were looking at more like an $80 million revenue growth. At this point, we think it's more like in the low 30s. So we've had a number of requests and cost pressures to try to assemble, to try to put together some options for the county administrator. There's a couple at the top that really are externally driven, that are significant, at least at this point in our estimates. And the first one, we don't think will change much. This is the FRS retirement contribution change that they've given us for most county employees. And it's a change from 8.47% of salary to 10% of salary, so it's up by almost like a sixth. That we think to the general fund will cost about $3 million in fiscal '21. Medical and pharmaceutical costs has been very difficult to keep track of this year because there's a number of things going on. The two most important are the impacts of the pandemic itself, and we're starting to get some numbers from the health administrator about exactly the costs of testing of our employees and the few that have been in hospitals. But also, people have not been going to access care as much in the month of April. So the cost has been running a little bit higher the first several months, and then April was kind of a weird one. So it's sort of like sales tax. But at this point, we think we may have to increase rates for or increase the employer side contribution by up to 15%, which is the number shown here. We expect to be doing a lot more work on that the next couple of months, but at this point, the costs look like they're going up. The CARES Act may pay for some of that, but that's a number that at this point we're just worried about. Living wage, as you all recall, there were changes made to living wage, and this is the year where the health insurance component transitions in. So what we're showing here is just in facilities management, part of Public Works. They have updated all their contract costs for services such as janitorial and lawn mowing and others. And we think the increase in facilities management is $4.75 million versus last year for their contracts. These are not changes in scope. These are just changes to reflect primarily the living wage and the healthcare change. We talked earlier about the $5.6 million that would now be from the general fund to reflect the change in the CRAs. And then all other core budget changes on county agency side of the house, at this point we're estimating about $4 million. Constitutional officers, I think you heard from the sheriff a few weeks ago. The sheriff has requested an increase, including 33 new positions, that totals $28.1 million versus the 20 budget. And then separately, we do contract with BSO to staff the dispatch centers, and that's a request for a change of $7.3 million. The SOE, I think you heard from a few weeks ago as well, and that increase is about $2 million. So those items total at this point 59.8, and there's still a few things that we're working on, but that's kind of the order of magnitude. When we bring those two together, at this point, it looks like about $60 million of requests for recurring cost changes. And then on the revenue side, at this point, we think we're somewhere in the low 30s. So right now, in putting together the county administrator's recommended budget, we're working to try to reconcile about $26 million of difference. In terms of actions and options, the county administrator very early on directed all agencies to not submit any general fund supplement requests, and we really have had very, very few. There are a few very specific things. Things like introducing a new system that came online this year. We have to pay for the maintenance costs of that system. There might be one or two positions we'll be considering looking at. And then the county administrator has instituted a process where all requests to fill any vacant general fund positions have to come through county admin and be approved. And so that process is looking at each one, literally one by one, to make sure that there's something that can't be deferred for a while or even for a year. The things that we will be looking at, because our goal is to avoid even having to think about laying off employees, which is partly why the review is happening, is we may have to look at adjusting health insurance premiums, especially if some of the plans are going up more than others. I think it was discussion earlier from the property appraiser, there is a 3% salary adjustment that we've been kind of talking about for fiscal '21 and is included in some of the bargaining unit contracts. And then a whole range of other budgetary actions to look at either increasing revenue or reducing expenditures. But I guess that's what it looks like right now on the general fund side, if we wanted to talk about that first.
Commissioner Ryan, followed by Commissioner Udine.
Couple of questions on what effect this significant drop in sales tax revenue is going to have on the county. It certainly won't be as drastic as it is up in Tallahassee, but if the state has to cut their budget by 15%, there's got to be some way to, pass some of that hit down to the counties and to the cities. So the obvious reduction is going to be on the half-penny sales tax, that revenue sharing. What do you anticipate that we have as any kind of revenues that come from the state other than the sales tax that might be a decrease? You showed that the FRS payment was going from like 8.5% to 10%. The contribution, the employer's contribution. Is that a factor that is somewhat influenced by the sales tax reduction?
My understanding is I think that was in the bill earlier this year in session, so I think it was all prior to the pandemic. It was probably part of their annual actuarial update. So I think any effect on the retirement funds would probably be lagged another 6, 9, 12 months, depending on the particular timing of where their investments look. And is the state on the June 30th for the retirements? Is that when they end their fiscal year? So
no, September 30.
September 30. So it'll depend how well they did on their investments when they come to close the books on that. So I think it's probably going to be delayed. I don't think any of that change has anything to do with recent events.
Okay.
In terms of the sales tax, I think, as we talked about it earlier, the sales tax is a much bigger share of the state's general fund budget than it is of ours. So I think even the same reduction would have a much greater impact than theirs. I didn't hear your first part, because it's almost like you were suggesting things to them that you don't want to be suggesting.
Part of that is what the legislature brought upon itself, this very, very heavy reliance on sales tax, because it used to be that there was this 0.5% annual tax on investments, on your, not your 401ks, but I mean on your, your securities account and stocks and bonds and things like that. And when that was eliminated, that was actually going back to Jeb Bush, that kind of makes it a little bit rougher when you have those sales tax hits, because you don't have much of a variety of general revenue sources. On the distribution of the fiscal year 21 property taxes, you have an allocation of $44 million to capital outlay. And I think, Bertha, you'll remember that every year I bring this up about how when we're in a strong economy, that we need to move over as much as we can into the capital outlay. And I remember when I first got elected here in 2012, I think it was like 8 million or 12 million that you were putting into the capital outlay. So you're putting this in as the appropriation of fiscal year '21. What do we have as carryover, or what do we have in the capital outlay that, is not already encumbered?
I don't know if do you have that?
And I'm not talking about your reserve, but I mean, you have a capital outlay, and then we'll go ahead and move it over to certain projects that you approve. But I mean, do we have a rollover balance?
I was just trying to make sure that I'm interpreting what you're saying correctly, because when you say funds that are not encumbered, there's a technical encumbrance, and then we've committed funds that we moved over for projects, so as we build up to be able to fund them. So as you know, we cash fund a number of our projects, and others, we sort of build up to it and push it out until we're able to pay for it. So from a technical encumbrance standpoint, I don't know that we have that much. But others that we're just building up to fund projects like the supervisor of elections facility, we're and there's a laundry list of them that we'll be sharing with you when we're addressing capital.
Well, we're moving forward on a very, very large expense for the crime lab and the medical examiner's office. I think that's somewhere around 180 million or something. Is that?
Well, we certainly don't have 180 million worth of cash to do that project.
We had
right
this
now.
pipe dream that we were going to get some of it from the state, just because the statute says that the state funds.
We certainly were, and we would still encourage the sheriff to advocate for that. Our goal here on the capital side, I think one of the things that the board did for the last recession that was pretty effective, we created our own little infrastructure program. So we pushed a lot of our capital projects out the door to help with the unemployment situation. So if you recall, there was a big push to do that, and we would still want to look at something like that going forward in the future, depending on how bad things get. Ultimately, this was a precipitous drop. This isn't something that you could see coming and you could start planning for it. So we have, in essence, two full months worth of data that we're utilizing to project how things are going to look to get us through the rest of the year. I will say clearly that one of the reasons you have the reserves that you have is so that we don't have huge swings, but we're able to see what's coming for FY21, but more importantly FY22. So our strategies that we're having right now is actually straddling 2 fiscal years, 21 and 22. Capital will play largely into that.
My last inquiry is regarding the recurring general fund cost pressures. Near the bottom, with dealing with BSO, with dispatch. We had a report that we had commissioned, I guess it seems like it was a couple years ago, that spoke of changes that would be made in personnel and in operations that was going to actually decrease this number for dispatch, but it just seems to be growing so fast in relation to our other expenses. And here we are with a request for an additional 7.3 million. What is that? Is that like about a 15% increase in just 1 year?
So I wouldn't say that it's a 15% over 1 year. They have requested an increase each year over the past couple of years, and each year we have not moved the money over because we have been really pushing to have the plan or the program implemented that came from the Fitch study. At some point, we'll have to start moving some money over there. It's at this point, I don't see it being that total amount, but that was the request, and it'll be something less than that.
And when we had the presentation on that study on the dispatch services, my recollection was the sheriff was pretty much in kind of conceptual agreement with that study, but said we need more time to move the personnel over. We need more time to implement it. We need more time to adjust our schedules because you have like 4 times as many calls in the afternoon than you do from that period of time from midnight till 5 a.m. Yet we're really heavy on the personnel in a time when we're not, taking nearly as many calls. So that's something that I know you have to continue to nag on. But I wanted to just ask if some of these recommendations are finally being implemented.
So the answer to that is yes. We're still pushing. Right now, one of the major areas that we have not implemented, and that's, we're wrestling with this issue with some of our municipalities. As you know, the system itself sort of tracks the call volume and allows you to see how you can consolidate channels at a certain time of day or night. We have not implemented that. Cities have asked that we spend more time with them on that. We agreed while we're implementing the new radio system. The new system obviously has been delayed, so it's not up and running when we thought it would be up and running. So we agreed to let the system get up, make sure that all the bugs are out, and then we would be circling back to implement some more of those proposed consolidations. But we have not done them yet, and we have agreed that we would wait till the system is up and running and all the bugs are shaken out.
That's a fair explanation. Thank you.
Commissioner Udine.
Just a question on the overall general fund outlook. So in a normal year, and I just don't know the answer to this, in a normal year, budgeting practices is to do 80 basis points for value adjustment board decreases.
The 0.8%, the 80 basis, was what I think the experience was last year. It's moved around. Some years it was half a point. I think one year was 1. So we're just making a presumption of about 1% for this year.
How do you get there? How do you get 20 basis? I mean, what are other counties doing? I mean, when you
We just looked to the experience in prior years. So I think, I'm not sure if this chart comes up, but if we go to
it's on
page 7.
Right.
So when we were at this point in the process last year, it was 200.693 in the first column. When the value adjustment board shook out, it became 199.043, and I thought that was 0.8%. But I think that's what literally happened last year.
Right.
So we're just trying to project, and as was discussed earlier, the date is January 1st, but it is a process that could result in more adjustments this year just because more people ask, even if it's still the reference point of January 1st.
Right, because as a county administrator, if 28% of our budget is commercial property.
I'm sorry, I think
18.
it's 18.
18.
Okay.
But I think that discussion is still last January 1st, but it's still a process that could result in some change.
Yeah, I think it's going to be higher than 1%. That's why
We certainly think, and that's, I think, the county administrator was talking, for next year, for fiscal '22, we certainly think there's going to be some changes on the commercial side, and it is wonderful having so many of you involved in that industry because we will be asking you all what you think is going to happen. But as months go by, we do have the months of June, July, August, September, October, November of actual transactions to see what shakes out. Right now, it's really hard to project what's going to happen.
aren't all the commercial transactions, when they do this, based on the income valuation? It's not a transaction valuation? When they figure that out?
I did talk to the property appraiser earlier, and I think it depends what information
They wanna
the owner
provide.
shares, they've got some choice.
I was gonna say, in the past,
Right.
yeah, in the past, it's very much the individual. And so I don't know what that percentage looks like for this coming session,
But I
but
think he was anticipating that for the cycle coming up, more property owners may want to share their income
Yeah,
statements
I would
than in
think.
the past.
I mean, most of the financial institutions definitely did more than 20 basis points on like loan loss reserves, and they started it right away, and the number was well higher than 20 basis points different. I hope you're right. I think it would be a win if you're right, and it would only put us 26 million in the hole instead of more. What, as we go through the shortfalls that we have to make up, the pharmaceutical and medical stuff, I remember last year we had a presentation, so there were a lot of edges that could be cut without really affecting the employee's pocketbook that will have to come back to us. I remember there was simple things, going to Publix instead of going to CVS, I mean, could be a big number, so I'm assuming that you're gonna look at all aspects of that.
everything's on the table.
The affordable housing, just a question, because I don't understand one thing, and I want to understand before I touch on a third rail and even discuss it. We put money into the affordable housing from Broward County. We've been one of the only counties to do that, and we want to continue to do that. Now that Sadowski's fully funded, and more of those dollars come in, so we were at X in the last few years of what we've been putting in of general revenue. Now we're gonna be next year, if X stayed the same, we're at X plus all the Sadowski funding? I mean, just in conceptual math.
So the answer would be yes, if there are no modifications to that. And with Sadowski, you don't really,
Right.
you don't know how, there isn't a guarantee to a county specifically as to what you would be guaranteed to pull from Sadowski. We hope that it remains intact. That's why we didn't talk too much about it. We want to send that out into the ether for cuts. But it's our understanding that the governor has to make about $1 billion worth of cuts. Was that about $1 billion?
Okay.
Mayor? We don't know.
So if there was dollars that were transferred from the state of, let's say it stayed intact, and those dollars came to the county, is there an offset at some point? If all of it flew in, if there's a bank account, and that difference came to the county, when that money comes in, then there's less pressure on the general revenue side of what our.
Of course.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, could I respond to that, please?
Yeah, go ahead,
Sorry.
Yeah.
Commissioner Ridge. Go ahead.
Okay, let me just say, first of all, the 370 million, if it were to stay in the budget, which I highly doubt, our share this year would be $22 million. We are so far behind in affordable housing that we could use $100 million and we wouldn't be out of the woods. So this amount of money coming, it's great if we get it. Wonderful. It would be terrific. We have developers waiting in line right now if we have money to actually build. But the money that we're putting in plus this $22 million, if we were to get it for SHIP, would not remotely come near what we need for affordable housing crisis in Broward County. So I just want to, just clear that up because, there's just not money there to cover what we need.
Understood.
Mr. Mayor, if I can clarify something on this, I think that the computations are off. May I?
Go ahead, Vice Mayor.
Thank you. Senator Rich certainly is an expert on this, but my understanding of the way that this works, Commissioner Udine, is none of that. If the money stays in, none of that flows into county coffers. The way
Goes
that
to the
it
Florida
works
housing.
is right. That's explained. What happens is that there is a competitive process. The money would go into the state housing trust fund, and then developers from across the state would compete to get shares of that money. Broward historically has done very poorly for political reasons, because they're all gubernatorial appointees. Broward has done very poorly in terms of getting our share. So even if the money is not cut, I just wanted to clarify that no portion of that money would flow into the county for us to direct for affordable housing. Broward developers, along with developers from all over the state, would competitively seek to get that, and unfortunately, based on past history, I just don't know how much Broward can count on getting. And I apologize for interrupting. I just wanted to clarify that. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, just one other comment. This 22 is anticipated by Ralph Stone. If the money stayed, that this would be approximately what we might be able to expect in Broward. Again, it goes all to the Florida Housing Finance Corporation, and then, they are the ones who actually allocate it. But, the estimate is $22 million if the $370 million were to be transferred to the Florida Housing Finance Corporation on July 1st, which is highly suspect right now. So that's where we are.
All right, I was just asking the question of them. I understand, that's fine. It's just something that I was thinking about as I saw in there. The other thing that I would say is, the same thing with the other constitutional officers that, I know when the sheriff came in, there were some things there with attrition and whatnot. And the only reason I say that, and I'll say it again, it may not be popular, but at some point, the rubber's going to hit the road, and there's going to be, something's going to have to give one way or another. So the quicker we start preparing for it, the better off we're going to be. And that's all I have.
That's always a tool in our toolbox. No. that we, we look at, you have to start to be intentional about your spending when you don't have it. But our goal, there's so many people in the community that depend on county government being functional when everything else sort of falls apart. So that's why we act early, so that we're not making huge cuts if to be there to undergird the community when we really need it. In this case, again, we're wrestling with how long this is going to impact us. We think 21 isn't really the bad year. We think it's 22.
Commissioner Farr.
Thanks. Real quick. On the money that was coming back from the CRA, my understanding was that I thought we had decided that 50% would go into the affordable housing, but then the other 50% would go into the general fund.
No.
We said it was 50-50, it was 50-50 affordable housing and economic, and the other 50% economic development was my understanding from the board.
Okay. I didn't remember that way.
Yeah.
In either case, if you didn't want to use the other 50% for that purpose, or you wanted to put it all wherever, it's still a board decision.
Well, I guess I'm hoping that in this, with some of the CARES Act money, that we're able to use some of that money for economic, public sector positions and jobs and kind of things like that, or projects.
So long as you meet the guidelines.
Yes.
And it's done by December 30.
Correct.
That's a big issue.
All right, Vice Miguel. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First, I'd like to say that as of yesterday, I liked Mr. Foster. I'm not sure that I do today after seeing this report. But I probably will like him again tomorrow once I get over it. In reference to what Commissioner Furr just said, that's kind of the way that I remembered it as well, which was 50% to affordable housing and the economic development, and the other 50% to GR. And again, I may recall it wrong, but that's the way that I also remember it, like Commissioner Furr. I agree with a lot of what, again, don't want to, but agree with a lot of what Commissioner Udine was saying. in terms of, as I look at these numbers and understand that with all of the bad news that we're getting this year, where we are apparently $30-some billion short, and that's a good year compared to the following year, there are not going to be any easy choices. I normally have been pushing for extra funding for certain areas, like tried to get extra funding for the Cultural Council for the last couple of years. Obviously, we're not going to be able to push for any funding for any of our pet projects this year. The question is how much we can avoid cutting, and we just have a lot of unpleasant choices in front of us. So, but don't worry, Mr. Foster, I promise I'll like you again tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
I'm done.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, go ahead.
be in the line.
Commissioner Rich, go ahead.
Yeah. I just want to mention that I think we need to look at things both in a short-term and a long-term way. I know that's hard at a time like this, but, when we talk about affordable housing, it's not only short-term, but it's long-term, the issue that's facing us, the crisis that's facing us. So I think we need to, kind of take those things into consideration, that, there may be some things that maybe because we have a lot of short-term needs, we're going to want to look at eliminating or reducing, but there are just needs that are going to be here, and they're not going to get resolved unless we have a strategic long-term plan. And I do want to mention that I do remember that it was the discussion multiple times was that 50% would go to Affordable Housing Trust Fund and 50% would go to economic development. So that's what we had been talking about for the last, I think, almost 3 years. I want to mention one other thing that I think is important, and I want to just throw it out. I understand that, on the list is the possibility of not raising the 3% for employees. But I want to say that I hope that we will all recognize the importance of maintaining our commitment to the living wage that we passed, because that's what happened the last time we had a recession. After our dear Kristen Jacobs worked hard on the living wage, was implemented, and then at the recession in 2008, I believe it was there were no monies were put in to continue moving forward with that, and so nothing was done, and that's how we got into, I think, a pretty bad situation of really low wages for some people that work or work for our contractors. So I would like to urge us just to, maintain that, because we're not even where we need to be. We're not at $15 an hour. So I think that we should try very, very hard to keep that intact. Thank you.
So we're with a deficit now of 26.4 million?
That's the challenge as it looks right now in putting together the county administrator's recommended budget.
You have it said in such a way, challenge. We're short 26.4 million right now. At this point in time, based on where we are calculating, we're short $26.4 million. Though we're gonna have to
Well,
find.
that's comparing the requests that people have made, so.
Understood.
depends
Right,
on you.
right.
Though we have to find somewhere.
Yeah, right.
Whether reduction or increases. So we're off 26.4 million. And I guess we're gonna have to make some hard choices as to what we do, where we go with this, and how we make that up. But to go back to the funding that we talked about coming back from the CRA, that conversation actually started maybe as long as 5 years ago, if not more. In terms of when the revenues came back in, that 50% of it would go to affordable housing and 50% would go to economic development. And with a shortfall in a budget, you've got two ways, I think, to meet it. One is to cut, and the other is to increase revenues. Certainly, we don't want to increase taxes, because it's going to hurt folks who already are hurting. But I think that having that money invested in economic development will help to grow the economy and help us grow revenues as we go forward. Affordable housing development will also help us grow revenues because we're going to be leveraging money that we'll put out with private money that would then probably bring us, once a project's completed, maybe as much as we're putting out to help leverage that development. So I think those two areas we have to be really cognizant of how we invest those money to grow the revenues for the future. And Ms. Henry's right. 21 is not when we're going to see the hit. It's 22 and beyond that we'll see the hit. In terms of the reduction in revenue, we're going to see some this year, especially in sales tax, gas tax, and of course with tourism tax and revenues from the seaport and the airport. Because as the property appraiser said, the assessments and determination of value that we see for this year is based on what occurred last year. This year value, I anticipate we'll see some decrease in commercial property. Maybe not much in residential property values, but in commercial property. Next year, I think we'll see some also. It'll probably be much bigger. So we're going to have to be prepared as we go forward, and I know that Ms. Henry's done a great job with budgeting over the years. You were very skillful in us dealing with the Great Recession and maintaining our credit rating as we made investment to get out from underneath that severe budget crisis that we had faced. And I know that you will continue to find a way to balance this budget. And I would say this to all our constitutional officers. You need to help us with this. I know when we made the cuts, probably more dramatic than they did, and even in the recovery, they came back requesting more. We were tight in our belts in terms of the amount of growth that we saw or we had. So I'm asking that property appraiser, the sheriff, the supervisor of elections, and our constitutional officers work with us as a team to deal with this shortfall that we're seeing now. Would you like to close, Ms. Henry?
So I thank you for giving me credit, but the credit actually belongs to the board, and I don't say that lightly because, you know, it takes a lot of fortitude to have to do the things that we did. And we were mindful that the people in the community needed what they needed, and we did as much as we could. But it takes a lot of fortitude for members of the board to make those cuts and stay in there because when people are hurting in the way that they're hurting. We have a couple of months worth of data for this year. We're scouring around the country to try to get a handle on what's actually happening, particularly if we believe it's going to have an impact on us. So when I pay attention to what's going on in New York, because that's our feeder. I mean, so there are a lot of things that we're looking at on an ongoing basis because the general fund is bread and butter, but all the other enterprise agencies are having their challenges too, and each one has decent operating reserves so that we can quickly mobilize to bring our businesses back where we can, and we do that just as a matter of course. But I think that as Mr. Foster indicated, 1 minute we see a little bit of optimism, and then a big dash. So the next couple of months, with a couple of more months worth of data, we'll be honing. So when we come back to you in August, you'll get to, at that point, we would have really sort of laid out how we think we can get this in a place where you all would be comfortable with that. So there are no, as we go into July 15th, there would be no increase in the millage rate. So we're going to keep our millage rate the same. Expense cuts that we, or proposed expense cuts that we can. We will balance the budget. I must say that unlike a lot of places, I can't say this about all places, but our labor has worked very well with us. When you talk about we have about 85% of our employees that are covered by a bargaining unit. They work really well with us, and we will be spending time with them to make sure that we continue to do the things that we did in the past to help us get through it. We do it as a partner, and we're looking forward to bringing you a balanced budget when you come back.
Thank you very much.
I just had one slide to finish up, just Senator Geller, I hope doesn't look at this. We talked mostly general fund, but we will also be bringing you recommendations on July 15th on all of the funds, and in particular, these face even more challenges, certainly than the general fund.
Yeah.
Those programs that are funded by tourist development tax are facing dramatically reduced revenue for fiscal 21. Aviation, we will be proposing a budget to you, but Mark Gale has advised us that it will be significantly revised probably in August. He's still in deep partnerships with our discussions with his partners airlines, and things continue to change daily in terms of their projections of what's going to happen. The port, we will have recommendations for the port, and again, it's still very uncertain as to when exactly cruise lines might start service. And even this week, I think there are more announcements on that. One that we haven't talked, I think, too much to you about, but with people traveling less around the county, gas tax has been weaker, we think, but we don't have the numbers yet because it takes a while to come in. So we do have some forecasts that they will be lower, and that will affect both transit and public works programs that are funded from gas tax. Transit ridership is down, paratransit, sort of the use is down for now, and it's hard to tell how it comes back. But there are CARES Act funds separate than the state and local that transit has, and so we're trying to come up with a path for transit for fiscal 21. And then some of the judicial revenues are somewhat uncertain because the courts have not been operating at full capacity, and those revenues do support some programs in our budget.
Mr. Mayor, may I ask a question?
Certainly, Vice Mayor Geller.
Thank you. Mr. Foster, on the judicial revenue, I had a question on that. I know we've been contacted by both the clerk of the court and I believe by the chief judge asking if we can use CARES Act money to help plug the judicial revenue hole, particularly in the clerk's office. Can we? Or is that something that we could use CARES Act money for, or is that something we're prohibited from spending?
So right now we're not sure how there's but the clerk reached out and indicated that there's at least one county that has decided to use CARES Act funding to help them close some of their budget gap. We're looking to reach out to that county to figure out how they did that. Right now, we don't see how they were able to do that. But if there's something that we missed, we're looking, we'll be looking to have a better understanding of that. The guidance has just been very clear. It keeps taking us back to dealing with COVID. So you can, if your expenses, if you have new expenses, because of COVID. So it continues to take you back, that the people, your employees must be working on COVID. So I'm not suggesting at the moment that we have a complete answer, but we'll be reaching out to that county to see how they did it. And it could be, and this is why we're reaching out, it could be that they use COVID for something else to free up money from their general fund. I don't know. So until we have a better understanding of that right now, I don't see the path. But we'll have more to say about that before we have to make final decisions on that.
Thank you, Ms. Henry.
Commissioner Ryan.
You encapsulated it rather well, County Administrator. If there's a direct nexus between COVID-19 and the loss of revenue in a certain agency, it would seem to me that you could use some of that funding. In the judiciary, we don't have as many people, we don't have them going into the courthouse, we're not filing as many new suits. You don't have people that are coming and paying the level of fines on criminal cases. They're not being processed. I mean, you have to have jury trials available, so all this stuff is being held back. And
it's affecting the clerk's budget as well. So all of those things are affecting
and the clerk is going to have
and
a huge increase, assuming that the governor lifts that suspension on the statutes dealing with residential evictions. You're going to have thousands of new lawsuits there. I mean, it's just going to really swamp the system unless the clerk comes in and brings in some additional personnel. So I think that as long as they would follow the protocol that we've been talking, kind of around the periphery with the cities, you have to incur the expenses. You got to come back and ask for like a reimbursement as opposed to us just, sending a pot of money over there. Then I think that the judiciary does need to be in the mix, and the clerk's office as well.
Yeah, I think we've been having a lot of discussion. I think the distinction with the CARES money is they've been fairly clear you can't use it just to replace governmental revenue. I think the debate has been with the clerk's office and similar, are those employees actually doing CARES or COVID-related activities? And I don't know that we think they are, and I think that's, but I think the revenue prohibition, replacing lost revenue, they've been fairly clear, is not something that the CARES Act state, as currently understood. And a lot of governments are having a challenge with that particular restriction.
So under the example that we just used, if the clerk had to hire some additional personnel to deal with a much higher volume of case filings, then that would be COVID related, because you'd be able to indicate that you had either new employees hired or more likely that you had overtime for employees to complete, their tasks.
I think you're getting closer. So for example, if they have costs of extra costs for teleworking because of COVID, I think that covers. I think it has to be tied to additional effort related to COVID. So whether those particular ones would fit, but the revenue, they've been pretty clear. You can't just replace lost revenue.
Well,
in
then
fact, they're even making the distinction about helping individuals with utility payments, and they made a distinction between like FP&L payments versus Fort Lauderdale water system payments. Oh no, that's helping government revenue. Can't help with that.
Well, we don't want to get into how money moves in and out of that water sewer account. That's not for us. But what is important is, I think that if our county attorney can provide some direction to the judiciary and to the clerk's office of what we have determined would be allowable, not that we've appropriated money for it, but would be allowable expenses, so at least they can get into a realistic mode as to what, if they are incurring expenses, then this is the ones that they want to be able to document and come back. If indeed we're going to use the model where we reimburse, if it's those expenses that we have determined will be approved when we have that inevitable audit from the Federal Inspector General's office 2 years or 3 years down the road.
County Attorney.
Thank you, Mayor. Commissioner Ryan, we're happy to discuss those things and to provide whatever guidance we can. I can tell you that, excuse me, one example, something that would be reimbursable, and I had a call from the Chief Judge yesterday. There's going to be some temperature taking that they need to do once they open the courthouse more fully. That's clearly an additional expense from COVID. Not that there's an entitlement to that money, but that would be something that's fundable. We are having constant communications with Ms. Henry and with Mr. Foster. There's a lot of guidance that's issued by the Treasury Department, but not all of it is necessarily consistent with the underlying terms of the CARES Act. So we're proceeding cautiously, but we are engaged in a lot of dialogue on this.
Certainly our county administrator has become the most popular person in town with all that CARES money.
Well, somebody has to offset how unpopular Mr. Foster is becoming.
He's Dr. No.
Just kidding.
I thought it was the surtax. I thought Chris was the most popular person. Next steps, on July 15th, we will present to you, or we'll deliver to your offices the recommended county administrator budget. And then this is currently what we think the schedule looks like in August when you return. On August 20th, we do a budget workshop, and we will discuss your reaction to the county administrator's recommended budget. We have hope on that date to do the general capital. You were talking about the cash-funded general capital. We do have some challenges there, too, that we're working on. Tourist development taxes will be an interesting presentation on how we think the 21 budget looks for those activities. A week later, then, we will do transportation capital and bring in the surtax, and I think this is the 5-year plan. It's the first time I think you'll see the 5-year plan for surtax. Water and wastewater, and then aviation and port will be also on that day. And then right now, the budget public hearings are scheduled for the 10th and the 22nd of September, where we hope you will adopt the budget for fiscal 21.
Okay. That's it?
Thank you.
So at this point in time, I hope lunch is here.
It is.
Good.
Great.
We'll give you.
Break till 1?
We'll break until 1 o'clock for lunch, and then we'll return to take up the continuation of our agenda from Tuesday's meeting.
Okay.
be ready now.
Vice Mayor Gale.
Vice Mayor, welcome to the speaker line.
Thank you. I was on mute.
Fantastic. And someone else is dialed in on the speaker line. Hi, this is Tegan, the event producer.
This is Ralph Stone.
Hello, Ralph.
This is Ralph Stone.
Hello, Ralph. And someone else is dialed in on the speaker line. Hi, this is Tegan, the event producer, who just joined us.
This is Monica Sapero, the Deputy County Administrator.
Hello, Monica.
This is the Broward County Board of County Commissioners meeting for June 18th, which is being continued from Tuesday, June 16th. We want to welcome everyone and thank you for joining us. We started off with a workshop this morning, did our Pledge of Allegiance. We're going to go right into our meeting. To promote social distancing and avoid risk of additional community spread, this commission meeting is not open to physical attendance by members of the public, the media, or general county staff. Only county commissioners and those employees required to attend the event at the express direction of the county administrator, county attorney, or county auditor may be physically present in this meeting. In order to reduce the risk created by gathering in person and to underscore the consistent guidance issued by governmental entities, including the CDC in this county, some of our commissioners have agreed to participate today by telephone as well. And we're grateful for their decision. In our last meeting, we had some folks who had some difficulty in getting online. I know that there is instruction given for you to sign up, and we're going to be as generous as possible today to allow those who wishes to speak to speak. I will read the Wednesday night memo regarding our special commissioners meeting today. As you know, the commission meeting on June 16, 2020 had to be continued to June 18, 2020, and that was because we had power outage. There's a budget workshop, and we had a budget workshop earlier this morning. So our outstanding items from our last meeting is 9, 21, 22, 33, 70, 71, 72, 75, 76, 79, 80, 81, 82, 86, 89, 90, 91, 99, and 100. To facilitate the remaining portion of the meeting, please be advised as follows. Of the items to be heard, 21, 22, 33, 70, 79, and 91 were pulled from the consent agenda during the June 16th meeting for discussion by commissioners and will remain on the new regular portion of the agenda, with the exception of 91, which will be placed on the new consent agenda at the concurrence of the commissioners that pulled the item. An email was sent to every individual that had registered to speak on the remaining items in order that they may re-register to speak at this meeting. It is our intent to hear the following items as part of a new consent agenda: 9, 72, 80, 91, and 99. The following items will be part of a new regular agenda due to their nature: 21, 22, 33, 70, 71, 75, 76, 79, 81, 82, 86, 89, 90, 100. The public hearing items 63 to 67 will not be heard due to advertising requirements and will be addressed upon or return from summer recess. So we have a consent agenda.
Mayor, I make a motion that we approve consent agendas 9, 72, 80, 91, and 99.
Can I have a second?
Mr. Mayor?
I just need to pull.
Mr. Mayor?
Mr. Mayor, I think you need to establish a quorum first.
I appreciate that greatly. So I have a quorum.
Mr. Mayor, you also have a public speaker on the line for one of those items. When you're ready for that, I can share that with you.
All right, thank you very much. So let me ensure that we have who is not physically present or elected body that's on the line. Would you call your name off, please?
Vice Mayor Geller.
Commissioner Rich?
Commissioner
Commissioner
Sharif?
Bogue. Commissioner Bogan.
Okay, so we have 8 members present, either in person or online. We had a motion, and do I have a second?
Mr.
for
Mayor?
consent? Yes,
Mr. Mayor?
yes.
I believe I pulled items 21 and 22 on the last meeting. I don't need to discuss it. We could add that if no one else wants to discuss it. We could add that to the motion made by Commissioner Fisher if you'd like.
Okay, Deputy Administrator, are there any polls on those items?
The only poll from the public is item number 9, and you have 2 speakers on the line for that item, sir.
Okay, so 21 and 21 can be added to
21
or consent
21 and 22.
agenda?
21 and 22.
2 can be added to the consent agenda, yes, sir.
Okay, so Commissioner Fisher asked that consent agenda be 9, 72, 80, 91, 99, 21, and 22. That's your motion, sir?
Yes,
for
sir.
consent? I do have a second.
No,
And move number 9 back to regular, sir.
Someone just, you have a member from the public pulled number 9.
You're on.
Okay, so 9,
Excluding item number 9, Mayor.
so 9 is pulled from the consent agenda.
At 80.
And 80 will be pulled from the consent agenda also. So our motion
And you're adding 21 and 22?
will be 21, 22, 72, 80, 91, 99 to be our consent agenda. And
Mayor, it's, unless there are other.
72, 80, 91, go ahead, County Attorney.
Thank you, Mayor. Unless there are other commissioner polls, because we know there were no other audience polls, the consent agenda would be items 21, 22, 72, 91, and 99, with 9 polled just for 2 audience comments and 80 polled only for an abstention. So just those 5 items, please.
Okay. All right. Motion by
Second.
Commissioner Fisher, second by Commissioner Udine. All in favor, vote by saying aye.
Aye.
Passed 8-0. Those opposed? It passes 8-0. Consent agenda. So we'll go ahead and let's,
Mayor?
Yes.
This is Commissioner Sharif.
yes?
I was disconnected just as we voted on the consent. I would like to be shown as voting in the affirmative.
Okay. So it's 8-0. All right. Okay, we'll go ahead with item 80.
Thank you, Mayor. Item 80 is a motion to approve an agreement, an amendment to an agreement under which Craven Thompson serves as a sub-consultant. I serve on the board and own shares of Legacy, not a traded public company. Another owner of Legacy has a substantial interest in Craven. I ask that the minutes respect that I'm not voting and leaving the dais.
May I have a motion to approve item
Move
80?
approval, Mayor.
I have a motion by Vice Mayor Geller, second by Commissioner Furr. Those in favor vote by saying aye.
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 Those opposed, nay. Passes 7 with 1 abstention. We'll then go on to item 9, and we'll go, after that, we'll go to the items we had left off. Item 9, a motion to authorize county administrator to execute a billing agreement between the sheriff of Broward County, Florida, BSO, and Broward County, subject to review for legal sufficiency by the Office of the County Attorney. We have 2 speakers on the line. Would you go ahead and allow them to speak, please? Operator?
All right, would Joni Levinas-Saval please dial pound 2 to have the line muted? I'm not seeing anyone.
Deputy County Administrator, who are the 2 people's name that you have that signed up for this item?
I have Joni Levinas and Sival Urchin.
All right, would either Joni Levinas or Saval Urchin please dial #2 on their telephone keypads to have their lines identified and unmuted? Joni Levinas or Saval Urchin? I don't believe either of them are dialed.
Okay. So there's a second part.
Mr. Mayor, move approval of item number 9.
Okay.
Second.
Okay, there's a item A and B on this. The second portion is budget resolution in the Human Services Contract Fund in the amount of $500,000 for BSO to receive racial equity education and facilitated follow-up discussion by subject matter experts. So we have a motion by
My motion was to vote.
Vice Mayor Geller, and I heard a second. Is that
Second. From
Commissioner
Commissioner
Rich?
Rich.
Okay.
Yes.
Any discussion on this item, colleagues? This is, I think, a great step in the right direction for us in Broward County, for us to be able to move forward with what the sheriff has agreed to do in helping us with the program that we've set forth for dismantling systemic racism in Broward County. He is now putting money from his budget. We're not giving him the money. It's from what he was already allocated, that he's moving these funds to have racial equity and implicit bias training for all the officers at BSO, something that he has mandated. And I anticipate that we'll be seeing something coming forward also, where he's committed another $500,000 to make it a total of $1 million to ensure that not only the law enforcement officers of BSO, but all law enforcement officers across the county and the city departments be afforded the opportunity to go through this training program. We know that all of us have, or mindsets that sometimes we aren't even aware of, and this will help people who might not realize that they may have some prejudice recognize it and make adjustments for that as they go out and interface with the public. We've certainly seen over the past weeks, highlighted with the death of Mr. Floyd Unbrooks, how sometimes instinctively people can react in a way that they probably ought not to. And I'm hoping that the cities, with the leverage of the funds that the sheriff is putting in, that they will join the sheriff and put some funds in to ensure that all of their law enforcement officers go through this kind of training that is certainly needed in our community. And with that, we have a motion.
I'd like to call the question.
We have a motion and a second. Those in favor, would you vote by saying aye?
Aye.
Those opposed? It's 8-0. And colleagues on the line, if you are to leave, please let us know so that we can make adjustment to ensure that we have a quorum. That was item 9. We'll go back to the items that we left off on, which was item 81 and 82.
Yes.
Do we have speakers on the line for those items, Deputy County Administrator?
There is one speaker on the line. It's Michelle Lazaro. She is signed up for 81 and 82.
So we'll allow for 4 minutes. Commissioner Lazaro, you have 4 minutes.
Michelle Lazaro, dialed pound 2 on your telephone keypad to have your line identified and unmuted. Again, that's pound 2 on your telephone keypad. I'm not seeing Michelle Lazaro on my list of participants.
Mayor, I thought that we took all of the public comment on 81 and 82, and we were just going to vote from the dais today.
I understand, but we opened this item back up, and there might be, there is at least one person from the public
We only got one.
that wishes to
No.
speak. Our systems are working fine.
Lazaro, please dial pound 2 on your telephone keypad to have your line identified and unmuted. I think I have her. Michelle Lazaro, your line is unmuted. Michelle Lazaro, please make sure your phone is unmuted.
Hold on. It is.
Go ahead, we can hear you.
Is. Okay, thank you. Hi, everybody. It's City Commissioner Michelle Lazaro. Hallandale Beach. Sorry, I was a little caught off guard. I am speaking today on behalf of Hallandale Beach City Commission. I always ask for approval, and they gave me the blessing, so here I am. Last night we passed a resolution regarding 81 and 82. We are not in support, obviously, and one of the reasons that we are mainly not in support is we feel that this was very sneaky, for lack of a better term. This was not discussed with the cities. Nobody knew this was happening. Our city attorney, Jennifer Marino, stated the same on the record last night. We found out about this at a last-minute memo. This is not how we conduct government, particularly not with the residents and the taxpayers, but even with your cities. This is very unlike the county. I really have never seen this happen before. So whether or not 81 and 82 are good for the county and for our transit and our transportation, which of course we support, please don't do it like this. Let the cities weigh in on this. Table this. Shelf it until we can get, I know that you have to get it on the ballot sooner rather than later, but I mean, if there's any way to do that and the time allows for that, don't do it like this. This is not how this should be done. Thank you for allowing me to speak. I'm sorry. I had to get commission approval before I was able to speak. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments. We have...
Mr. Mayor?
Yes,
Mayor?
Vice Mayor.
I've been texting with Davie Mayor Judy Paul. She is on the phone, was unaware that we were taking public comment today and would like to speak.
We will be generous to allow that to happen. If you could open the line for Mayor Judy Paul from Davie, operator, we'd appreciate that.
Thank you very much. This is Mayor.
Go ahead, Mayor Paul.
Yes?
Go ahead.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you very much for allowing me to speak, and I'll be very brief. The town of Davie had a special meeting today, and we passed a resolution asking for this to be deferred so that we can have an opportunity to discuss and try to come up with some sort of a compromise. It would be, I'm sure that everyone got a copy of that resolution. I have been talking and texting with some of the commissioners, and I think, and because a lot of the people felt the same way, that it was rushed. And I realize you're on break. I'm on break too. but that doesn't mean I'm not going to be involved in something that's important for my community. So we're requesting that you defer 81 and 82, and give us a few weeks to get together and sit down and try to come up with a compromise. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Mayor Paul. Let me say that we had robust discussion on this item. We heard from our cities. The item has been reviewed by, I believe, every city. We gave ample time for discussion to all our cities. We have a deadline on us at this point in time to reach the ballot for the public to decide whether they agree with this resolution, this item or not, this item that we're putting before you. And as such, I think we were ready to vote in our last meeting. We extended it, and Mayor Paul, you actually got a second chance to speak again. Because of the cumbersomeness of us being able to conduct this meeting online, we've been as generous as we can to allow for debate on the issue.
Mayor, I had a motion up for 81, if you remember, and I'll restate that if you need to.
All right, so we were about to vote, and our system went down.
Mayor,
Yes,
there was commission debate yet.
I'm sorry?
Again,
I don't
have
believe
debate.
that there had been commission debate yet.
Oh,
I believe
Yes,
voted-
there was.
We had a robust
We
amount
had
of
debate.
debate from the public and from the commission, and we're just about at the time to take up a motion that was put on the floor by Commissioner Fisher. If colleagues, if you want to go ahead and debate further, this is the public's business, so it's serious that we all chime in, and if you would like to say something else, I think we've already basically determined where our position was, those of us who are here elected, serving the public. But if you want to have additional debate, we can.
You are correct, Mr. Mayor. My debate was actually on 82, not on 81.
Okay, good. So if we're ready for on 81 and there's no other debate,
We needed a point of order, Mayor. The vote that we were taking up was on an amendment that Commissioner Fisher had proffered to the motion, to the item.
I do know
And
that.
that was,
That's where we're
Right,
going.
so-
I know that.
right, okay.
Okay.
State the motion on
That's,
the vote.
let me, I'm conducting the meeting still.
I know,
please.
just making a
Okay.
request.
Thank you very much.
You're in charge.
I intended to do that. Commissioner Fisher, would you go ahead and restate your motion?
Yes, Mayor, it was to amend the resolution to provide everything in the resolution with the exception of taking out the emergency communications and infrastructure for any future communication infrastructure in our regional parks. Remove that from the resolution. That was my motion to amend.
Second.
And there's a motion and a second. Motion by Commissioner Fisher, second by Commissioner Furr. Now, we'll take a vote, and we're, those in favor
Wait a
of.
minute, you want to discuss the
I don't know that, if there's folks that still want to discuss, we can, but I think we had done,
well, let me add one thing.
We've debated this till.
But can I, on a point order, are we going to vote on the amendment by Commissioner Fisher, and then we're going to have a second vote on the item?
that's what
Thank you.
Robert's Rules of Order requires, that if there's an amendment, we vote on the amendment first, and then we go to the main motion. Commissioner Furr, you have comments you want to make?
Yes. Real quick, the reason that this would make sense is that we are going to get, this is going to become our default position. Anytime we're looking at putting any kind of public safety infrastructure our default position now will be to go to wherever there's a park, instead of taking the extra effort to look for a place that might be zoned industrial or looking for municipal land that is owned, which would make more sense. To make this become our default position is not good. In addition, with Hollywood, and I just want to remind everybody this, because I think this whole thing is more about Westlake Park. Hollywood has already had a shade meeting. They have found another site. They're in the middle of doing due diligence. They have not taken away the site plan from Westlake Park if need be. That's still in effect. They did not rescind that, just so you know. The Motorola is actually going out there, they're trying to do soil samples. So if the point of this is to be trying to put this in Westlake Park, all the other things are already in place. You're about to do this for all the parks in the entire county. And I don't know, and for that reason, I think this makes sense.
I hear you.
Amendment.
Here we go.
Okay, I guess we're going wrong again. Vice Mayor Geller.
I'll be very brief, Mr. Mayor. This is strictly on the amendment.
Yes.
I respectfully disagree with Commissioner Furr. I personally do not view this just as Hollywood, nor do I think that this will be a default position. I know we always want to negotiate through interlocal agreements with the cities when we can, but we can't always do that. And we have to be able to deal with our public safety issues, not just now, but on our next generation of powers, for whatever technology hasn't even been developed yet. So respectfully, I'm opposed to the amendments and will be supporting the proposal in its original form. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
My sentiments exactly. And I hear Dita here also. So with that, we have this motion that's been put forward and seconded. Those in favor of the motion, vote by saying aye.
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 Those opposed?
Aye.
Nay. Nay.
Okay, let's do, it sounds as if it failed, but let's, on the amendment, let's go ahead, and I'm gonna ask each of you to express your yes or no. Commissioner Fisher,
Yes.
Commissioner Udine. No. Commissioner Ryan,
Yes.
Commissioner Furr,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Geller,
No.
Commissioner Sharif,
No.
Commissioner Rich,
No.
Commissioner Bogan,
Yes.
and I am no. So it fails 5-4.
Yes, sir.
Okay, on to the main motion.
I'll make the motion.
Okay,
This is Commissioner Sharif.
Right.
I make a motion to adopt item 82.
Second.
Hold on. No.
On 81.
81.
okay.
81, sorry.
Mayor?
Yes, I'm going to read the motion again.
Yes, sir, and just for clarity of the record, just to make sure everyone knows, it's the resolution distributed as additional material 81(3). That's what is before the board.
All right, so it's, 81 is a motion to adopt resolution to place a proposed amendment to the Broward County Charter on the ballot for the November 3rd, 2020 general election, amending section 8.13 of the Broward County Charter to establish that Broward County regional parks can be used for limited public safety purposes, the title of which is as follows. A resolution of the Board of County Commissioners of Broward County, Florida, providing for a referendum election to be held on November 3rd, 2020, the date of the general election, to determine whether to amend the Broward County Charter to allow regional parks in Broward County to be used for limited public safety purposes and providing for severability and an effective date. We have a motion and a second. Motion by Commissioner Sharif, second by Commissioner Udine. We'll vote on this item, and we're going to go ahead and poll you individually, or have you say your yes or no for this motion. We'll start with you, Commissioner Fisher.
The problem is I don't want to give up the opportunity to have the state of emergency in the medical testing, food and supplies, but I just don't like the one component to it, so I'm between a rock and a hard place, so.
There is no yellow button, only green or red.
I'm sorry. We got to do this one at a time. It sounds as if, I wish I need to come back to Commissioner Fisher.
Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and vote no at this time.
Okay. Commissioner Udine.
Yes.
Commissioner Ryan.
No.
Commissioner Furr.
No.
Vice Mayor Geller.
Yes, for the now toothless amendment.
I'm sorry?
Yes, with its 9 reports.
Like me, Ray.
Commissioner Sharif. Dr. Sharif.
Yes. Yes.
Commissioner Rich.
Yes.
Commissioner Bogan.
No.
I'm yes, but I think we need 6.
Great.
All right.
So, Mayor, if I can ask you a question, instead
Yes.
of moving on, maybe there's a way we can come to some type of agreement instead of this not moving forward at all. Maybe the commissioners that voted that, since this is not going to get on the ballot this way, is there some type of middle ground here between Commissioner Fisher's amendment and the current amendment that we can make an amendment so everybody can agree on providing this to for the ballot?
I don't understand what's left. Can someone explain what I can ask Commissioner Fisher what it is
I'm
that
sorry, Vice Mayor, we are not hearing you clearly. Go ahead, Vice Mayor Geller.
I don't exactly understand exactly what Commissioner Fisher is proposing, or whether it's worth doing a charter amendment or whatever small thing he may be proposing. Can I ask him, or can someone explain what his proposal was?
County Attorney, would you clarify for our Vice Mayor what the proposal was that Commissioner Fisher proposed?
Yes, Mayor. Vice Mayor, there were 2 parts to the charter, or proposed charter amendment in item 81, as shown in Resolution 81-3. The first part has to do with allowing a use of our regional parks during a declared state of emergency for certain specified public health purposes, or actually it's inclusive, but such as medical testing, food and supply distribution, or logistical staging. I believe Commissioner Fisher is fine with that aspect of it. The second part is to locate emergency communications infrastructure, and Commissioner Fisher is distinguishing between a few pieces of emergency communications infrastructure that are in parks that preceded this actual parks preservation charter amendment versus installing new communications infrastructure in a park. So the ones that exist currently would basically be made fully legitimate and no question under the charter, although we can argue they're fine anyway, but it would not permit any additional infrastructure. I did want to mention one thing, though, as part of the discussion from before. Obviously, you need 6 votes to pass this. This would be something that if it wound up in the charter, and right now it's 5-4, that obviously it wouldn't, that the board would still have to, by supermajority, approve the particular use, and that would include a finding that it uses the least amount of park property reasonably necessary to effectuate the proposed use. So if the proposed use could be effectuated at a site outside of the park, our legal construction of that would be that putting it in the park would not use the least amount of property, because you could actually use 0 and still effectuate the use. I only offer that because if you're coming back and there's concern over, basically considering a subsequent amendment to this, that's how we would interpret that language.
So that clearly is not a default position that we would go to readily. It's the last resort that we would utilize if we are in need of citing these safety equipment inside of our parks.
That's the way it's written, Mayor. Sometimes applications and how something is in writing don't completely align, but yes, sir, that would be our legal interpretation.
And you're saying even if we were to put it in the park, we still need a super majority, so we would need 6 votes as the commission is composed today to even do that?
Yes.
Okay. Commissioner Farr, then Commissioner Udine.
Thank you. To the one point that's on here that's dealing with our ability our ability to use the parks the way we've been doing it for COVID testing, hurricanes, don't we already have that right when a state of emergency is declared to do that? To me, when I read this, I'm like, why do we have to do this? How in the world do we not already have that right to do that?
I think it's arguable, Commissioner Furr.
Who's going to argue that?
Well, it's that practically nobody has argued it, so it may be more of a theoretical issue than an actual issue. But
then why go through the whole?
Because someone could, at some point in time, when we're doing this, decide to cause mischief, go to the court, and seek to render us unable to utilize the park. That is why I believe the county attorney and the county administrator is seeking this, to ensure that we don't have to be tied up in court and then have to go through cost and time when we need to be serving the people when there's an emergency.
So every city I know,
County, okay.
I guess I'd like to hear where it is.
County attorney.
To the county.
we think that if there's a statewide emergency, that we have a better argument, because basically the state order would, by our opinion, trump an inconsistent local charter provision. If it were a local state of emergency, we think it's a more difficult argument. But you're correct, Commissioner Furr, that practically we're not that concerned during COVID because we've been under a state emergency the whole time. This, though, would apply under a more expansive set of circumstances, but where there is still a declared state of emergency. So it's very temporally limited for this part.
And do we want to have a state of emergency to where something may happen that we don't even have an emergency, where we need to feed people or distribute stuff through a park that we can't do that to help the people?
That's why we have an emergency operations management plan.
Mayor,
I'm sorry. I'll come to you. I'll come to you, Vice Mayor. Let Commissioner Furr finish.
Okay. It is.
No, this is Commissioner Bogan.
That wasn't me, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Okay. Commissioner Bogan.
I am just very surprised that we don't have the right to do that as a government in times of emergency. I can't imagine us having to go through a charter amendment to do that. I would think, but I mean, I'm listening to what you say. You're saying it's arguable, but I have never heard anybody ever say to the contrary. I've never heard it be a concern, and so we're like, this is a solution looking for a problem, whatever that is, backwards. Anyway,
Commissioner Bogan.
Yeah, I think agree, and please correct me if I'm wrong, Commissioner Farr, Commissioner Ryan, and Commissioner Fisher. I think we all agree with this number for Part A on being able to use our parks for emergency. So worst case scenario, we can segment that part out and put that on the ballot. Now we're talking about Part B, where a supermajority is still required to use parks. Is that correct? I assume all the commissioners agree with this on Part A. Is that right?
Well, actually, they didn't. That's why I made that motion, Commissioner. They went to 5-4. I was just removing that one component, and I agree with everything else. You're correct, Commissioner. So
Yeah.
we went down that route. But I agree with Commissioner Furr.
Okay, it appears as if that portion would pass unanimously, based on the sentiments that I'm hearing. I am disappointed.
So why don't we amend it and amend the first part, and we'll have two separate questions
That
to
didn't,
vote on.
that item came forward, and it didn't pass, Commissioner Bogan.
Well, I voted, Mayor, I voted no, so I can, you gotta have somebody vote yes to bring it up again?
Yeah, because actually I think and this is a little different because you need 6 votes, and I guess there's really no prevailing side on this, is there? Or do we say the 5 is prevailing, County Attorney?
I would say the four opposed would be the prevailing side.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I was one of the 4, so I'd like to bring up that number again, that item again, but only include the language whereby we, give the voters the option to vote on whether we can use parks on an emergency basis when there's a declared emergency. I would change my vote on that alone and vote yes for that. So
I hear
if
you.
a no vote, I can
was,
bring that up.
I was actually in the middle of making a statement. Let me finish that, and then we can go on. I'm disappointed that we can't get 6 votes to ensure that we provide for the safety, the public safety of the people of Broward County, that we believe that we ought to allow one community, pressure in one city to dictate to us that we can't do what's in the best interest of the majority of the people in Broward County. This watered down measure is weak. It's not bold. It's not progressive. I hate to think that someone who comes after me in the future would have the need to cite a public safety apparatus in one of our parks, because that's the only place that we are able to find that sufficiently provides for the public safety of the people of Broward County. And they can't do it, as we have been hamstrung this past year plus for us to be able to cite these equipments for public safety. We're talking about a couple of 100 square feet of dirt that is not detrimental to anyone's health or the environment. And we're here with this. I'm just... we will allow for the prevailing side, the 4, to come up with what they'd like to. I mean, even while there's Commissioner Furr talking to the attorney, even with the fact that we'd still have to have a supermajority to do this, makes no sense. Go ahead.
Mayor, can I be placed in queue? This is Commissioner Sharif.
You will.
I would like to be there too, please.
All right, so we're gonna go, we have a queue built here. We have Commissioner Udine, followed by Commissioner Dr. Sharif, followed by Senator Rich. I'm sorry.
I'm gonna be quick.
So, Udine, Sharif.
Mayor, can you put me on, please?
All right, Rich, Ryan, Bogan, okay. Go ahead, Commissioner Udine.
This is more for Drew. Are we allowed to do this with the giving away of the food and the water and the plants in the parks? Does our charter allow it? I mean, it should be a yes or a no. Because we're doing it, and does that mean we're violating the law?
I think we have an argument that when there's a declared state of emergency, at least a state one, it's a better argument that we have the right to do it because a state order, basically that's inconsistent with an exercise of local home rule power would trump it. A county order, if Ms. Henry were to issue some order under that, that basically has the same effect as an ordinance. And an ordinance is subordinate and inferior to a charter provision. So I think it's very iffy.
So how have we done it in all these hurricanes that have come when it's just been South Florida and it hasn't been a state order? We do it all the time. Do we? And I'm only saying that because on a lot of these charter things that we keep seeing, especially now over the past 90 days with all this COVID stuff, I mean, there's so many things here to me that seem so slippery, and it's just that no one's challenged them. But we should really do what's right and what's allowed by our charter. I remember in early March, there were all kinds of articles in the Miami Herald that were saying that our mayor in Broward County, that we couldn't adopt any of these things. We couldn't shut things down. We couldn't do things with the beaches. And the article, and I thought it was rightfully spoken by the mayor, that said, and everyone seemed to think this, that our charter didn't allow us to do any of this. Now, I know a lot of these orders that are being assigned all over the place are being challenged in other counties on violations of different charter provisions and different amendments. I think a suit was filed in Dade County challenging some of their orders. The substance of what we're doing is fine. I don't think anybody's complaining about doing something in a park, but we need to make sure that we're in compliance with the law, because then who knows what's going to happen otherwise. The second point I'm going to make, and I'll make it again, if this goes down, this goes down. If Hollywood doesn't want the park, and I don't even care about this tower anymore, is my understanding, and I know Hollywood can get it done. They've already issued the site plan.
And they didn't rescind their site plan.
Right. So this isn't even about this tower to me anymore.
It's about the future.
It's just been hijacked, but this is about future things on public safety. Who knows? Maybe there's going to be something invented 10 years from now, and it needs to be sited in a park, and it solves all our problems with something. We can't do any of that because our hands are tied. All we would need to do is a supermajority. No one wants to take any parkland. No one wants to do that, but to just tie our hands like this, I can't support it. And to just put something on the ballot on subsection A, then I do agree. Why load the ballot up if it's just something so basic like that? I don't even want to make the ballot longer if it's something that we're already doing. Take your chances. But in my opinion, this is one we have to either do it right or don't do it at all.
Agree with you. Yes. Commissioner Ryan has a
I've
point
got
of
a
order.
point of
I'm gonna
order.
allow him to-
So we had an amendment that failed, then we had the motion on the resolution that failed. So after that, we had a bit of a kind of an editorial on, whether these should have passed or not, and then we've continued this discussion. It's my belief that further discussion is not in order unless there is a motion for reconsideration and the motion passes, and then we return to the item.
Okay, Commissioner Bogan, I think you
I
were
don't
making
believe
that.
that's correct, Mayor.
You're making that, Commissioner Bogan, you were making a motion to reconsider.
Is he making it on the amendment, or is he on the main motion?
He was making it on,
I was making a motion to reconsider solely so at least we can put, unless the county attorney doesn't think it's necessary, I want to make sure that we can at least utilize our parks for emergency basis. If there's an emergency, we should be able to use it.
Okay.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor. Did Commissioner Bogan vote in favor of
He voted no on the amendment.
He voted no on the amendment.
So his motion's in order on reconsideration.
Because in this instance, Commissioner Ridge, so you understand, the no vote, though there were only 4, prevailed by not allowing us to move forward with the amendment.
So I'm trying to at least start from somewhere and saying to the rest of the 8 commissioners, at least we can go forward with making sure that it's unequivocally clear that we can use our parks for emergencies. So I believe if that was Commissioner Fisher's intention to let's And then there's the other issue which other commissioners want to be able to use, and maybe we can segment it out and discuss the second part more. But I'm making a motion to reconsider number one, Commissioner Fisher's, at least, so that we can at least get that to voters and have it unequivocally the power to be able to use our parks, in an emergency situation.
Okay, so there's a motion to reconsider.
Yeah.
Do I hear a second?
I second it.
Okay, there's a motion and a second to reconsider the item. Is there any discussion?
Yes, Mayor.
Go
This
ahead.
is Commissioner Reese. I've been waiting patiently,
Go
but
ahead,
these,
Commissioner Sharif.
focus, we keep going back and forth between the same two people with the
Okay.
same argument.
All right, no
What I
problem.
think we need to do is that if we bifurcated these two items and we put them on as two separate ballot items, so the first ballot item would give the voters the opportunity to vote yes or no, whether we should use the parks in emergency situations. The second ballot item would be whether or not we should cite communications towers or communications equipment in parks. And I think if you bifurcated them and we allowed the public to go ahead and vote on both of them, we would have a clear determination as to whether or not the public supported either of them. And so we would allow them to pass or fail individually on their own rather than us as elected officials stopping this process from going forward. I think if you really want to hear the public, it's not going to be the 9 of us. It should be the entire Broward County saying, yes, we want to do this. And I think that this item has been torpedoed by one community, and that's just not democracy, and that's not the way of Broward. So I think that if we're going to do this right, then we should vote to put at least both of
Okay.
these items on this ballot.
All right, so before we thank you very much for your comment. Before we continue debate, let me have a motion to reconsider so we actually have the ability to debate. There's a motion and a second for reconsideration. Those in favor? Is that purely the amendment or the entire item? Well, we can see on the amendment.
I made the motion for the item.
I don't know that you can do it on the Fisher Amendment because the Fisher Amendment would have to be tacked onto something, so I think the underlying
Motion.
item would have to be revived, but of course, unless there were 6 people to approve it as amended, it doesn't.
Commissioner Sharif,
Okay.
I made the motion for the item, so
Okay.
I would have to
So-
ask for
so-
a motion to reconsider.
No, I understand, Commissioner Sharif, but in this instance, what happened is the prevailing side is the 4 who voted against because they stopped the item from going forward. So they pretty much won this battle. They can come back and have this thing open again. So we have a motion and a second to reconsider the item.
So we're going to reconsider both the motion
We consider
and
the whole-
and the amendment. Got
We're
it.
considering the whole item.
All right, bring it all back.
Okay. Those in favor vote by saying aye.
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 Those opposed?
Opposed.
So we have 7-2 for reconsideration, which means that prevails. We'll go into debate now
On the amendment
on,
only Yep.
on
Mr. Mayor, may I second Commissioner Sharif's motion?
I'm sorry?
May I second Commissioner Sharif's motion to
You-
bifurcate?
You may second her motion to bifurcate the item. That's in order, County Attorney, correct?
I'm sorry, sir?
Right.
We already voted for reconsideration, so the item's being reconsidered in its entirety. So there's, no, in its entirety. So now we have a subsequent motion to bifurcate the item. And there's a motion by Commissioner Sharif, Dr. Sharif, and by Vice Mayor Gallo.
All right, so all I want to do, point of order, clarify. So if we vote to bifurcate, then we have not agreed to pass either the amendment or the motion. We have just agreed to bifurcate.
Correct.
So, all right, fine, let's go.
Okay. So there's a motion to bifurcate the items, a motion and a second. No further debate, I see. Let's vote on bifurcation. All those in favor, vote by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Those opposed, nay. Okay, so it passes unanimously for bifurcation. Now that we've had it bifurcated, there's a motion. Is there a motion in place for?
I, Commissioner Sharif, am making a motion on the first portion of item 81, which is to allow voters to approve use of the park in emergency situation.
Okay, so we have a
So
motion.
that's not citing the that would be the Fisher Amendment.
That was what was previously.
No,
So
that is not.
she's,
That was previously what was the Fisher Amendment. Now we have,
That would be public safety purposes, A.
no, not public safety, only in emergency circumstances. Commissioner Sharif, so you
Yes.
are now asking that we vote on the proposal to allow the parks to be used in emergency circumstances for public safety purposes.
Correct.
All right.
okay.
Just.
And so,
Which is just for like the feeding and.
yeah, so there's a motion and a second on that portion. Yes.
Mayor, so
Yes.
we're talking basically state of emergency, medical testing, food and supply distribution, and logistical staging only. Is that correct?
Yes, sir,
That's
that's more
correct.
limited. That's not exactly your amendment from before, but that seems to be what Commissioner
No.
Sharif is moving.
Oh, great. For those purposes, that's what the motion's for.
So, just if.
Commissioner Udine.
If we, when Supervisor Antonacci was here, just so we know, we've already added now definitely one from the last meeting that passed on consent. Now we'll have, there's going to be some areas in Broward County on this ballot that will have an excess of 21 charter amendment questions. Not 2 or 3, there's going to be 21 in some cities. So,
This will be an easy one.
it's an easy one.
All right.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, Vice Mayor, go ahead.
can I ask if we can vote on 4B before we vote on 4A? Because having heard the debate, I agree. If 4B does not pass, then I'm inclined to just say, let's not put this on at all because we're really not getting anything.
So-
So
so-
can I ask if we can vote on
Correct.
4B before we vote on 4A?
So there would need to be a motion for that to happen, that portion, and a second. Then we can take that up first because it would be the last motion.
Mr. Mayor, I move that we take up 4B and then take up 4A after 4B.
I will second that motion, Commissioner Gelin.
Okay, so County Attorney, would you state what that means, please?
Yeah, yes, you're, at least my understanding of procedure, you're correct, Mayor, that it is a substitute motion, which is last in time would take precedence over the first motion. So if there's a motion and a second, you would vote on that.
And there's a motion and a second, a motion by Vice Mayor Gellis, second by Commissioner Dr. Sharif.
And Mayor, this is, just so I understand it, this is an actual vote on the bifurcation, I guess, has passed.
Yeah,
This is an actual vote on basically this resolution where would only have Part B in it. If there were 6 votes, which it would take 6 votes, we would want to, and I'm not counting, however it works, but if there were 6, I would want to, and I've already asked Renee to ask some of our lawyers to start to work on it, because I would want the actual resolution before you with the exact language, because it's going to change the ballot language as well. We can get that done before we leave today. But, so whatever your vote is now, would be subject to ratifying it before we leave, if you say go forward on it.
yeah, and I.
Sure, that was not my motion. Dr. Sharif voted, passed a motion which passed unanimously that we would vote on both A and B separately.
Correct.
All my motion is that we vote on B first and then we vote on A.
That's correct. So that your second motion is to do B, and that would be voted on first, and then we vote on the Section A secondly. And
That's correct,
now
Mr.
we
Mayor.
can have debate on this subsequent motion. Let me say that it gives us a chance, if we were to pass both, that we can determine to not support one or the other and be out publicly, vocally doing that. The cities then can be allowed to do that also. But it ultimately gives the voters the choice as to whether or not they want to support these items. County Attorney.
And I just want to be clear, just based on something Ms. Hara just told me. Senator Geller, is your motion just to take B first and not on the substance of B? Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Okay, so then you'd have to come back and make a motion for that, Senator Geller. You'd have to make a motion. It probably would be easier if your intent, is for us to pass, yes.
We've already passed Dr. Sharif's motion that we're going to vote on separate. That's already passed.
Yes.
All I'm going to say, let's vote on 4B before we vote on 4A.
I understand, but what I'm saying to you is this. If you make it so that your motion is that 4B is what you're carrying, rather than just to vote on it first, it's still going to happen that way, okay? So if you can make that the motion, it would save us a second vote. We'd have actually 3 votes.
Whether or not we're going to take his.
Okay, so,
Mr. Mayor, the reason I did this is because if 4B fails, I'm going to end up voting against 4A because there's no point in passing something that just does 4A.
Understood. If I may, let me hear from the county attorney. I think I saw your hands up, county attorney.
Yes, sir. Procedurally, Senator Geller, your motion, if you move Part B and there's a second, that would be a substitute motion, so that would come up before Part A. So there's no procedural requirement that you ask for that to occur.
Yes.
It would occur automatically. So if you essentially move the substance of Part B, you'll know if you have 6 votes or not. If you don't have 6, then we understand the import of that in terms of a subsequent vote on Part A.
If that's how you want to do it, that's fine with me.
It's you to determine but that's what the effect would be. So, so your motion then is that we move Part B now, and is that what you're seconding, Commissioner Sharif?
Yeah, that's
Okay.
exactly what he's saying.
So there's a motion and a second on moving Part B of this bifurcated motion. Any further debate on B?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Which-
Commissioner
what are we
Bogan,
voting on
I
now?
thought the mayor makes the decisions on how the order of things happen during our meetings, county attorney. I didn't realize we can vote and determine how things are done.
No, well, it is by Robert's Rule of Order that we run the meeting, Commissioner Bogan, and the rule says that if the last motion is the motion you vote on first. It's not something that I believe I control based on the procedure. Based on the procedure that we're governed by in terms of conducting these meetings. So is there any other debate on this issue?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead.
Can you please repeat the motion of what we're voting on first before I want to debate?
Okay.
What is the
4B.
motion?
Okay, so if you would, County Attorney, or would you explain what that B motion is, please?
Yes, Mayor. So based upon Commissioner Sharif's earlier motion, this resolution is being divided into 2 parts. What we're calling, and this is going to require conforming language that if either of these parts passes, we would bring this back to you with cleaner language before the end of the day today. What we're calling Part A is the part that would only allow the regional parks to be used for public safety purposes where They were during a declared state of emergency for things such as medical testing, food and supply distribution, or logistical staging. That is now Part A. Part B is allowing the public safety purposes to be only for emergency communications infrastructure, provided the commission makes certain findings by a supermajority vote. So by Part B, that is what you're considering right now.
Commissioner Rich, Senator Rich,
Okay.
we clear?
Okay, fine.
Okay.
Yep. Okay.
Any further debate?
I haven't done my debate yet.
Yeah, nor have I.
Okay, Commissioner Furr?
Thank you. I just want to remind everybody, even without this, passing this, even if you don't pass it, it doesn't mean you can't put it in a park. We, as a commission, voted to, as a supermajority, to allow Westlake Park to be used, if that ended up being. Hollywood actually did a site plan. So even without this, it can happen. It doesn't mean, but yes, it can.
If we get
Right,
another
it
municipality
just isn't
to agree
automatic.
to switch
It just
property with us as
Mayor,
we,
it just isn't automatic that you can put it in there. You have to go through the regular democratic process of going through zoning, and it can still happen. This is just,
and that's not what we experience. I'm sorry,
No, but-
Commissioner Furr. What we experience is this.
Mayor, I'm
that we had to find a city that would agree to swap land with us. Commissioner Udine and I sat for hours in the city commission meeting in Tamarack to get them to agree to do it, and I don't think we got it done either.
I didn't say it
and
was
we
pretty.
still couldn't do it because of that issue.
I didn't say it was pretty, and I didn't say it was easy.
We still couldn't get
But
it done.
No. it's
As of
still-
now, we can't get it done
Yes.
based on that.
No, I believe, and let me ask the county attorney. My understanding is 8-1, you allowed for the park to be used. Hollywood passed a site plan. That has not been rescinded. The next part, it has to do with the land swap that has to take place, correct? If the
Land swap didn't happen.
Anyway, so you have to go through, and you have to go through lots of processes. And all of those have their hoops and things. So by saying, if you vote, if you're not voting for this, we can still use parks if and where we had to. You just have to go through the process.
We can't determine that in this county commission.
Well, it's-
8-1, 9-0, doesn't matter. We still have to go outside and get some other city to agree to swap the land for us. Am I correct, County Attorney?
Yes, sir, and you're correct that Tamarack thankfully partnered with us, but only partnered with us to keep things in a holding pattern because we were acquiring a piece of property and we let Tamarack effectively take title to it so we could hopefully work things out eventually. So it is possible to work out, but even on the site plan approval, the city did threaten to rescind it, notwithstanding an agreement that we had, and there is an agreed order in court that prevents it. So Commissioner Furr is correct. It can work out, and it's not pretty, but it is possible. But we would have to go outside of these chambers to get it done.
And this commission, even if we voted 9-0, or any future commission, if there were 15 people here and they voted 15-4, it still wouldn't happen unless we get some city to agree to doing it. Am I correct with that, County Attorney?
Yes, there's one other, yes, in the main, yes, sir.
Okay. I hear someone from above. I'm not sure who it is. Is it Dr. Sharif?
Yes, it's Commissioner Sharif.
Yes.
Mayor, you're absolutely right. We are beating this thing like a dead horse. I think we need to move on to
Okay.
the vote.
All right, so-
Everybody understands what that is.
I'm still waiting for my debate.
Yeah, me too.
I'm sorry, you're waiting for your turn, you said, Vice
speak.
Mayor?
Yes,
Vice Mayor, followed
And I
by
am too.
Commissioner Rich.
yes, thank you.
Go ahead.
Okay, I'll be brief. I disagree fundamentally with the commissioners who represent part of Hollywood that think that this is about Hollywood. I believe that this issue, hopefully, is sufficiently resolved, and if not, at least it's resolved enough that my area of the county has appropriate coverage. I strongly support 4B not for today's telecommunication system. It's for the next one. We're implementing 5G now when we're doing 7 or 8G, when we are doing it via super duper lasers that haven't been invented yet, and we need a place to put them. I don't want to repeat what's happened here. I don't want to have a future MSD commission come and yell at us and say, why didn't you cite the towers? And we say, well, we've been trying. So respectfully to the Hollywood commissioners, and I deeply respect your goals in supporting your community. I honestly do. I'm just telling you, I'm supporting this not because it's a Hollywood issue. I'm doing this for the future and I'm urging you to support this so that in the future we'll be able to cite our emergency communications infrastructure. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Commissioner Rich.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I totally agree with what Senator Geller has just said. You know, I said this the other day, but it's just sad to me what is happening here, because it isn't about Hollywood, but because of the experience that we've had with Hollywood, I think it's so important for us to pass this. We have spent 2+ years after Marjory Stoneman Douglas, the tragedy at Marjory Stoneman Douglas. We have tried and tried and tried to place this communications tower there in Westlake Park. We have gone through hoops with all kinds of procedures and processes. And in the end, as was said, we can't do it. And the bottom line is that we have been, I believe, jeopardizing the public safety of people in Broward County. And no one community or one area that has a county park in it should be able to do that. And that's why I believe this should go on the ballot, and the people should be able to vote about whether or not they think this is about public safety for everybody in Broward County. Thank you.
With that, we'll have a vote. We will start this time up in the sky for a vote on Part B of this motion. We'll start with you, Commissioner, Vice Mayor Geller.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First, you deserve a medal for
Please. We didn't hear you. Please go ahead again. We got disrupted here.
I was
Please
just
let
saying
him
you
speak.
deserve a hazard pay for today's meeting, and I vote yes.
Okay. Commissioner Dr. Sharif.
Yes.
Commissioner Nanrich.
Yes.
Commissioner Bogan.
So long as A, I'm qualifying, I'll vote yes, so long as A is approved.
Okay, so we have, yes, okay.
That's a qualified yes.
You got to say yes or no, sir.
Yes, no. Yes.
Yes, okay. We'll come down here. He voted yes. Okay, so all yes, 4 yeses up top, up in the sky.
Mayor, just for perfect clarity, Commissioner Bogan, yes?
Said yes.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
Commissioner Furr, we're changing the order here. Commissioner Ryan.
No.
Holness, yes. Udine.
Yes.
Fisher. Okay, so we've got 6-3 in favor of this going on the ballot by with 2 sections. So county staff can start working on the paperwork.
We'll go Section A with.
No, there was already a motion and a second on Section A. The motion was made by Commissioner Dr. Sharif and second by Commissioner Geller. Those in favor of, let me go ahead again. We start down here this time. Commissioner Fisher. Yes. Commissioner Udine.
Yes.
Holness, yes. Commissioner Ryan.
No.
Commissioner Furr. Commissioner Bogan.
Wait, we're up here.
This is on Section A.
Commissioner
Section A,
Are you
yes.
talking to me?
Yes, Commissioner Bogan.
Yes, for A, yes, right.
Okay, Commissioner Rich,
Yes.
Commissioner Sharif,
Yeah.
Commissioner, Vice Mayor Geller.
Yes.
It seems as if it passes this time 7-2. Okay, so, County Attorney.
Mayor, it's of course the will of the board, but given that both parts have passed, does the board want to entertain a motion to basically unwind Commissioner Sharif's bifurcation to consolidate Parts A and to reconsider Resolution 81-3 fresh for one final vote?
I'll make that motion because it makes it from 2 ballot questions that are going to be on there to the same thing in 1 ballot question. So I will move it to.
But let me ask a question. If this fails, what happens?
That's the problem. No, just leave it as it is.
Leave it as it is.
Just leave it as it is.
Because that's the reason why I voted asked to bifurcate them. Leave it as it is.
Yeah, County Attorney, Mayor, can I just tell the County Attorney that that is undermining my vote because I only voted yes on B, that it was bifurcated.
Okay.
If it wasn't bifurcated, I would have voted no.
It is bifurcated. It is.
Okay. All right, so we'll let it stay as it is. It's done. We have debated this quite a bit already.
Ad nauseam.
And we've got a bunch of other items to tackle before we get out of here. It's,
Mayor?
the day's getting long.
Just to say one more thing, just to repeat, we're going to be working on the language as separate for Parts A and B, bringing it back to you for ratification afterwards.
Okay.
Because it's a ballot question.
So by the end of the meeting, we'll have the ballot question ready for us to vote on.
Yes, two for this one, yes, sir.
Okay, to vote on the ballot question. Okay. All right. Ooh. We are.
82.
Yeah, on 82. So 82 is a motion to adopt a resolution to place a proposed amendment to the Broward County Charter and the ballot for the November 3rd, 2020 general election, amending Section 11.01 of the Broward County Charter to establish that county ordinances with respect to regional facilities intended to serve a public purpose prevail over contrary municipal ordinances, the title of which is as follows. A resolution of the Board of County Commissioners of Broward County, Florida, providing for a referendum election to be held on November 3rd, 2020, the date of the general election, to determine whether to amend the Broward County Charter to provide that, with regard to development, a county property for regional facilities intended to serve a public purpose, county ordinances shall prevail over municipal ordinances to ensure that necessary regional facilities, including those necessary to implement the surtax-funded plan to dramatically improve transportation options, can be developed in a manner to benefit residents countywide and providing for severability and an effective date. County Attorney.
Sorry, Mayor, hopefully last comment for a little bit. Just to make clear for the record, you read the title as it was printed in the agenda, but since that time, there have been 4 versions that are being presented for the board's consideration. Just to make sure the public understands, the titles will be slightly different in all of those versions, but the subject matter is the same, essentially.
Thank you. I see Commissioner Ryan.
Mayor, thank you. So we did variations on item 82 because the initial version of 82, the resolution to have the referendum on the placement of infrastructure, regional infrastructure at various locations throughout the county with county municipal rule preempting city land use and zoning regulations was very broad. And so the item that was 82-2 narrowed it somewhat so that the regional infrastructure could be in 3 categories. That was public safety infrastructure, a tourist-related infrastructure, and regional transportation infrastructure. I felt that was still too broad, and so I am the author of item 82 with Amendment 3, and this one is a county preemption for the citing only of regional transportation improvements. And I feel that it is by far the most important type of regional infrastructure that would rise to the level where county home rule would, by a policy decision, by a logical analysis, would preempt municipal home rule. Our transportation surtax, where the voters decided to tax themselves a penny sales tax for transportation for a period of 30 years, passed by nearly 60% of the voters. It was a clear signal that the voters wanted county government to increase and improve the transportation options countywide. We have had a number of workshops with the Florida Department of Transportation, and we asked these broad questions. What do we need to do to relieve traffic congestion throughout Broward County? And the list is somewhat comprehensive. You need to improve the roads, improve our intersections, improve traffic signalization, and very, very important, we must have a viable and robust mass transit system to move people around Broward County. As our population grows, we're just not going to have enough roads for people to drive around in just their vehicles. So we're limited. We don't have subways. We're only a couple feet above sea level. We really are limited on what we can do with light rail because what is it, $60 or $80 million a mile just for the capital cost. And we're not going to have elevated mass transit because of the prohibitive cost. So at this time, our main mass transit improvements are going to be a large expansion of our bus service. We're moving now in a deliberative way from diesel buses to electric buses. We are developing cleaner and more efficient buses with a more enjoyable experience while you ride the bus with Wi-Fi and other amenities. But mainly, what we're doing is we are increasing the frequency and the reliability of our bus service. If people are going to if we're really going to increase ridership on our buses, we have to have much better frequency and reliability. And that includes how we're going to improve our bus stops. And there's been interesting discussion about how in future TOD development, transportation-oriented development, that we integrate some of our bus stops within the buildings that we approve on these routes. So it's a pleasant experience while you're in a coffee shop or some other type of enclosed structure, and then you go right out and get on the bus. And you're on a bus that matches right up with the platform. You just step right on, just like you're stepping on a train. But what we have to do in order to accomplish this integrated system is we have to have the regional transportation facilities sited in the cities around this county. We have just a very small unincorporated area where we could site, but all of our bus routes are within the 31 cities. So we're talking about being able to site light rail, transit facilities, and park and ride lots. Over the last few years, the county has time and time again tried to site property that the county owns or is intending to purchase or the county leases to use for a park and ride lot or for a bus maintenance facility. And although the municipal officials will tell you that they're in favor of a very strong and robust public transit system. As soon as you try to cite one of these regional transportation facilities within a city, there are local residents that will complain. There's pressure on the local elected officials, and they vote it down. So somebody has to be here to make these tough policy decisions, and that is the reason why this is going to be brought. If you will pass this resolution, it'll be brought as a vote, as a referendum question to the voters in November, whether they want the county, through its home rule powers, to be able to cite these locations. They will not be in residentially zoned areas, but in otherwise other zoned commercial and industrial areas, they can be approved with the county citing of these facilities. And it was really on Tuesday, it was our county attorney who really so succinctly and eloquently put it, the distinction between county home rule and municipal home rule. And the need, when you are making regional decisions, at some point, it is necessary that the county be able to make these decisions with all due respect for municipal home rule. And there's not a member on this commission that does not respect municipal home rule. But at some point, these decisions on a regional basis have to be made by a regional governing board, that is this county commission. So I ask for your support on item 82, paren 3, which is Amendment 3, that will allow for the question, the ballot question to be placed before the voters in November on whether the county would have preemption for citing of regional transportation improvements.
County Attorney.
Mr. Mayor, I have a
Yes.
procedural question.
Yes, after the county attorney speak, Vice Mayor Geller.
Commissioner Ryan, I'm just confirming, but I think we renumbered these. Yours might be version 4.
Is it 4 now?
I believe it's 4.
All right.
It says-
It's tab 3.
It's 3 on this.
Sorry, we're.
I have it.
I have it tabbed as item 82 and paren 3.
I'm sorry, so just to make sure everyone's clear, there was a distribution of all 4 resolutions as additional material, item 82, paren 5.
Yes.
Within that distribution, there's a header at the first page of each of the versions, and so if we can identify them by those versions, it might be easiest, and Commissioner Ryan, yours is indeed version 4 under this distribution. So you
4
were
or
speaking
3?
towards 4.
All right, if I trust our county attorney, then it'll be.
I see Geller is 4.
Yeah, because in our backup material, the late material, it showed it 82 paren 4 was the Geller proposal.
So, sorry, so all of those proposals have been revised, everything was
All right.
revised, and we sent a memo out.
If you're certain, I spoke to the substance,
Yes,
and
sir.
I take your word for it.
Yes, sir.
Vote yes
Mine
on
said- yeah, mine
82
said
4
Okay.
And
Again, procedural
on
question,
November
Mr. Mayor.
3rd.
all right. Go ahead, Vice Mayor Geller.
Mr. Mayor, I get into the bogus question. How do you intend to take this up when there are 4 different, I believe, versions, or 5 or 17 or something? How do you intend to take this up, Mr. Mayor?
County Attorney.
Can we cut off Commissioner Geller's mic for 5 minutes?
County Attorney, because we've got a bunch. So tell me, what do you suggest?
Mayor, if it's your will, and if this works for the members, you could have discussion.
I thought on all of them.
On all of them, you could be more formal and ask for a motion in a second, and then have discussion if you'd like. But ultimately, somebody will move one of the versions, and the order can be changed by a substitute motion.
I'm going to move 82 paren 4.
82 paren 5 version 4. Sorry.
All right.
You could have done it better.
We'll have a discussion on that now.
That's the one that's known as the Regional Uses Charter Amendment, Ryan version, surtax-funded transportation uses only?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Mr. Mayor, put me in the queue for debate whenever.
You are up, sir.
Mayor, can you put me on the queue also?
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, thank you. I agree with everything that Commissioner Ryan says. I'm not sure that that is sufficient on the surtax. The version that I have offered is one of the broader versions, but also added some protective language for local governments, stating that it could not be in areas zoned residential, and also stating that it could not be used for the development of penal, waste processing or storage, industrial manufacturing, hazardous material storage, or energy production facilities, which are some of the parade of horribles that we hear that the cities are concerned about. Let me hasten to add that I have been working with, spoken with more city commissioners and mayors than I care to think about. And what I have told them, while they've been saying that they'd like this postponed, I don't think that it can because of our deadline to get it on the ballot. However, I have committed to them, and I'll, privately to some of them, and I'll make the commitment publicly now, that if we pass something in some form, and between now and July 17th, we can continue discussions, and if it appears that there is a narrower amendment that we can work out with the cities, I certainly would press for a special meeting to come back and change what we have, what we adopt today, if we in fact adopt anything today. So I don't view if we adopt anything today as being necessarily final if something can be worked out later with the cities.
Mayor, I have no objections on Commissioner Geller's proposal.
Let him finish his statement, please. Go ahead, finish your statement.
The major problem that I have with, again, what Commissioner Ryan did with limiting that is I can understand if you wanted to use if you wanted to eliminate public facility use primarily or exclusively to promote tourism, that could be subject to some interpretation. Public safety infrastructure I'd like to have, but if it's the will of the commission not to do that, that's okay. The government offices, I think, kind of sort of has to be in there. I believe that in one of our recent disputes with the city of Fort Lauderdale, I think that I read that one of them said something about good luck in locating your new county commission headquarters out in the Everglades. I think we have to be able to put our government offices where they need to be. So, Commissioner Ryan might consider the surtax and government offices, just those two, with or without the part saying that you can't put in penal, waste processing, storage, industrial, etc. I'd be able to support his amendment. I do think we have to be able to cite government offices as well. I'll support whatever the majority of this commission decides to support today. I'm done, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Further debate. Go ahead, Commissioner Fisher. I'm sorry, Commissioner Bogan, you were up.
I just want to ask our county attorney a question.
Go ahead.
If this passes, what I want, and I'm not sure if this is the appropriate motion here or item, the cities that I hear about with transportation, I just got an email today how, for example, we put bus stops in a city and the city claims they haven't been consulted on where those bus stops should go. They want to have some input. Is there a way to come up with any language that, and again, you could tell me it's not appropriate here, any language which would give, seek city input when it comes to transportation issues? I understand I think where the county is at least forced to seek some type of city input where the transportation is being involved in that city?
Commissioner Bogan, and I apologize because this is not at the core of my expertise, but it's my understanding that if the zoning needed to be changed to address it, or site plan approval needed to occur, or even permitting, that there are points of entry for all interested parties to basically chime in. Even aside from that, though, and again, the language is not enshrined into this document, but the county would, of course, be collaborative and discuss all of those issues with them. But I'm going to, maybe Maite Escoitia is listening on this thing, and she's certainly better at these issues than I am, but I think there are points of entry for stakeholders to chime in and to discuss the issue.
And I don't know what city Commissioner Bogan, but my experience in Lauderhill as a city commissioner, when those bus stops were cited, we pretty much had a say as to what happened. Ms. Henry, is that something that has changed?
Mayor, I have a actually experience I can tell you really most recently about that, but let Ms. Henry talk about it.
Well, let me just say, I'll tell you, I got communication from a commissioner in Margate where they have a large condos population, and some bus stops were put there, and the commissioners claim that they weren't consulted about it, and they didn't put the bus stops by the condominium associations, and it wasn't put where it was. They felt it was needed, and so I just don't know the procedures and how that's done and handled.
There's so many different potential situations where input may have been sought. For example, oftentimes we're asked to put a bus stop in a location that we just physically cannot do it because of the size, because of ADA. There are a lot of different reasons why we may be directed or asked to put it in one location where it doesn't work. It may be too close to a light. There's a whole host of reasons. So clearly we have to get permission, but we don't always have the ability to place it where we are being asked to place it. And there are a number of reasons for that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Commissioner Fisher, you want to speak?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. And interesting that Ms. Henry, because we just had a situation actually in Pompano Beach where BCT contracted with their contractor to put a bus stop in at the corner of South Dixie Highway and McNabb Road, literally right on the corner, right at the traffic light. And the contractor came again to dig up the area, and the business right next door started to complain about it. Ultimately, was able to get Chris Walton involved, and it was not the right site for a bus stop. It was very dangerous, but Broward County, I guess, had continued to go ahead and wanted to make that stop there, even that the building department did not actually know about it, which I don't know why, because you think they need a permit. But it caused great confusion, number one. And ultimately, Mr. Walton is going to move it farther south, so it makes more sense because there's a 200 or 300 unit development that's going to be built there. But I want to go back to Commissioner Ryan's proffer, what he has provided here, and I know exactly where he's going. But when you mentioned about park and rides, most recently, and I think we were on the MPO call last week, I guess it was, where Weston, where FDOT had wanted to do a park and ride there at 75, and Weston, the city of Weston, was not encouraged to do so, and ultimately the MPO unanimously voted against it. So that's where I have a hiccup, where it goes back to the home rule thing, and I understand exactly what Commissioner Ryan's wanting to do for the surtax purposes, but that particular instance, we would have overrided, I guess, Weston at that particular time and put that park and ride there, is what I'm understanding that was to happen there. And that's why I have the heartburn on that. And I appreciate Commissioner Ryan trying to drill down and narrow it to the surtax. But that's, in that particular instance, just happened last week. That's why I have a little bit of heartburn for that. Thank you.
Commissioner Furr.
Thank you. And I appreciate what Commissioner Ryan is trying to do here as well, because I think all of us want to see all these surtax projects get done with as much ease as possible. And a question to the county administrator. When we were passing the interlocal agreement that all the cities had to sign with regard to the MPO and the surtax and that, one of the things that had come up, and I'm trying to remember this, was how when, let's say you have construction and where two cities might join, and the concern you had with getting permits on both sides and getting all the coordination. Is that essentially the genesis of what we're doing here, of what what is being proposed?
So you have that is definitely a scenario, because a lot of these projects we envision will make their way as part of the corridor work, but beyond the corridor work, it's going when individual cities place a submission for a project, and there's some similarity with respect to the network. I mean, the roadway that you're going to use. So you want to bundle projects for efficiency purposes, and yes, that's been a big issue with. On state roads, it's not an issue because FDOT doesn't fund a project. I mean, they go through the process. They'll talk to them, but ultimately they can keep moving on those types of projects. But this is but one of the examples that Commissioner Fisher identified. That's going to be a big one, because some of these are, they're absolutely, you can't create a network without facilities to accommodate the buses to create the network. So it's a combination of all of that, but you definitely want to be able to make sure that if you're going to be on Atlantic Boulevard, you want to go from beginning to end, and you want to know that it's done and not being, you're going through a myriad of, otherwise you're just you could find yourself not being able to move these projects expeditiously.
Right. And I agree with that. But I think the idea, and many city commissioners I've talked to are sympathetic to what we're talking about here. They understand if we're trying to rail, you can't stop in the middle and, you can't have it interrupted. My concern is, I think this needs, where I'm hearing cities, they are wanting some design input in places. Every city has a little different design or different feel for their city. That's not necessarily in here. And I think those kind of things where, okay, how do you do this? I think having a little more time, I appreciate what Commissioner Geller was saying, to get that kind of input. I think we're on the right track on this, because the people of this county have voted for this surtax. They do want to see these things done. They have voted to do that. But we do have to, this is a place where I think rather than doing it this way, I think we have time to actually build consensus on this. Because, many of these projects are, the biggest ones that we have, we just passed the big rail study in this agenda. That does not come back to us for 2 to 3 years. That's how long that's going to be. We have time on a lot of this to figure this stuff out and talk about where these things are going. So I'm not, I think you absolutely on the right track. I'm not ready to, I think it needs more time. I think it needs more input. And I think we need to make the case for why this is, so that everybody, where we're doing this, everybody understands it. And not everybody, I will tell you, not everybody has seen that overall surtax plan and looked at it in detail, so that you can see, okay, where are these main things going? And we don't know where all the main things are going, because we have a consultant looking at those now. So I feel like this is a little premature. I think it's on the right track, I honestly do, but I think it's a little premature. I think it needs more discussion to try to bring it to fruition.
Mayor, if I could briefly just reply to the concerns.
Okay, Commissioner Ryan, go ahead.
Okay. What we could do to allay your concerns, Commissioner Furr, is if we pass this today, I would be amenable to a caveat such as what Commissioner Geller stated, that if we are able to take up any kind of, we could pass this and hold it and not submit it to SOE. And if we could wait until perhaps we could, address your concerns at a special meeting. If you wanted to state that you had to have meetings, a public meeting where, before the county could actually cite this, that they would have to have a public meeting. Not that the city could, control the zoning and the land use, but design criteria and this type of positive input. That I would be amenable. Secondly, you got to remember, this is like the shell in a charter, and we would, correct me if I'm wrong, to the county attorney, but we would have to pass an enabling ordinance in order to put, the meat on the bones on how we would implement this. And I think that your concerns could be addressed at that time. So those, I would give you those two assurances if it moves today. If it doesn't move today, perhaps we could pick it up again in a special meeting. But I think that the window is closing, and that if we don't do this today with those protections, that we'll be not addressing this again for 2 years.
Mr. Mayor, may I comment, please?
Go ahead, and then we'll go to Commissioner Udine.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A question and a comment. First, the comment. I agree with what Commissioner Bogan said, and I'm sympathetic to what Commissioner Fisher said, and therefore agree with what Commissioner Ryan said. I had quickly drafted some language which the county attorney would need to review if there's interest in this, adding to this language that could say something like, prior to using this provision, the county shall meet with the affected municipality and attempt to resolve issues without the need for the preemption of local government. Or I would commit, as Commissioner Ryan did, to also say that we could put that language in the implementing ordinance. I agree with their comments. I agree that we should work with local government as much as possible. But I also agree with Commissioner Ryan that unfortunately you do have NIMBYism, and some places will not ask for any of this. And my quick question to Commissioner Ryan is, Commissioner Ryan, would you be willing to amend your language to just add in the government building language?
I am reluctant to do so, because every time you add another subject, rather than what you had stated earlier, Commissioner Geller, and what Commissioner Furr said, to allow for greater municipal input before approval. But to add another subject, government buildings, I think begins to drag down what could otherwise be a clean referendum question. I think on the government buildings, if we don't have progress in the next year or so, we put that on the ballot in 2 years, but I'd rather not add that at this time.
I yield to Commissioner Ryan. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Mayor?
Commissioner Udine, followed by Commissioner Rich.
So I appreciate Tim bringing this or Commissioner Ryan bringing this as narrow as he can with just the surtax dollars, because I think that the voters have voted on this surtax stuff. I don't really think that this is a violation of home rule, because as Mr. Myers said, this is a regional thing, and this is local. This would be the local people voting on how they want to handle these things right in their own backyard. Mass transit doesn't rely on municipal boundaries. But I am sensitive to what Commissioner Furr says, and I kind of agree in a little bit of a way that this is kind of like a pretty this is putting the gauntlet down and kind of saying this is it, it's going on the ballot, and we do it. I have no problem because our transportation surtax is in excess of 30 years, so we're gonna be dealing with this for a long time. Most of this stuff won't matter. What I'd like to do is, give the cities 1 year to come up with an interlocal agreement that we can deal with on this. If not, put this exact same thing on the November 2022 ballot. I think we can have public meetings, we do. But what I don't want to do is have it on the last meeting of November, of 2021, where we're at the last, like we're here now. I don't think we need this today, because I don't think these projects are really so much shovel-ready that we can't work around. And we're controlling the purse strings on these dollars. But I don't want to go for, if there can't be a workout with the cities on regional transportation things, then I would put this on the ballot, and I would be happy to let the voters decide. I think the voters should decide, and the voters will pick one way or another. But to jam this on right now, I think I'd rather work in the spirit of cooperation, at least for a year, and see if we can get it done. If not, I would vote to put this on November 2022 right now. But we have time for that.
Okay. So, Ms. Henry, you said FDOT has the ability on state roads to do their project. Their practice is that they have outreach to the cities?
No, they do, and we would also. I just want to, as Commissioner first stated, the corridor projects they're not just county projects. We actually always envision a working group, and a working group would have representatives of if it's a corridor that's going to impact multiple roads. So you are talking about FDOT and the county largely. These are those type of roads. Because of the intersections in which they affect the municipalities, because it's within the city. So you start to deal with some of the aesthetic issues and the like. But more importantly, when you have some of these major projects, they can be very disruptive to the community. So you want to be able to have one place. We actually can envision setting up offices in certain confines of the project, so that people with complaints and issues that they may have with the construction, because these projects still ultimately are done by a contractor or contractors with some project managers that are probably not county employees or city employees. We all have oversight. So we envision that there's going to be a lot of integration and activities associated with that. But as you're going down if you've got that corridor and for whatever reason a municipality doesn't want to do that, then you could potentially have issues with the project stalling.
Okay. Go ahead, and I'll finish my statement.
I actually think Commissioner Udine's idea is a good idea.
I'm still waiting.
Of trying to
I'm sorry, Commissioner Rich.
I'll yield.
Yeah.
Your turn, Commissioner Rich.
Okay, thank you. Just a very short comment. I actually like Commissioner Ryan's, I call it a compromise because it's certainly much narrower than what was there. And I also believe that if we move ahead, and I feel like we should begin to move ahead here, whether it's just passing something now and then giving people having an opportunity to come back before we finalize it. But the delay is what concerns me. It's what concerned me in the past one. You're waiting 2.5 years to get an communication infrastructure, and now if you delay this to 22. Again, it'll be 4 or 5 years before any of this gets even begun. And I think the people, as was mentioned, people voted for the surtax. They didn't vote for government buildings. So I think that we should limit it to the surtax only. And I think that unfortunately, unless we do something like this, we're going to be here 4 years, 5 years from now, and still not having some of these projects done because we won't have been able to move them along. And I think right now we're having more buses, we're having more tops, buses, transportation buses, community shuttles. There needs to be a place, for them, and there needs to be park and rides. And these are things that I think we could get started on. Obviously, if we be able to move ahead with something like this. So I'm supportive, pretty much, of the concept that he has put out there, without going beyond to any other kinds of options like government buildings. Yeah.
Thank you. And to that point, it was said that it's a 30-year program, but colleagues, do you realize we already passed a year? Come January next year, we'll have gone 2 years. That would leave us 28 years. If we go out to 22, we're down to 26 years. And time is ticking. It's passing us by. And someone says, well, we have the purse strings on this. We don't. We made a commitment of 10% to the cities. And we're fulfilling that. Actually, this year will be beyond that. But let me tell 24% this year. Let me tell you what the sense I got from folks out there. They're entitled to this money. And you can't stop them getting the money. There's a sense of entitlement. We own this money. And you're going to give it to us. And we don't have to negotiate with you nothing. We try to negotiate on so many other issues, gentlemen. All right? We try to negotiate with homelessness, that they put some money in. Where are we with that? We try to negotiate with hurricane shelters. Where are we on that? I want to work collaboratively, and we should, and we must. But at some point in time, if we are placing ourselves in a position where we can't function as a regional government to look out for everyone in the region, regardless of what a particular area wants, so that the majority of people in Broward County can benefit from it, we're not going to be able to move this community forward the way we need to. We're going to have issues going forward, and setbacks and drawbacks and inability to really do something that's comprehensive, as we have struggled with our regional emergency 911 system. 2 years now, we've been working towards that, and we're not there yet. So I think we ought to move something forward. If it seems the sentiment is for a narrower version, and it appears as if that might have the vote, I am for a broader version where we can act as a regional government to protect the interest and the well-being of all the people of Broward County, and not be constrained by one small community dictating to the rest of us what's good and what's not good for all of us.
With that, Mayor, can I close on the motion? Okay.
And I think you, Mayor, and I love your passion. You're absolutely correct to a large extent. The key with this, how it began, was it had such a broad spectrum, and then Commissioner Ryan has now, narrowed it down. I just want to be repetitive about that. But what caused the headache, I think, of our municipalities was that here we are at the last very minute putting a resolution on our agenda without having any opportunity for them to provide any feedback whatsoever, other than going into panic mode of saying, hey, this is so broad, you're taking home rule away. Now we're coming back on a surtax narrowization, which they have not even been able to even digest that. I think Commissioner Udine had a great point, was rather than putting it on now, let's get it back to the communities, let's get it back and maybe narrow it to the surtax, which I agree with, and let everybody have input on that, then come back. Hopefully everybody's holding hands, the majority of us are holding hands together to put it forward. That creates that trust factor back again. It creates us from not trying to something to jam down anybody's throat. And it's still, I think, at the end of the day, I don't think it has to happen today. I think we have the time to do that. So I would be in favor of going back out to the community based on the surtax that Mr. Commissioner Ryan's talked about, get the feedback, and then do it that way. That would be my goal. Thank you, Mayor.
And we're still going to have pushback. Let me just ask the county attorney a question. In terms of timing for us to have this passed and be on the ballot for this November, what is our deadline? Because some of the folks are pushing this forward already.
So right now, Mayor, the only thing we have in writing, and I may be off by a day or so, but I think it's July 17th. However, we did vet this issue through Nathaniel Klitzberg, who also represents the supervisor of elections, and there has been some discussion to giving us the ability, if we spend the money in advance and get things ready, that may not end up passing because they have to, ballot questions need to be printed in multiple languages, but we might be able to push it to where we would have until our first meeting in August. If that did not occur, we could call a special meeting at some point over the summer, just inside of the supervisor's deadline, to get the board's final say on this.
Okay. You wanted to close? Let me allow Commissioner Beanford to speak, and then you close.
Okay, real quick. The 5-year plan that we put forth, that has to do with not only the municipal projects, but our projects as well, correct?
So the 5-year plan is being constructed as we speak. It's not completed.
Okay.
So what happens is we'll give the municipalities another opportunity to submit projects that will be reviewed and vetted under a different set of criteria that the board will bring back to the board to approve. But
I'm talking about our, not necessarily the municipal, but our projects, the ones that we're putting forth.
being the county projects?
County projects.
Oh, yes. So we have, we've identified the projects we'd like, but we don't have all of the city projects at this point.
Okay. Because I think what people haven't had a chance to see is our projects necessarily, and how they're being coordinated with municipal projects. That, no one has had a chance to see those yet. They don't know what's coming first, second, third, none of that. And to that point, people who don't know exactly what's coming up. That's where I think a 1-year ILA, putting forth all those things, showing what the 5-year plan is, because nobody's seen it yet. Show what to be expecting in this next, on the front end of this surtax money, having all that looked at, and then put together an ILA. And I like the idea, Commissioner Udine, of having them, the municipal projects, we've shown what we want to do. Commissioner Ryan's put up a very good proposal here. I agree with this. And so that they could make a connection with what those projects are, have an ILA that says, yeah, we're all on board, let's do this. I think that's a good way to go. I would prefer to do that, and have everybody, look, here's what we're trying to get done, here's when we need to do it, here's some coordination that's gonna be taking place, let's work on this together. Right now, imagination is working overtime on this, because nobody knows what's being entailed on here. It's like, which project, which bus stop, where, which intersection, nobody knows. We don't know. We're the county. We haven't seen it. That's too much of an unknown for people. And that's why you're hearing what Commissioner Fisher said, absolute panic. We don't want to work that way. That's not a good way to work. When I actually think that we can follow Commissioner Udine's proposal on this, and use Commissioner Ryan's as a backdrop, and try to get to this point.
I just want to clarify.
Go ahead,
So
Connie.
while we know the projects that we want, we have not put them in the framework of a 5-year plan, because we're coordinating it with municipalities. So until we know their projects and which of those projects and how they're aligned, So, I mean, we know project, but we don't have like a layout for 5 year until we get those municipal projects.
What is the timeline on that?
So the municipalities have to February 21st, I believe, to submit their new projects for the 5 year plan for next year.
But aren't we coordinating already with the projects that are there coming up? Because there's like 80 projects that are in P&E that are going to be going through. Aren't we already coordinating with those 80 projects?
So a lot of those projects that were submitted by municipalities started because they weren't well developed, wanted to go into a planning mode. And then a design mode. So we're probably several years out to figure out how they all get integrated into an overall 5 year plan. And many of them have indicated that they would like to make some changes, and so we would give them the opportunity to do that if they can start to find ways to connect on their own, because they're trying to do the same thing that we're trying to do.
Yeah, I mean, they've seen the rankings, they know the next 80 projects, they know these are coming down, they want them to happen, and they're rolling along pretty good. Today, we passed $150 million in projects. All of these things. Believe me, they want these to happen, we want these to happen. There's you know, both organizations or governments want this to do, so I think there's interested parties, let's put it that way.
Okay, to
Mayor,
close.
can I be placed in queue?
All right, go ahead, Commissioner Sharif, and then we'll come back to you, Commissioner Ryan, to close.
You know, I wanted to just say that I support Commissioner Ryan's proposal, because I do believe that that his proposal will give us a better opportunity to be clear on what we're expecting from the cities in terms of participation with the surtax plans. And I think that we've been very lenient and very flexible up to this point. And I just think that Commissioner Ryan's proposal is probably better for us moving forward in the future. I think what Commissioner Udine said and what Commissioner Fisher said, I understand. But I think that this has been going on for a while now, and I think maybe we need to just kind of make some clarity. So I think that Ryan's motion does that.
Commissioner Ryan, to close.
I like what Commissioner Fisher, Commissioner Udine, and even Commissioner Furr has said, that we really want to have as much input as possible. But with respect to the siting of regional transportation facilities, I think it's broader than we say bus stops. And I really appreciated your example of a bus stop that was not in the right location, and the proactive nature of concerned citizens and municipal officials that contacted you, Commissioner Fisher, and you got it worked out. But this is on a much grander scale. It would seem reasonable to give it a 2-year extension and go towards an ILA. And I hate to be a pessimist, but I've been down this road, you know, on ILAs, you know, with, you know, whether it's, you know, putting personnel at emergency shelters, and then there's many, many other examples. I'm going to propose this regional transportation facilities preemption with, you know, that are surtax-funded projects, with the condition that Commissioner Geller had, that if we can revisit this before August 17th and clean up the language as necessary to allow for municipal discussion, that there would have to be a public hearing with the municipalities so that their constructive ideas could be integrated into the project, but not that they would have the power to say, no, you can't site it here, because they ultimately are getting pressure from their residents. And I understand it. That's politics. But as we get on the regional scale, we got to step up a little bit more. We talk about, well, a 2-year delay will not really be that material. But actually, we're talking about locating properties, siting it, planning, design, construction. So no, it's not shovel-ready, but this is years. Once you have a site that conceptually you would like to have a regional facility, you're years away from actually having that facility. So if we set this back for 2 years, then, you know, it really is, seriously, instead of a project going up in 5 years, it doesn't go up for 7 years. It's that long, and that's why, you know, FDOT has a 5-year and a 10-year and, you know, a 20-year vision. So I'm going to ask that we pass this today with the conditional language that was proposed by Commissioner Geller, and that we have the language that there will be a mandatory public meeting with the municipality. If we need, and we will have time, whether it's a special meeting or a regularly scheduled meeting before August 17th, to take another look at it, but I'd like to pass this now so the municipalities understand this is what we're doing going forward. And if between now and the end of July, they want to discuss a compromise, I'm amenable to it, but I don't want to have to start, you know, at square one again. I want to, you know, send this real clear message that we're going forward with regional transportation facilities. We want your input. You know, we're going to give you another month to talk about it, but we're, you know, ultimately, we want this on the ballot on November 3rd. So I urge your support on item 82.
So you have a motion to pass this item with the caveats of Vice Mayor Geller.
Right,
and that we have time for municipalities to weigh in.
Right,
That's your
I spoke
motion?
to the county, attorney, and they're rewriting it, so they're going to bring it back before 4 o'clock for, you know, a vote, but this is.
That's your motion?
That's my motion, sir.
Do I have a second on that motion?
I'll second that, Mr. Mayor.
Okay,
Can I ask Commissioner Ryan?
Second by Commissioner Geller.
Mayor, I just want a point of order.
Discussion of Commissioner
Just a
Fisher.
point- So, Mr. Myers, so, and I understand what is, so on August the 17th is our next meeting?
No, the 20th is our next meeting.
The 20th? So are we going to, would that
So we-
give us
let
enough
me
time to
just
either
apologize.
tweak?
Sorry.
We have a workshop on August 20th.
Okay.
We have the commission meeting on the 25th.
Set a meeting before August 17th.
What's our, Mr. Myers, what's our deadline? I think you mentioned some on August 17th, I thought it was, but to where we can either
That's
make
the first
changes or
deadline.
withdraw it from the
July
ballot.
17th, but August 17th is the.
Is that what it was?
Farthest out we can go with the indulgence of the supervisor of elections.
Okay, so we would need to have something, a meeting before the 17th for this body to either move it forward based on collective talks with the cities or not move it forward. Is that correct? We would have that opportunity, that vote. Is that correct,
Commissioner Ryan.
Mayor?
So yes, from the understanding is that we'd pass it today with the revised language that will be forthcoming from the county attorney's office before we leave. And then we have the opportunity, if we need to revise it based on the city's input. County attorney, go ahead, please.
The thought is from Senator Geller. We've drafted some language. If you want, we can discuss it right now. Senator Geller, that may be responsive to your issue. And then that condition.
The issue about requiring that we meet with the cities first, correct?
Yes, sir. So
Excellent, thank you. That was my question of Commissioner Ryan. I wanted to make sure that.
And to the county attorney, you're going to read that language into the record now.
Yes, sir, and we could modify it, but this is what we've sketched out. And this would be at the very end of paragraph D, which is what gives that's the charter change. This is what creates this power in the county. This provision shall be effective only if, prior to exercising power under this section, the county meets at a public meeting to confer with the applicable municipality or municipalities, it will be in parentheses, regarding the intended use, gives full consideration to other potentially available sites for such use, and seeks to obtain the agreement of the affected municipalities regarding the development and use of the applicable property.
Okay. So there's a motion and a second.
So much better than I did.
Okay. So there's a motion and a second. Those in favor vote.
Just to confirm, this is.
This is on the amended, Ryan.
Resolution. And may I just ask, just to make sure I understand
Please.
completely, Commissioner Ryan, you're passing this today. We're to hold off on sending it to the SOE to create an opportunity for the municipalities to have input, and then for us.
Input, and for us to be able to discuss this at another meeting that we will hold before August 17th, so if somebody's unhappy, they can bring it up for a motion for reconsideration, but only if you vote for it.
And Commissioner, it's the August 17th date, I just want everyone to be sure, if it turns out that we don't have that much time because we don't have that in writing, it's possible this special meeting is going to be in July. Everybody understands that? Yep. And then the motion is on your version, which is version 4 of what was distributed. It's called the Ryan sponsored amendment. It's of distribution 82 paren 5, version 4, with the added language at the end of D that I just read.
The only,
Okay, we're about to vote, but Commissioner Udine.
the only thing I'd like to say to that, I agree with everything that you just said, but I want to make it that we have a commission meeting the last week in July. I was going to ask it during the COVID update anyway. I don't care if there's only 2 items on it. Then this way we know there's a date. Cancel it if we need to cancel it, but there needs to be something said, in my opinion, with a date. We're talking about extremely difficult
Okay.
issues. We're under a
Gotcha.
state of emergency. Let's have, I get it, we won't have the same kind of summer, but we can call in anyway now based on any of these rules, so.
Okay, let me then get with the county administrator and the county attorney
Commissioner Ryan, you're
to determine a
facilitating all
date
these
that will be
municipal,
feasible for us to be able to attend. A county attorney.
And Mayor, just so everybody
Guys,
knows, I
county
believe the call-in, and I'm
County
going to turn
attorney.
to ask Renee, I believe that currently the ability to have a meeting without a physical quorum expires at the end of June, but there has been a formal request of the governor to extend that.
But should we have a quorum here, there can still be,
Still call in.
there's- so we'd have to have a quorum on the dais, and then others can call in. Okay, so we still have 5. Go ahead, county attorney. Okay, now with that, those in favor vote by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Those opposed, no. It passes unanimously. We have 25 speakers on item 100. We're going to go to that item, but that's going to take us about an hour just to get through the speakers. So we are going to be on that item for probably an hour and a half to 2 hours. Yeah, I'm going to ask that the captioner gets a break, so we'll recess for 10 minutes.
10 minutes.
Let's say 5, then that means 10. Not 10, that means
No, I think you guys understand, if I say 10, it's 10. So we start on time. So here's what we got. We got 3:25. You'll be back at 3:35.
And Mayor, in the interim, I think the drafting is done on 81. We will deliver copies to each.
I need to have those up.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We're going to email them to your offices now.
All right, good, thanks. So you can go to your office and pick those up.
I need to vote on those before, because this,
If it's ready.
yeah.
we go to item 100. Let's see where I am.
Yeah, all right. Okay.
Mr. Mayor, let me know if you wanted to look at the list I had with you, shared with you.
33, 70, 71, 75, 76, 79, 81, 82, 86, 89, 90, 100. Okay.
Minus 81, yes, sir.
I'm sorry?
Minus
I'm sorry.
81. You mentioned 81, but you guys took action on that one already.
Okay, no problem. We'll get that out. Yes, correct.
Yeah,
81 and
82.
82 is gone.
Correct.
Subject to, we got to come back
Mayor,
and
I've
finalize
joined.
82
I've-
with the language. Okay.
I've joined.
All right, I believe we have a quorum. Would you announce yourself, who are online, please, elected officials?
Vice Mayor Geller.
Commissioner Rich?
Commissioner Sharif?
Commissioner Bogan.
Okay, we have quorum, 4 there and 4 here, 8 of us. All right, we're going to go ahead and take up item 33. And we'll roll along. Item 33, motion to authorize county administrator to execute agreements, contracts, amendments, work authorizations, and advertisement of requests for proposals during the Broward County Board of County Commissioners 2020. And I'm going through that and see Commissioner Ryan is not here, who I think want to speak to that.
If I might,
Mayor.
Mayor,
Yes.
if I might, I did speak to Commissioner Ryan on that. He wanted me to put into the record the yellow sheet that you have where it indicates that any of the items that would necessitate any action over the break, that we treat it as though we give you the 5-day notice so you'll know in advance before any specific action is taken.
Okay, so that's resolved?
That is resolved.
Okay.
I'd like to speak on this item too.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor? Yeah.
Okay, so we have Commissioner Rich, Commissioner Udine.
Okay.
Commissioner Rich.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have spoken to the county administrator about this as well, because I felt that given everything that's going on, that we needed to be really kept up to date. And in the past, it's been more like a report at the end of the recess. I think it has to be, pretty much almost a weekly kind of a thing that we get updated. And I think everyone has seen now, COVID is, not gone. It's not disappearing. We had our highest cases ever, 3,207 yesterday. So I think, there'll be a lot of issues and decisions maybe that will need to be made on that. So I'm just asking that we kind of have a different schedule than we would normally have over the summer in terms of updates for us. Thank you.
Okay. Commissioner Udine.
Part of it was answered in the last conversation we had, but as long as we're going to have that meeting sometime in late January, that's all I was going to bring up. Just while we were under a state of emergency, I just didn't think the break should be, we should have a meeting in late July, I was going to say anyway. So since we're having that, I'm supportive of this with those other issues.
So let me say this, Commissioner Udine. I'm going to work with staff to get us a date before we come back.
Correct.
But I can't tell you it's going to be late July because we have to check with each of you to make sure that you're in town and we have a schedule and staffing. But we will have one before the regular meeting that we have scheduled for the 25th, working with staff to make sure that what's feasible for everyone. And staff has worked incredibly hard over the past few months without a break at all. There are vacations that had been set back that have been planned years ahead. So we want to make sure that we don't burn them out.
No dispute on that on my end, just as long as there's some time.
All right, good, no problem. We'll work with that and work with all of you to get a date. Now, no more comments on 33. Let me ask for a motion. Okay, we have a motion and a second. Those in favor, vote by saying aye.
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 Those opposed, nay. Okay, we'll go on to item number 880 is the vote. We'll go on to item number 70.
Real quick,
Yes.
for me.
Motion to adopt 2018 Port Everglades Master Vision Plan. Commissioner Farr, you have,
I pulled this because I think in our master plan, not only with the seaport, but also with the airline, and I know Mark Gale's working toward this, is that I think we should be trying to incorporate childcare centers into these places where the workers there have a place where they can drop off their kid. It'd be a huge benefit. We can try to make sure it's one of the best childcare centers around. Not saying that we're paying for it. I'm saying it's availability. And finding a way to do that, and, maybe shared costs, but I think all parents would prefer to be able to drop the kids off right there. That's a lot of kids over there. And
excellent idea.
so if there's a way of incorporating that, I think that would be a good idea.
Excellent. I know how that is when you're a parent and you've got to take care of your kids and sometimes you got to carry them to work. If you work for yourself, it's easier like I did. No one could tell me I can't bring them.
Yeah,
But for others, it's a more difficult situation.
And my question was, can they find space?
So County Administrator,
The building that appears most appropriate for that would be the replacement of the administration building, but I don't remember where that is in the plan. Most of the other ones are more industrial, meaning,
connected.
yeah, so it's the administration building, which they, in the plan, there is to replace that and use that property for more income producing, so
Okay.
it would work.
And the second side, part of that is, we need to find out what capacity is needed. I know I've asked SEIU to do their own surveys at the airport, and find out how many people would use it. That way we know how much building capacity we need.
Excellent idea. With that, can we have a motion?
So moved. Second.
I have a motion by Commissioner Furr, second by Commissioner Fisher. Those in favor vote by saying aye.
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 Those opposed, nay. Passes 8-0. Next item is item 71, a motion to approve revocation of conditional funding approval of $2,450,000 in gap financing previously allocated to the 8th Avenue Commons Affordable Housing Project in the city of Hollandale Beach.
So moved.
Second.
I need to check to see whether or not we have a speaker on the line, because I know.
Mr. Mayor, you have two speakers on the line, Amanda Bartle and Terry Booty.
Okay, so if I
You
could.
also have Ralph Stone is on the line. I know he was not here last time, and I think it's important to hear the background from him at some point, please.
Mayor, just a point, I know that you're doing what you want to do here, and that's perfect. Just that 100, everybody's been waiting for that, and I know this is might take some time to discuss. It's up to you.
No.
I understand. Here's a situation.
It's up to you, sir.
That's going to take us maybe 2 hours. There are folks who are on here since last meeting also, and it's going to be much quicker if I dispense of those folks, and then we get into that big item and close it out.
I yield
with
to
that.
you, Mayor. Thank you.
All right, thanks. Okay, would you go ahead, please, and allow for the speakers to be allowed to speak? Each speaker will get 2 minutes. I understand we have 2 speakers on the phone. Would you open the lines, please? Operator?
Amanda, your line is now unmuted.
Amanda, would you go ahead?
Amanda, perhaps your phone is on mute. Please unmute on your phone.
Sure. Yes. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Commissioners, for your time today. I'm Mandy Bartle, the Executive Director of the South Florida Community Land Trust, a nonprofit affordable housing developer working in and with Broward County since 2006. As a co-applicant and co-awardee, we support staff's recommendation to rescind the award to our team, which is no longer intact,
and instead make the funds available in a future RFP to provide an open and fair process for projects that can financially and legally proceed to apply. Because of that, we encourage the Commission to vote yes. Unfortunately, we do not feel that Urban Farmers negotiated in good faith to provide a pathway for South Florida Community Land Trust to fully participate. There were a number of items not fully disclosed, including the role of and compensation to the church, the existence of another partner already in the deal, of which Mr. Booty is in current and ongoing litigation, detailed financial statements and accounting for project expenses, and full transparency regarding the default of a loan, which has a proposed final judgment for foreclosure. Urban Farmers' current request today to award the project singly to them is completely outside of the procurement process, and we believe sets a dangerous precedent. Neither the church nor Urban Farmers were the original applicants, and if the Commission chooses to award them funds today, it sets a precedent for developers to make requests and appeals directly to the Commission rather than the tried and true process that Broward County has become known for. Second, it's our belief that our reputation, experience, and financial statements were utilized to win the original award. We are concerned that an award directly to Urban Farmers without the land trust sets a precedent for developers to use the reputation of local nonprofits during the procurement without a real intent to allow them to participate. Thank you, Commissioners.
All right, thank you. Would you open the line for our next speaker, please?
Our next speaker, please hit pound 2 on your telephone keypad so I can identify your line. All right, your line's now unmuted.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. This is Terry Booty with...
Go ahead, sir.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. This is Terry Christopher Booty. I'm the president of Urban Farmers, Inc. I do not agree with the summation of events as Mrs. Bartell has outlined. We are in a very interesting time in history where we are thinking through systemic racism and how those microaggressions do not allow the truth to be told. We are an African-American company located in the city of Hallandale Beach, working tirelessly in one of the most underserved communities in Broward County. The 200-unit workforce housing development project is feasible. We have a viable path forward. We have gone out and raised the capital. We provided a very meaningful path forward to our co-applicants. They opted out. And unfortunately, we don't have the time nor the privilege of starting this process over. The $2.45 million closes an equity gap, not only in the development capital stack, but in the racial equity gap that we are longing to close in this country. I'm asking for leadership to just merely allow us to finish the underwriting process with staff to see that it is a viable project. Secondly, in this environment, every developer is reimagining their project. We are one of the few projects that have the latitude and ability to move forward in an unstable market. I need your support, I need your leadership, but I also need the grace to understand that we are in a catch-22. I don't think a revocation of the award is the proper move. What needs to happen is to allow us to move through the underwriting process with county staff and the outside consultant. I thank you so much for your time, and I appreciate that you're looking into this item further to allow us to move forward. Thank you.
Okay, we go to our speakers. Our speakers are completed. Commissioners, the line is open.
This is Commissioner Sharif.
Go ahead, please, Commissioner Sharif.
So when we spoke about this the first time and it was deferred, we asked that they come back with something that would substantiate their position versus what the staff position was to revoke. I haven't seen anything thus far that has convinced me that that has occurred. And while I understand what the gentleman that just spoke, his sentiment is, my sentiment is that
this is a very underserved area of Broward County. And regardless of whether it is his organization or another, I wanted to make sure that these funds would still be allocated within the district in that area. And so I did not want to relinquish these funds just back into the general trust fund. I wanted this to be continue to be allocated in that area where it is, and for us to work on getting some development in that area, because it is one of the areas in Broward County that's struggling more than any other. And so that would be my request. And, with that, Mayor, I'll listen to the other commissioners' comments.
Mr. Mayor?
Go ahead, Commissioner Rich.
Before I speak, I would like to ask Ralph Stone. He is on the line. I would like to ask him to speak and give everybody the exactly the points, what's gone on here, and what it would mean for us to revocate, to revoke something like this with all of these judgments and against the person. It's not the original procurement, and I think it's really important for us to hear from him.
Mr. Stone, would you release him, please, to speak?
I'm here, Mayor. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners. I'll be very, very brief. As you know, we have a long-established procurement process for these kind of competitive gap financing awards. When we were made aware that the project team, in effect, no longer existed, fell apart, we contacted the county attorney's office just to make sure that the proper process moving forward was to, in effect, present to the board a request to release the funds so that we could go back out in an RFP and solicit more development. The county attorney's office concluded that, yes, that was the process that needed to be followed. The actual motion that the board originally approved specifically stated that both parties had to sign the agreement, so there really wasn't much doubt about that. I did spend some time with both parties, got them together, tried to work through their differences, and gave them some time to come back and express whether they could move forward with the project. That clearly did not succeed, so we really have in front of you today a pretty simple procurement issue, and that is that the original project team no longer exists. We can't award the funds to them, and at least in my tenure with the county, we haven't gone forward with a unilateral, unsolicited proposal. In my discussions with both the Land Trust and with Mr. Booty, I advised them both that I had no authority to negotiate with either of them regarding a substitute project. The information that either party submitted to us was on a voluntary basis, and it was informational. And in fact, we and I have not done that. So the normal process would be that the funding would be retained in the Housing Trust Fund, and there would be a new RFP. I should mention, just by way of background information, and this is really coincidental, we have two different affordable projects that are making their way through the pipeline in Hallandale. One has already received $1 million in gap financing from us and $8 million from the county. The other has a bond request of $12 million to the Broward Housing Finance Authority. So we do have two projects, and again, that's just totally coincidental, that are actually ongoing and moving their way through the process in Hallandale. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Okay, Commissioner Rich, any further statements?
Yes, I just want to say that, Ralph has communicated that this project is no longer viable. We work really hard to get money into and use gap financing, and we need to use it for viable projects. And I truly believe when we free this up, put an RFP out on the street, that, as Ralph mentioned, there are actually 3 to 4 projects, a couple of them in Hallandale, that are just, a couple of them are shovel-ready, and we are just wasting time not putting out a new RFP out on the street. I believe we should put it out, and so that when we come back from break, we'll be ready to go and approve someone who can actually make this project work. So I really appreciate everybody's, support to revoke the approval of this
With that, can I have a motion, please?
So moved.
Excuse me, Mayor, I'd like to speak.
Motion is second, discussion. Go ahead,
Yes.
Commissioner Sharif.
this is
Motion by
Commissioner Sharif.
Farr,
So-
second by Udine. And Commissioner
Right.
Sharif on discussion.
I did not have a problem with revocation of the project from that vendor. What I wanted to do was make sure that when they put it back out, that there was going to be some consideration given for the area that this project was in. And irregardless of what is going through the pipeline right now in Hallandale, it is not in the exact same area where this project was. It's not the exact project. And so that was my point in this. I understand what Mr. Stone is saying, but those projects are going to go through regardless of whether this project was or not. So that's not really relevant to what my position is on this. And so I just want some consideration given back to this area when this project comes back. Thank you.
County Attorney, followed by Commissioner Ryan.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to mention that our office may have opined as to what the process is, and I'm not trying to make your conversation any more difficult, but the board has discretion as to what to do here if things are handled the right way. So I didn't want anyone thinking that there was a clear legal prohibition on taking any particular action here. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Ryan.
I'm going to make a amendment to the motion. So this will be a motion to revoke the conditional funding approval on item 71 with the added statement that when this goes back out on RFP, that this western area of Hallandale Beach, which has long been a neglected area, like the Tale of Two Cities in Hallandale Beach, that the funding for the affordable housing will be in that area of Hallandale Beach. So that's the clarification on the revocation, that the RFP
An amendment to the motion. Do we have a second? Second to that
I second
amendment?
that.
Okay, we have an amendment motion, amended motion, amendment to the motion by Commissioner Ryan, second by Commissioner Sharif. Did you have something to say, Commissioner Furr?
I absolutely believe that area needs it, deserves it, the whole bit. I do want to stay true to the process as much as possible, and I think it will benefit anyway, because it's a perfect place for affordable housing. My concern is, what happens if you've got other things fall in line ahead of that, and other projects don't get built because you're in waiting for the right developer to do that one. I don't want to, stall other ones. That's my only concern.
Okay,
I'd like.
Okay.
I'd like.
go ahead, Commissioner Ridge.
I definitely want to see one
Yeah.
there.
Commissioner Ridge, guys, we're going to move a little bit faster now, okay? We got a long way
I
to
would
go.
like to.
Go ahead, Commissioner Ridge.
I would like to. Yeah, I would like to agree with Commissioner Furr. We have an RFP process. Obviously, we if we don't have a particular person that wins the RFP from that area, then we're just going to not. I mean, we have to start building. We have these monies available, and the RFP goes out, and that's the process. And I think that Mr. Stone has already indicated that there are a couple that are in that area, but maybe not exactly in that area. But we have never designated in an RFP that it is specifically into a one area. And I just don't think that this is something we should be starting now, because we have just not had enough money, enough anything to put out there. And now that we're finally getting several developers, we just need to move as quickly as possible, and hopefully we will be able to put one of them in, in that area. But I don't think it should be a stipulation of the RFP.
Mayor, I'd like to call a vote for the item, because we just need to vote for
We
the
have a
amendment.
motion and a
up or
second
down.
in place. Discussions over.
You had an
Those in
amendment.
favor of the amendment to the motion, please vote by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, nay.
Aye.
No.
No.
Okay, it passes 6-3. With Commissioner Bogan, Commissioner Rich, and Commissioner Farr voting no.
I did not vote no. Mayor, I did not vote no. That was, you're mixing me up with Vice Mayor.
Okay, Vice Mayor Geller, Rich, and Farr, no. Everyone else, yes. Okay, motion passes. Next item, I think we need to go back to item 81. Is that where? I'm sorry, that's correct. No, I need to go back to the motion as amended. Can I get a motion?
Move approval.
I got a motion by Commissioner Ryan, second by Commissioner Sharif. Those in favor of the amended motion, vote by saying aye.
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 Those opposed, nay. Passes unanimously. Next item, I believe we need to go back and finish item 82, I believe is where we are. Is it?
I think we're fine with 82. I think you approved it with that added language I read into the
Okay.
record.
Okay.
So it's 81A and 81B because it's been bifurcated.
So 81A and 81B, County Attorney, would you read those motions for us, please?
Yes, it's a motion to adopt the resolution. I'm going to do them separately, 81A.
So this is just the clarifying language, because we already voted
alcohol.
for it, unless
Into
someone,
your elbow, not your hands, or into a tissue.
operator, we got some stuff, yes. County Attorney, this is just to make sure that each of us understand the language that we voted on, because we voted on it already.
Yes,
We don't
sir.
need to re-vote again, it's just to clarify what we voted for, am I correct?
Mayor, it's better if you vote on it because it's going on the
Gonna
ballot.
vote
So-
again, okay.
All right,
So please, would you go ahead, please, and go through the language on A and B?
Yes, sir. On A, and I'm just going to read the ballot question because you have it, and this will identify it for the record. What the ballot question says for A, the title is Ability to Use Regional Parks for Public Safety Purposes During Declared States of Emergency, and it's a very short ballot summary. It says, amends county charter to enable regional park use without referendum during declared state of emergencies. We're going to change that to states of emergency for public health purposes such as medical testing, food and supply distribution, or logistical staging. And Mayor, I would ask as part of this motion, if you would please give me the authority to fix any scrivener's errors or to make any non-substantive changes that I deem necessary to ensure that it's legally sufficient.
We've heard the county
So
attorney. Is there a second?
Your signature at
This is on A.
broward.org/census.
Okay. We have a motion by Vice Mayor Geller. Do we have a second? Second. We have a motion by Geller, second by Udine on A. Those in favor, vote by saying aye. Aye. Okay, it looks like we're gonna have to go around and poll.
Yes, sir.
Okay, we'll start with Commissioner Fisher. Commissioner
No, it's the
Udine.
whole thing, basically, really.
Holness, yes.
That's A.
Ryan?
Yes.
Far? Let's go to Geller. Vice Mayor?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
I'm sorry, Mayor, I'm a no. I apologize.
Okay. Vice Mayor?
I have voted yes 3 times, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Commissioner Sharif?
Yes.
Commissioner Rich?
Yes.
Commissioner Bogan?
I'm sorry, Mayor, I stepped away for 30 seconds. What number is this on?
This is the amended language on item 81A.
Commissioner Bogan, this is.
You already voted for it.
You voted yes before. Are you yes again?
What are we amending it to?
The language, the county attorney read the language. Let me get the county attorney.
Sorry.
Commissioner Bogan, this
is technical amendment. The county attorney just wanted to rewrite it.
To make sure it's clear.
Fine, I'll stick with my previous vote, yes.
Okay. All right, so it passes, is that 7-2? Now the next, Fur and Rhino. The next item, County Attorney, would you read that, please?
Yes, sir, and I'd ask for the motion to provide me with the same authority as you provided on 81A. This has been distributed to you. The title says, ability to use regional parks for siting and operating emergency communications infrastructure. And then it says, amends county charter to enable regional park use without referendum for siting and operating emergency communications infrastructure when the county commission, by supermajority vote, determines the infrastructure is necessary to protect public safety and first responders, would not materially affect the public enjoyment or environmental condition of the park, and uses the least amount of property necessary to effectuate the use.
I have a motion by Vice Mayor Gala. Do I have a second?
Second.
A motion by Vice Mayor Gala, second by Commissioner Rich. Those in favor vote by, well, let's go up top. Commissioner Gala.
Yes, again, Mr. Mayor.
Commissioner Rich. Vice Mayor Gala, yes. Commissioner Rich.
Yes.
Commissioner Sharif.
Yes.
Commissioner Bogan.
Yes.
Commissioner Furr. Commissioner Ryan.
No.
Holness, yes. Commissioner Udine.
Yes.
Commissioner Fisher. No. It passes 6-3. Okay, now we go on to the next item. Let's kind of move through this as quickly as we possibly can.
75.
Our next item is item 75.
75, Mr. Mayor.
Item 75. A motion to approve agreement between Broward County and Sunshine Cleaning System, Inc., RFP number BLD 211-7566P1, janitorial services. And that's motion A. Motion B, motion to reject all proposal for request for proposal, RFP number BLD 2117566P1, janitorial services. Motion C, motion to authorize Director of Purchasing to execute the fifth agreement to agreement number R1073611P1. Motion D, motion to authorize County Administrator to approve for advertisement the resolicitation request for proposal RFP number BLD 2117566P2. We have, I believe, a speaker on the line. Our speakers on the
Mr. Mayor,
line.
you have four speakers. You have four speakers on this item.
Okay.
We can start in order with George Platt, followed by Laura Conan.
Go ahead, please. Open the line for Mr. Platt, operator.
Platt, I am opening your line right now. Your line is now unmuted.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. George Platt on behalf of Sunshine Cleaning. This procurement has been going on for more than 18 months, and obviously a lot of people have put a lot of time and effort and money into it. We certainly support A and C, that is the agreement for the terminals and the amendment for the rental car center. We oppose B and D. I sent a letter. It's in the backup. I hope you had the time to look at it. But basically, the RFP said that this would give first preference to a CBE, but if no CBE firm was recommended, then a non-CBE who had submitted could be recommended. Sunshine submitted. They finished behind the CBE. There was an impasse. We're number 2. We are simply asking that this local firm that's an incumbent that has trained, badged workers, a peace agreement, a collective bargaining agreement, and obviously the experience as well as people that want to continue to work out there. We've had to lay off a lot of people, as you know, or furlough people because of COVID-19. And we are anxious to get back to work and to continue to work to do the good job we do out there. Our letter to Ms. Billingsley was not, didn't obviously get any traction with purchasing, but from our perspective, why invite somebody to participate in a process, spend thousands and thousands of dollars, do the job, be ranked second, and then not have a chance to compete for this? So we are willing to substantially increase our CBE percentage on this, and we simply ask that you take this women-owned firm. It's a local firm, locally headquartered in Broward, with a lot of experience. You're all familiar with Sunshine, and give them a chance to negotiate an agreement. If it's not reached, then obviously you can go back out for another RFP. Broward County has tried 3 times to set aside the rental car center for CBE. This is the 3rd time it has failed.
Thank you, Mr.
I think
Platt.
going out a 4th time at this point in time is excessive, and we ask that you give us the
Thank you,
opportunity
Mr.
to
Platt.
negotiate. Thank you.
Next, I see Laura Conan.
Laura, your line is now unmuted.
Hi, this is Laura Kanan, President and CEO of Sunshine Cleaning. I'm on the line just in case you have any questions regarding this item number 75 regarding Sunshine Cleaning. I wholeheartedly agree with Mr. Platt, who spoke very eloquently on our behalf. Thank you.
Next person, thank you, Ms. Pat Leopold.
Pat, please hit pound 2 on your telephone keypad to identify yourself. He's not on the line.
Okay, we go on to the
Terrence
next-
Weeks, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, Terrence Weeks, would you go ahead, please?
Terrence Weeks, would you also please press pound 2 on your telephone keypad to identify yourself? He is also not on the line.
Okay.
That's all the speakers for the public, Mr. Mayor, on this item.
Okay, we are back to the commission for comments, discussion.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, sir, go ahead.
Is Sandy, is it possible to ask a question of Sandy Michael McDonald on this?
Yes, go ahead.
Is Mr. McDonald there or on the phone?
County Administrator, Mr. McDonald, are you on?
Please press pound 2 so I can identify your line.
Hey, Mayor, this is Commissioner Bogan. Can you put me in queue, please?
Okay, no problem.
Ms. Henry, do you know if Mr. McDonald is available?
I can get him on the line if you give me just a moment.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, if you want to take another
Go
commissioner
ahead,
first while they're waiting.
Commissioner Bogan, go ahead.
Yeah, I was listening to Mr. Platt speak, and I agree with his logic and reasoning. I'd like maybe if our county administrator can explain if number 1 doesn't work out and they've tried before. I don't understand why they won't go to number 2. So can you explain that, please?
So we have been asked repeatedly to try and have a CBE reserve at the airport, because currently it's very difficult because of we have 4 distinct terminals, and we have very little room to be able to operate. So we are moving forward with what we believe was the board's ultimate policy. There was an issue with this last CBE not being able to reach an agreement through no fault of its own, as I understand it, but as soon as Mr. McDonald comes on the line, maybe someone can elaborate, or Mr.
Sure. Sure, but Ms. Henry, if I could just follow up with that. Mr. Platt stated that they've tried several times already. I believe he said 3 times already to try to get a CBE. They've been unsuccessful. It's been going on for over a year. At what point does it say enough's enough, and let's just, why have a number 2 then? I mean, if, so you're letting people bid, and obviously if number 1 doesn't work out, that's why we rank them. And so I thought that's the whole purpose of ranking. And so if 1 doesn't work out, we've tried CBE several times. Why? I mean, it just doesn't make sense to me. So.
Commissioner, once again, this was not, again, we were attempting to resolve this issue as we understood from the board that they would like to have a CBE reserve at the airport, and the only opportunity to do that was with the rental car center. Under normal circumstances, if you didn't get any CBE participation, you wouldn't do it. If you recall, there were circumstances that was brought to your attention by one of the CBEs with some confusing language about should versus shall. So there are a number of reasons why a CBE reserve didn't get in place. Not necessarily the fault of the CBEs that were trying to participate, but at this point, it's whatever the board would like to do.
Thank you.
Okay, to further elaborate on what Ms. Henry just stated, I don't know that this is the third time. To my knowledge, it's the second time. The first time we went out, we bungled that with Terminal 1. And the requirements that we had on there basically precluded CBEs from participating because of the level of requirement that we have. It is almost as if your grandfather didn't start a business cleaning airports, you wouldn't have been able to get in, because we made it a prerequisite that you've had been cleaning an airport pretty much, 400,000 square feet of space. Now, that means anybody who wasn't in before is locked out. Unless you've been in, you can't get in. And to put that kind of onerous requirement on a small business, a minority woman-owned business, means you're precluding them. You really don't have the intent of giving them a fair shot and an opportunity to compete if you make that the underlying requirement. In this case, when he came back out, and actually I'd ask that when we rebuild the airport, the terminals that we did, we put space in to facilitated storage for cleaning supplies. It wasn't done. So the 4 terminals, though most of them were reconstructed, had no space in there. So you're almost saying again that only one company can do all 4 terminals. Somehow we separate out the garage, and we still put requirements in there that was onerous for someone to have had a tremendous amount of experience cleaning an airport when it's all you're doing is a garage. You're not going in to space that is secured.
But Mayor,
that language was debated. That language was debated right here. There are CBs that came forward and practically cried and begged us to change what we did before, because they were thrown out without even having a chance to compete. County Attorney, you remember that debate that we had here?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Commissioner
Mr.
Farr.
Mayor, just to let you know, Mr. McDonald is here on the line when you're ready.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. I'm actually would be in support of both A and C. And the reason is I think that first of all, it makes sense, the fact that they were number 2, let them do it. But the better part of that is, from my understanding, is they're willing to mentor the one that was denied, and giving them a chance to I think develop, so they're ready for the next time out. I think that's good. I think SEIU's you've got a win-win here. You got SEIU pushing for that, and you got a chance to develop another CBE. I think those are 2 good things. So I'm going to make a motion to pass A and C together.
I second the motion.
Mr. McDonald.
I'm on the line.
Mr. McDonald.
I am here.
Go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. McDonald, I have 2 questions for you. On
thoroughly undecided as to what I'm going to do here today. I believe that it's your recommendation that we adopt all of the A, B, C, and D. So my first question is, I'd like you to explain why it is that you believe we should do all four and not A and C, as Mr. Platt is advocating. And then my second question to you is, I am torn. As you know, I am an extremely strong supporter of organized labor, and I know that Sunshine Cleaning is and has offered to and has also offered to increase their CBE requirement. On the other hand, I also am a very strong supporter of CBE and want to let the small businesses get a chance. Can we, if we adopt A, B, C, and D, put a labor peace agreement as part of the requirements so that we would know that a new CBE would be affiliated with labor, or is this contract too small so that we could do a requirement that a new company would not be able to meet the requirements of a labor peace? Those are my two questions, sir.
Okay, well, thank you, Vice Mayor, and thank you, Commissioners. So I'll try to answer all of them as you just shared, Vice Mayor. Yes, it is my recommendation to move forward with A, B, C, and D. In regards to your CBE program, in regards to this original solicitation, which this is the second time that we're looking at this, it was established in working with aviation and in working with procurement, and what I believe in working with the direction through the commission on identifying opportunities for our small businesses, that we looked at this opportunity, though it's been talked about. I've been here 7 years. It's been talked about for the last 6. When and how can we create more opportunities for CBE reserves? You all know CBE reserves are the opportunities for your CBEs to demonstrate and present themselves as primes. It's opportunities for them to do all of the work or do some of the work and have the remaining of the work also done by CBEs. So in concert with purchasing and with aviation, we decided, based on what was your Group 1 and Group 2, to divide them and to do a CBE reserve. So it went to the streets that way initially, and we will be hoping that this one, if approved for the rejection of all, would go back to the streets that same way. I'm still recommending that it goes back out in that manner because as a reserve, and I think it was alluded to by the mayor, we weren't afforded the proper opportunity for multiple CBEs to participate. Since then, we have had that conversation with aviation as well as with purchasing, and we understand the things that we could do and should do to assure that more than one CBE is allowed to at least present to an evaluation committee for consideration of a job that we believe by size is certainly doable by a CBE. In reference to your conversation, and you certainly have spoken to me in different conversations relevant to labor, yes, my initial recommendation certainly was we want to work in terms of educating, supporting, and granting more access for CBEs to understand what it means to go into labor peace, to understand what it means to go into the period of committing to maintain staff that was a part of a previous agreement. And the original recommendation for this reserve was maybe contracts $2 million or less did not have to have that in it. But if so, if the commission decided that no matter what happens, they want to maintain labor peace from day one, then that's still something that I think can be worked through and can be agreed to with a CBE reserve. So the CBE reserve has multiple opportunities, not just to provide on your business side what you as a commission want to see for small businesses in Broward, but yes, it also has the opportunity to begin to grow and to represent what you want to see on behalf of all businesses relevant to labor. So that is a decision you need to make if you believe similar, Commissioner, Vice Mayor, what we did with the apprenticeship. We took the apprenticeship activity and we said instead of 2 million all county contracts, we agreed because we wanted to make sure we protected and prepared our small businesses to be available to understand apprenticeship and work within that realm. We bumped it to 5. So we were looking at maybe on the small business side, if you really want to educate and prepare your small businesses to be supportive, to be a team member and a partner to labor, we were recommending the 2 million or less. But again, I need to be clear. If it's strictly the labor as the hang-up, then the reality is you could decide to still go back out. You could present an opportunity for more than just one CBE to present, and then you could still have that labor piece if you choose. I'm still favoring, based on your last question, that's the direction we go, because that then too still could be your win-win, to competitively create the opportunity for CBEs, which by the first opportunity they didn't have. We had a mix-up in terms of how you review and how we take a look at a must versus a should, and in the end, 5 CBEs got kicked out what is by ordinance a CBE reserve opportunity. So this would afford you a chance for multiple CBEs to participate, to understand on the front end what's required, and then I think you'll have an even playing field.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Based on what Mr. McDonald has said, I would like to move to amend and adopt A, B, C, and D, but with the understanding that there would be a labor peace agreement requirement, because as I said earlier, I'm a strong supporter of CBE, but I'm also a strong supporter of organized labor. On the construction contracts, we set the threshold high because so much of what they are spending is not actual labor. It was the cost of the construction equipment, while in the cleaning, most of what they'll be spending on is labor. So, Mr. Mayor, I would like to move to adopt ABCD with the additional requirement of a labor peace agreement as described by Mr. McDonald.
I have a motion. Is there a second? I'll second. There's a motion and a second. Further discussion? No?
Yeah, well, not on this.
I'd
like to speak. I'd like to speak on this. Yeah.
Okay.
So who's going first?
Commissioner Rich should, Commissioner Bogan wants.
All right, thank you. Okay. Okay, so, you know what? I think that this is not fair and it's not right to Sunshine. You know, we could go back out, but Sunshine put in a bid. They did it in good faith. It's been over 18 months. They were second, and they should have the opportunity to negotiate the contract. This thing about going back out and rejecting everything, it's not fair to the people who have spent the time and energy in good faith in applying for a contract for an RFP. So, I mean, and they have agreed to mentor. What does bother me also is the labor peace issue. I support CBEs. I always have. I've voted every time to increase them, but not at the sacrifice of labor peace. And the bottom line is that Sunshine has been doing a good job. They're willing to increase their CBEs, mentor others, and we should give them the opportunity to negotiate this contract. Thank you.
Commissioner Ford.
Oh, I was next, Mayor.
I was just going to say that
He had his hand up before we actually came up there.
Okay, that the sub that that Sunshine is going to be hiring is the one that didn't reach the agreement. That's an excellent chance to mentor.
Okay.
And sometimes you need that. So, my motion was to approve A and C and defer B and D and direct staff to try to negotiate and find a deal with Sunshine over the recess, bring it back to the board with any required waivers in August.
And I seconded that.
Okay. All right. So we had that first motion with a second, and then we got
Wait.
motion.
Mayor, you're still not recognized, Mayor.
Go ahead, Commissioner Bogan.
I absolutely want to applaud Commissioner Rich. I totally agree with everything she just said. Mayor, in your response earlier about supporting CBEs, totally agree with you, Mayor. We are out here supporting CBEs. We all voted to support CBEs. And you mentioned the requirement earlier that how the RFP was phrased. That maybe that's your beef. I think that should take it up with whoever phrased the RFP. But Sunshine complied with whatever was phrased. Sunshine did what they were required to do. It's been 18 months. Here we go again with another procurement. I mean, maybe we should go back 100 times until we get the firm we want. It's not fair. And I support Commissioner Furr. I support Commissioner Rich's second. And I just don't think, and they should go back and negotiate and get this right.
Commissioner Udine.
What was the CBE set aside on this project was 30%, but Sunshine said they wanted to increase that if they could negotiate?
No, this was a reserve for
Right,
CB.
no, I know, but then the CBE requirement in this on top
There
of
was,
it.
no.
30.
So there's two things. The major piece that Sunshine won was a Ford terminal.
Right,
That
I
is a
understand that.
30%. This was a reserve for
I
CBEs,
understand
period.
that the
So there was
CBEs
no,
could-
so there was no requirement for any percentage from a CBE, because this is a CBE reserve.
Right, but Sunshine said that if they were allowed to renegotiate on this, they would bring a CBE percentage into the negotiation. What is the percentage that Sunshine, would they agree above the 30%?
They're saying 40%.
They'll do
I
40.
didn't hear from them.
That's what I want to ask, either
I heard
Mr.
from
Platt or
40%?
Mr. McDonald.
Okay. So what, Director Michael McDonald.
What's currently listed is a 35% goal as a part of the other. But I must say slowly again, commissioners, and thank you for articulating the support. This was for a reserve. You had 6 CBEs to respond. Unfortunately, as a part of the process, 5 were kicked out.
Yes.
So never officially presenting. When you do your reserves, the whole objective is to take a look at your first, second, third opportunities for your CBEs. Yes, your ordinance does speak to in case you don't receive any CBEs, or if they're not found responsible. A non-CBE may submit and be considered. But what I'm saying, in this example, 5 of your CBEs from our process was dismissed prior to presenting. So we never had the opportunities for your reserves in the end to present themselves.
And you know, there's conversation about the the prime making the time and effort. 5 CBEs that can't afford a whole lot of money, spent their money and time to put in the bids and were thrown out. In fact, let me say this, what we
Why?
should have done
Why were they
previously.
thrown out?
Let me finish,
Can someone-
please. Let me
Can someone,
finish.
can someone explain why they were thrown out, please?
I will. So they were thrown out based on simple language, should or shall. They absolutely believe, based on the discussion that was had, the way the language was presented, that they would have a right to bid. They bid and then dismissed offhand, based on
That's
what the
Sunshine's fault?
evaluation committee came up with as a language. And there was conflict there as to whether or not they were right or wrong. Only one met, to some extent, the criteria. So they spent their money and time also. And they can least afford to spend the money and time to put in a bid like that. And we dismissed them offhand.
But didn't they underbid the money by $440,000?
I'm sorry? This is totally different. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying to you is this. They presented their bids, but were not allowed to even fully participate after they spent their time and money to put the bids in. They were thrown off because of the word should or shall. Commissioner Fisher.
Thank you, Mayor. Sandy, are you still on the phone?
Yes, I am.
Just a quick question. Is it my understanding that we're requiring a CBE, especially in this type of bid, that they would have to advance monies for payroll and have to buy new equipment to service the contract? And if the answer is yes, that's my concern, that a very small business doesn't have that kind of capital and that staying power to even do that. But was that a requirement?
Commissioner, in this regard, especially with your reserve, that would be a requirement. But at the same time, this is an expectancy in terms of working with our office. We would expect a small business to be able to step up. You don't have contracts in the county where your CBE reserves are $5, $7, $10 million contracts. This would be one of the opportunities where CBE, yes, we'll probably have to identify mobilization funds, stage-up funds, to make sure that they can meet that requirement. And that is also something we would be looking to work with them to do. Because, again, if I'm a CBE and I continuously get subcontracting, someone wants me to provide my 10, 20, or 30% at my 2, 3, 400,000, and they're supplying equipment. This is the chance that I get to present myself, identify my capital and my access, and say, hey, I can do my equipment, I can do my supplies, and I can meet my payroll. That is a part of our growth. But you are right, that would be a requirement.
Director Sandy Michael McDonald, aren't these CBEs that presented actually doing work for us, many of them right now?
Yes, they are. And many have multiple subcontracting contracts, and a couple even have some prime contracts. So yes, they are.
So to find the funding is not something that they couldn't do?
I would not put that as an impediment or a hurdle for the group of CBEs who responded to this reserve.
Okay, because I know that they can. And not only that, here's something else, Commissioner Fisher. With that contract, they go to the bank gives them the money based on the fact that they have a contract in place and that they can pay them back. So that's not something that CBEs don't face all the time, and they go out and get the working capital that they need in order to be able to start the project and pay back as they get their funding, as it comes in. Okay, so County Attorney, we have two motions. The first one was by Commissioner Fisher, second by...
No.
I'm sorry, Commissioner Furr, second by Commissioner Rich. The second one was by Vice Mayor Geller, second by Commissioner Udine. So we vote on the second one first?
I don't know if Senator Geller was saying something. Actually,
Vice Mayor Geller,
Commissioner,
it was a substitute motion.
yes, Commissioner Furr's, so Senator Geller's was a substitute motion, but then Commissioner Furr, without, I think, expressly stating it, offered a different motion, perhaps withdrawing his initial one. I'm not sure what your intention was,
Yep.
Commissioner.
And added the other language to it.
So Commissioner Furr's would actually be the latter submitted substitute motion, I believe.
Okay. And let me hear, I understood what Commissioner Geller's motion was.
I'll say mine again.
Yeah, please.
To approve A and C, to defer B and D, and to direct staff to try and to negotiate a final deal with Sunshine over the recess and bring it back to the board with any required waivers in August.
With that motion, do we have, those in favor vote by saying aye?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, so we have those opposed.
No.
Quantified it, Commissioner Furr, that
35% is what?
required to mentor, Sunshine would mentor the company. Is that, I thought you...
That is what I have been told by Sunshine.
Yeah.
We could confirm.
I'd like
it.
to put that on the record because I
That's a
think
good
that's
idea.
important.
That's a good idea.
That's part of this motion, that they are going to mentor CB. Okay, so go ahead.
Okay. So with that, the fact that, I'm not sure how to put that in the motion. Stipulate with stipulation.
Sure. So it's Commissioner Furr's motion, and as part of the negotiations, the mandatory terms would include the elevated CDE levels, which would be at least 35 or 40%, whatever we've heard, plus the requirement to mentor the subcontractor.
Okay, so it seems as if it's going to be a close vote. We will go ahead and poll here. Commissioner Fisher. All right. Commissioner Udine.
I didn't hear that, please.
Udine, no. Wholeness, no.
Fisher,
Commissioner
yes.
Furr.
Yes.
Commissioner, Vice Mayor Geller.
No.
Commissioner Sharif.
No?
Commissioner Rich.
Yes.
Commissioner Bogan.
Yes.
Okay, it fails 4-4. We go now to Vice Mayor's motion. I'm sorry?
And Mr. Mayor, to summarize, that was to accept the recommendations of Sandy Michael McDonald to rebid with the proviso that there will be a labor peace agreement in the new contract.
Okay, correct. We'll start up there this time. Commissioner Geller.
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Commissioner Sharif.
Yes.
Commissioner Rich.
No.
Commissioner Bogan.
No.
Commissioner Furr.
No.
Wholeness, yes. Commissioner Udine. Commissioner Fisher.
No.
So this vote fails.
Who are we missing?
I'm sorry?
Who are we missing?
Fails. It died. Ryan, you're missing
is
Ryan.
Ryan is not here. So
Are we expecting Commissioner Ryan back?
I guess what will happen is we'll bring this back after break.
Mayor, why don't you approve?
This is so
Mayor,
unfair.
Yes.
Mayor, can I suggest, as I did on 81 about bifurcation, about voting on A, B, C, and D separately, so maybe 1 or 2 or 3, whatever, might pass on its own.
Okay, so I believe that A and C are different than B and D. So we can do A and C together and B and D separate.
Okay.
Yes,
I'll make a motion to-
County Attorney?
If you want to do it all at once, Mayor, why don't you vote to approve A and C and to defer B and D, and that the county administrator can bring that back?
Do I have a motion for that?
4 of us voted against it.
It would be to reject, I'm sorry, to approve A and D, I'm sorry, A and C, and to defer B and D for the county administrator to bring back after break.
No, wait,
I'll move it.
wait, excuse me. The original one was let them negotiate on
That
A and
failed.
C
That
with
failed.
Sunshine.
That
So
failed.
we're just saying we're not going to negotiate with Sunshine. We're just going to what happens to Sunshine during? Wait, what happens to Sunshine during this process?
The item that you had failed, now what is going to happen if we are able to
So
move?
everything failed.
I understood. Now, the motion that you have would be to approve A, which is to approve the terminals 1 through 4, and then also to do C, which would be to continue with Sunshine doing the cleaning in the terminals.
To extend it.
And then, and extend it, and then B and D would come back to us after the break.
Correct.
Everybody's clear on that? Do I have a motion for that?
So moved.
Do I have a
Move it.
second?
Second.
Okay, so it's Commissioner Furr with a motion, Bogan second. Those in favor vote by saying aye.
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 Those
Aye.
opposed? Passes 8-0. We move on.
No, just put me as a no. I don't support, Mayor. I don't support rejecting all the proposals. So.
We didn't reject all the proposals.
Well, you just said you're
No, they're gonna bring that back.
That item will be brought back to us when we come back from break. Is your vote still yes or no?
Just leave it as a yes. It doesn't matter at this point.
Is that a yes?
Yeah, just leave it,
Okay.
leave it,
All
leave
right.
it. It doesn't
Good.
matter.
We go on.
Totally.
Item 76.
Mr. Mayor, you have 2 speakers on the line, but I believe they were for questions only.
Item 76, 2 speakers for questions only. It's A and B, 2 motions. Motion A to approve agreement between Broward County and Wells Fargo Bank for master banking service request for proposal. Motion B, motion to retroactively approve First Amendment to Wells Fargo commercial card agreement and Wells Fargo supplier analysis and onboarding commercial card services agreement between Broward County and Wells Fargo. You said we have 2 speakers on the phone just for questions.
Move approval, Mayor?
Okay, we have a motion, a second. Let me just say this, that I understand the situation we're in with this agreement, that it might not be easy for us to place this contract with someone else, as staff has indicated. I am not comfortable with Wells Fargo's operation from many aspects. I would like to ensure that whoever we're placing all the people's money with is more responsive to the entire community. The number of issues that they've had over time is very concerning. Beyond that, their support for small business, minority-owned business, black-owned businesses is lacking in my mind. And I told the rep in Charlotte that I wouldn't be voting to support this, and I'm going to live to my word. I asked him there what he does for small business, particularly minority business. They had a program for Hispanics, and I said, how about blacks? They didn't have one. So I am not supporting this because I think that, again, whoever has all the people's money need to be ensuring that they are responsive to the entire community, and community benefits ought to be broad, reaching everyone. There's a motion and a second.
Mayor, can I add something, please?
Yes, Commissioner Bogan, followed by Commissioner Furr.
Mayor, I agree with what your comments were, and even more. Everybody does know about with Wells Fargo, the fraud and scam that's happened over many years on their customer base. And normally I would be voting against this. However, our CFO has told us that look, they provide right now the services they provide. Not many other banks, from my understanding, can provide all the services under one roof, and it would be quite detrimental to the county to switch banks. And based on the recommendation of the CFO and his, recommendation analysis, I'm going to agree with it, but not because, I'm happy with Wells Fargo, and not because the history of Wells Fargo is something to be proud of, but I'm only doing it because our CFO urged me for the interest of the county and the way the county is working with Wells Fargo. That's the only reason I'm approving it. Thank you.
Commissioner Furr.
Mr. Mayor?
Thank you, and I appreciate.
Followed by Rich.
Okay, thank you, and I appreciate your thoughts on that. And I think we should be asking them how they intend to and what they intend to invest in our community, and frankly, go to maybe to the level of a MOU, memorandum of understanding. Here's what we expect of you if we're going to be working with you, and I wouldn't mind seeing that.
Commissioner Rich.
Thank you. I just want to say that, yes, I mean, there are issues that have been, out there with Wells Fargo over the years, but I do want to say as far as community partners, as far as people that invest in this community, they have been very supportive of many priorities and issues that are important in our community, starting with affordable housing. They support many, many nonprofits. They are named sponsors to many organizations when they have their events in our community. So I do want to thank them for the commitment that they've made to our nonprofit community. And I think that that's an important component of what someone that's doing business like this in our community should be doing, and that they are doing. So thank you.
Okay. And I understand the nonprofit part of things, and for me, charity is not enough. Access to capital, especially in the black community, is a major issue. A major issue. And if you don't see what's going on, if you don't see the disparities and the inequities that has occurred over a long period of time in our nation, and if we don't make steps to ensure we change that, it will stay the same. And we'll have the kind of disruption that we've seen. Because police brutality and misconduct is one thing, but there's an underlying lack of access to capital that leads to wealth, income generation, and equity that is severely missing in our community and our nation. And I can't be blind to it. I've spoken a little bit previously about something that they do in Charlotte. When I went up there, I learned some of the funds they have, they invested with some small banks, community banks, or thrifts that allow for credit unions that allow for that money to be utilized to help in the community. And I'm hoping that we'll find some way to make that happen, Ms. Henry, in the future, that we look at that model and incorporate that as we go forward.
Thank you, Mayor. Those were, you and I have had that conversation, and we understand, and they have indicated that they're willing to work with us, so we intend to do just that.
Right.
Okay. Commissioner Udine.
I agree with what you're saying, but I would even expand a little bit. I'm going to vote for this only because it's really the only choice to vote for right now. What you're saying is correct, but I would expand even further. Wells Fargo was impossible to deal with small businesses of any type of small businesses.
For the
minority, it was great for our local. Wells Fargo was probably the best thing for our local small banks that are headquartered in South Florida, because they just weren't doing any, and all these banks took their business. But when you look at how this bid was responded to, most of the banks that bid on this didn't even bid on the whole package. They don't even do all this. And Wells Fargo was the only one left. I can't stand Wells Fargo personally, but it is, I'm going to vote for it only because I have to. I probably should take that off the record, but.
Okay. All right, so we have a motion and a second. Those in favor, vote by saying aye.
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 Those opposed, no? No. It passes 7-1. We'll need to take a short recess for us to change captioners. It's 4:55. It's only a 2-minute stretch that you'll get. Don't tell me we lost. Don't tell me. Commissioner Sharif? Good. Commissioner Bogan?
Use like the Zoom thing where if you don't
We don't have a quorum until we hear from them up in the sky.
I know. I can't believe it, Mark. Good heavens.
It's unbelievable.
Hey, hold on.
It's
What
unbelievable.
happened here? And we've lost.
We got you guys.
We can hear you guys.
All
Oh,
right.
good, good,
All right.
good. That's great.
We were
about
getting a
time.
little bit worried down here.
We can hear you. We heard you.
Yeah, we were starting to get
We were
worried.
answering.
Okay. Commissioner, Vice Mayor Geller?
You're until the bitter end.
Okay, and I think I heard Commissioner Bogan, Sharif, and Rich, correct?
Correct.
Okay. All right, great.
Correct.
All right. So we're going to go on to item 79. We have a couple of speakers. Motion to approve final ranking of the qualified firms for requests for proposals. RFP number PNC 2119168P1. Continuing engineering services for traffic, roadway, and civil projects. The ranked firms are: 1, Calvin Giordano and Associates, Inc. Metric Engineering, number 2. Number 3, BCC Engineering, LLC. Number 4, Corradino Group, Inc. Number 5, Stantec Consulting Services. And number 6, Atkins North America. Commissioner Furr, you pulled this item?
I did. Thank you.
And we have 2 speakers. We'll go to them afterwards.
Afterwards, okay. We had a robust discussion about this last time about local preferences. I didn't know if anybody wanted to reconsider their from last time. But since we've had this vote, I've actually had a chance to do a little bit more research and have found that these kind of jobs, these engineering jobs, the multiplier on these is incredible. It actually brings between 2 to 4 jobs. Every job brings between 2 to 4 more jobs. What we're going to be experiencing here is a lot of leakage. And we hire the Greater Fort Lauderdale Alliance simply to bring jobs and maintain jobs. We give them a couple $1 million to do that. But at the same time, what we're doing here is allowing for that kind of, the same thing that we're putting all this investment in, we're allowing this leakage to take place here. So when I saw this come up again, I was wondering what my options were. I didn't want to support this in this ranking. So I wanted to ask the county attorney, can you tell us what our options are here? Or,
Yes,
yeah, go
Commissioner.
ahead. Okay.
So you have the standard 4 options that are provided under the procurement code. The first one is how the motion is phrased, which is to approve the committee's ranking. The second would be to reject all submittals, which would require a resolicitation. The third would be to do what you did last time this was before you, which is send the ranking back to the committee for further consideration based upon due diligence performed by staff. So for example, if you think that the questions we asked to try to determine nerve center were not detailed enough, or if you still had concerns about that, that could be further examined. Or the fourth, and I'm not aware that the board's ever done this, maybe one time, but it has the right by supermajority vote to re-rank and reevaluate the shortlisted firms following presentations to the board. So that would have to be basically deferred until August, and then you could always do that.
And a fifth would be to defer it while we are working on the adaptation to the local preference law. No?
I think that if you're going to work on that amendment, and Commissioner Furr, as you know, we're going to get on that right away, the proposed amendment.
Yep.
Then you may as well reject it in a sense, because you're going to be changing the solicitation rules. So I think under the existing rules, I think these are the best 4 options, any of them that the board wants. And then obviously this may be governed by different standards the next time the same type of solicitation comes around.
Okay. With that, I'd like to listen to the public.
Okay, we have on the line Mr. Chris Giordano and Mr. Seth Platt. Would you call them in that order, please, operator?
Mayor, can I put the queue, please?
Your line is not unmuted.
Certainly, Bogan and Geller.
Geller, no Geller. Geller talks too much.
I did not ask you to speak. You cannot tell the 2 old Jews apart.
Yeah.
It's a difficult.
Geller fell asleep. Geller fell asleep. He doesn't want to talk.
Chris, please go ahead.
Good afternoon. Thank you. This is Chris Giordano, Vice President of Calvin Giordano and Associates. Thank you, Mayor, Commissioner, and County staff for allowing me to speak on this item today to further discuss the fact that CGA is a Broward local business by all relevant tests, including the SunBiz test, Hertz test, and county economic stimulus tests. These factors have been reviewed and confirmed by the County Attorney's Office and the Evaluation Committee on more than one occasion. Since our inception, our headquarters has been and continues to be in Broward County. Currently, our headquarters is located in the entrance of Port Everglades and has been here since 1999. In the period of the last 12 months alone, we continue to occupy over 34,500 square foot of office space within Broward County. We employ 205 Broward County residents. The payroll distributed to these employees exceeds $14 million per year. We utilize over 300 Broward County vendors, paying them over $15.6 million for local services, allowing other Broward County businesses to continue revenue flowing through the county during these troubling times. Both our employees and employees of these vendors are now gainfully employed, allowing them the opportunity to live, work, and play within our county. CGA's combined payroll and vendor payments have had a direct impact on the Broward County economy that exceeds $29.6 million in the last 12 months alone. At CGA, we take pride in our staff's commitment to becoming a part of the county that we live, work, and play in. To that end, our staff belong to over 44 organizations within Broward County and 67 organizations in the Tri-County area. These organizations range from Port Everglades Associations, Broward 211, United Way of Broward, multiple chambers of commerce, multiple charities, arts programs, professional organizations, network organizations, and youth sports leagues, just for some examples. I personally am a board member of the Gilda's Club of South Florida, a Broward-based cancer community charity. Dennis Giordano is a board member of the YMC of South Florida. Jenna Martinetti is a board member of the Hollywood Chamber of Commerce. Shelley Ransom Jackson is a board member for South Florida chapter of NABWIC. These are just to name a few. In summary, we have been and continue to be a proud member of the Broward County economy. We look forward to continue our relationship with the county and providing an economic engine within the county to assist all of us pulling through these economically difficult times. I appreciate your time.
Thank you very much. And the next speaker we have is Mr. Seth Platt.
Seth Platt, your line is not unmuted. Please go ahead.
Hi, Mayor Holness. Before I start my time, I would like to point out that George Platt is also on the line. He has signed up numerous times to speak on this item. I would hope that he is afforded the time to speak and that this little excerpt does not impact my time to speak. This item previously came before the board and was unanimously sent back to the Evaluation Committee for reconsideration, but the committee had no power to weigh in on headquarters points, as they are assigned by staff. And so it was rubber stamped and sent back to you as previously agendized without the confirmed ranking being posted before it hit your agenda today. At the last commission meeting, in contemplating the headquarters points ordinance, commissioners who previously supported sending this instance back to the EC declined to adopt Commissioner Furr's amendment, which would have closed this loophole in county policy. What this loophole does is create an opportunity and incentive for companies based outside of Broward County to game the system by purchasing local companies and expanding their market share through acquisitions rather than hard work and community investment. The engineering profession is extremely competitive and already undergoing market shifts through roll-ups and acquisitions. This will hasten that trend negatively and impact this market. The new headquarters policy lacks sufficient verification to prove entities are separate and do not pool resources. CGA was essentially asked a series of questions to verify their company structure without substantive verification other than their own attestations. not only should CGA not be granted this contract today, but someone on the prevailing side should bring back the FUR amendment or a version thereof for reconsideration today or in the future. Otherwise, you have created a loophole as big as a Mack truck that anyone can and will drive through. Approval of this award grants the company headquartered in Colorado a contract decided on local headquarters points, shipping the profits of that business out of state. To believe that the owning entity does not have a hand in the growth and strategy of its acquisition is naive and contrary to information I presented to the board, the county attorney, and purchasing. This could have a debilitating effect on true local companies who do not possess the resources now afforded CGA to its parent operating company. As a business advisor, how can I not now advise an out-of-county headquarter business to start shopping for small, medium-sized companies to acquire in order to gain a competitive market advantage as a strategic expansion plan? Reverse this award and close this loophole that will negatively affect our local businesses. And I would ask that somebody get George on the line too. He's been listening to your meeting all day. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go on to, okay, I'm going to be generous because I know that we've had some technical issues. Is Mr. George Platt on the line?
Yes, he is on the line.
Will you open for him, please?
George, your line is not unmuted.
Thank you, Commissioners. I'm not sure exactly what happened there, but obviously we've experienced some technical issues. I don't want to repeat what Seth said, but our objection letter was reviewed by you on May 19th and sent back unanimously, I might say, to the EC. The EC met on June 2nd, ironically the same day that you sought to strengthen your local headquarters ordinance. And while the FUR amendment didn't pass, I heard a very strong majority of commissioners who are in favor of figuring out additional ways to strengthen that ordinance, and I've sent some suggestions to several of you as well as to the county attorney. When this went back to the EC, they didn't have the benefit of reading your transcript and hearing your comments. They didn't see many of the documents we had submitted. I sent to many of you, it was going to be a handout for the meeting, the Safe Belt welcome kit that they passed out to the Calvin Giordano employees, which is replete with probably 50 different examples of why the nerve center is not here. It's in Colorado. I'm not, obviously, I feel very strongly about this, not just because of my client, but really because of the other local companies that all of you are familiar with business here. So I would just ask you to please figure out a way to strengthen the ordinance. If throwing everything out here is a way to accomplish that and you bring back a strong ordinance, maybe that's what you have to do. But the result of rubber stamping without any discussion, I might add, at the EC, without the benefit of knowing what your discussion was, is just plumb wrong. It makes you guys just seem like you really are wasting all your time on this and then nothing happens.
Thank you, Mr. Platt, for your comments. Now we're back here to the commission. Commissioner Udine, you're up.
Thank you, Mayor. Before they spoke, I was going to make this comment, and I kind of mentioned it to the county attorney. I was one of the ones in the affirmative side last time, and I think I made a mistake when I was doing that as this was going through. So I would like to, since this is the next meeting after, I was going to bring it back in the beginning of the meeting to have you work on it for the next meeting, but you had mentioned that you're already working on bringing something back anyway. So to the extent that I have to say that publicly to make that happen, I'd like that to happen, because I think I made a mistake in my vote, and I was on one of the 5 that voted against this headquarter ordinance. And after I've done some research too and looked at some of that, I'm going to support. I know you were going to clean some of the language up or something that when we were having the discussion here, but I'm going to support that concept too of the presumption kind of idea that if you're headquartered, a local business of a nationally headquartered company out in the area, you're presumptively not getting the local points unless there's some kind of major, earth-shattering revelation why. So I'm going to support Commissioner Furr's amendment that he made that you're bringing back next time. So I would make a motion on this, and I know other people want to speak, that we bring this back after we have that amendment in place.
Okay.
No,
Well, I don't think I need to, because he said
We
he's
didn't.
bringing it back at the next meeting anyway.
We took our direction at the last
Right.
meeting to draft an amendment to the ordinance, so we'll bring that back. But again, I mean, unless you throw this out today, whatever you put in place
Won't matter.
through that amendment was not in place at the time of this decision. This was governed by not even the current local business preference, which notwithstanding what's been termed to be some weakness, I think the rest of it is a dramatic improvement and stuff forward. The one question that's open is whether you want to do something with regard to local subs of foreign parents. That's parent
All right,
corporations.
so I'll make a motion to reject all these bids.
Okay. We continue with discussion. Commissioner Bogan?
Thank you, Mayor. I wanted to ask our county attorney a question.
Go ahead.
Mr. Myers, did you hear what Seth Platt, with his statement just now?
Yes, sir.
Without getting, I'm looking for really kind of a direct answer. He claims that this was sent back for action to be taken, but it was just rubber stamped. Can you comment on that?
No, I interpreted what he said a little bit differently. I think what he said, excuse me, was that the evaluation committee approved this or reapproved the rankings without perhaps affirmative discussion, but the evaluation committee was relying on what I think was a high-quality substantive analysis of the nerve center issue that was performed jointly by my office, and I was involved in it as well, in terms of developing the questions, and by the purchasing division. So I don't know what transpired at the actual EC meeting, but our strong opinion, which you are free to disregard if you like, and we won't take offense, but our strong opinion is that we asked a number of very detailed questions trying to get to the nerve center test, which is what we were asked to help you codify in the local business preference ordinance. We got back answers that left open a couple of more questions. We followed up on those and then closed the loop on one further question. So legally, we think there's been a rigorous analysis of this in the interim. But again, this is not up to us. This is the board's decision.
I understand. And then the second thing, Mayor, I wanted to ask, Commissioner Udine, what is your motion trying to accomplish?
So when we spoke about this last time, I inadvertently voted on the wrong side on this, so I was on the prevailing side. So this doesn't mean that we can't do business with any of these companies. They can all bid, there can be robust bidding, but all we're doing is saying we're taking preference points away. So a business comes in and they get preference points even if they're headquartered out of state because they're a wholly owned subsidiary, right? They get.
I mean, that's kind of mixing two notions. The question is the local firm...
Wait, excuse me, Counselor. I wanted to just talk to Commissioner Udine for a second. But when you're saying headquartered, I mean, their headquarters is here, their employees are here, everybody's living here, they're owned stock-wise by a company in Colorado, so I'm confused why anybody, so, I just want to get a grasp on why anybody thinks they're headquartered out of state.
Yeah, I just want to vote the same way that you voted on Commissioner Furr's amendment last time.
Okay. I'm trying to just, okay. I'll wait, I'll just listen.
So, Mr. Mayor?
Okay, Senator Geller,
Mayor,
Vice Mayor Geller, and then Commissioner
Senator
Rich.
Rich, you go on me after her.
I'm sorry.
Hello?
Yeah, go ahead, Commissioner.
Are you calling on me or Senator Rich, sir?
We'll go with Senator Rich.
I think,
Ladies first. Come
okay, so So what I'm trying to figure out is, again, are we trying to reject something based on what ranking, what rating scale we had at one time, and now trying to superimpose something else? I agree with with Commissioner Beam's concept about and what he's looking to do. But my question is how it relates back to this, given what we've heard, that everything indicates that they, were considered a Broward-centered organization or corporation. So I don't know. I mean, I just don't, this thing of immediately rejecting things based, if the RFP wasn't written in the way and the ranking wasn't the way we're now going to be looking at doing it after Commissioner Furr presents his proposal. So can someone answer that?
County Attorney.
Hello.
Senator Rich, that's a very fair point. The only complicating factor here is the RFP from before included some sort of attestation form that itself was not crystal clear. The only real test that seemed mandatory in that form was that the business had to have its SunBiz address in Broward County. It had some passing references to it not being a wholly owned sub and to the nerve center test. So we think that overall, Calvin Giordano met what was required in that attestation form. And then 2 weeks ago, the board passed the local preference ordinance. It doesn't have what's being referred to as the Furr Amendment that we're going to be working on. So right now, it's sort of an enhanced nerve center test. I say enhanced because it's not just where the work is directed and controlled, but it also requires that a majority of the employees or a majority of the work be performed here. It does not disqualify anybody, even if they are a wholly owned subsidiary of a foreign corporation. So under our current test, I don't think Calvin would be disqualified. I think they would meet it, and that's basically the analysis we performed.
Okay. So this is my point. Again, we're we're always looking at rejecting or throwing something out based on what we wish had been in the RFP, or we wish how this had been done, but it wasn't, and it was done, legally. And Calvin Giordano did what they were supposed to do, and they did the attestation, and they listed in SunBiz. So I just don't know what the grounds are for rejecting an RFP based on that. I mean, again, you're just switching in the middle of the stream here, and I just don't think that's fair. That's my point. So.
Now, Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead, Vice Mayor Gelb.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I agreed with the concept behind what Commissioner Furr was trying to do. I didn't like the exact wording. I do agree with Commissioner Udine that there should be a presumption that a company that is wholly owned by another company is not locally controlled. But I believe that should be a rebuttable, not an irrebuttable presumption. So my question to the county attorney, who says that he has done an analysis, is, Mr. Meyer, if you are, let's assume arguendo, see, I know how to use legal words too. Let's assume arguendo just for the moment that there was a rebuttable presumption that a wholly owned subsidiary is not a local company, but that is rebuttable. Would your investigation have determined that even with that rebuttable presumption that they're not locally controlled, that they are in fact locally controlled?
Yes.
All right. You answered the question as far as I'm concerned. Thank you, sir.
Right, me too.
But I do support adding language that says that there should be a rebuttable presumption that a local company that's owned by an out-of-state company or non-Broward company is not a local company, but you're saying that this would meet that, correct?
Yes, sir.
Or you're saying that it would be overcome the presumption. You believe that it would be a local company.
Senator Geller, just maybe I'll answer a little less cryptically. Yes, if we had a rebuttable presumption that required some sort of clear and convincing evidence to rebut it and to clearly demonstrate that they meet the nerve center test, then based upon the questions we asked, which we thought were thorough, and based upon the responses we received, I believe they would have rebutted the presumption and they would qualify for the local business points. That doesn't mean that in the future, additional evidence couldn't be presented that might change the calculus. But this time, this analysis, yes, sir, I believe they would have rebutted the presumption and would be entitled to the points. Again, not my decision,
Thank you,
but...
sir. Thank you, sir. No further questions, Mr. Mayor.
Commissioner Fisher?
Thank you, Mayor. So the quagmire is the fact that we have our county attorney who has stated that they have met the nerve center testing, and with all the additional questions and what they've gone through, and then you have the company who is saying they've been here since '99, they employ 205 Broward County residents, $29.6 million have come back to this economy, 30,000 plus square feet at the base of our port. So you've got, if you draw a picture, I mean, it looks local, and it looks that the economic engine is there for the county. On the other hand, you've got the small businesses over here, and by the way, I supported Commissioner Furr's amendment, but again, that would not even touch this if it moved forward. Now, if we rejected it, I guess, and we passed the amendment that we should have done 2 weeks ago, then they would fall under that category, correct? Or under that new local preference ordinance. If it's rejected, it goes out to bid again, correct?
Yes, sir. If it goes back out, it's rejected and it goes back out, language can even be built into it that says that it shall be subject to whatever test is in effect in August or September, whenever this is passed. Yes.
So that's the balancing act, you know. On one hand, like I said, you've got a company that's saying that they've got so many, you know, employees and so forth, and you're saying yes. On the other hand, I see the other side too. So it's a difficult decision to make, Mayor. Thank you.
Okay. We have a motion and a second. Would you restate your motion, or County Attorney, would you clarify it so that everyone understands clearly what we voted on?
I think Commissioner Furr, was your motion just to reject all?
Yes.
It's your-
Commissioner
Udine, I apologize.
Second by Furr.
Yes, yes.
Go ahead, County.
I'm sorry, is it to reject all?
Yes.
Yes.
All right. And here we go again.
Okay. So it's to reject all, we start all over. Okay, everybody understand that? Okay. Those in favor vote by saying aye.
Aye.
It's going to be close. Those opposed?
No.
No.
Another want to take your vote?
Okay, let me just go around and make sure we've got it correct. Commissioner Furr,
Yes.
Commissioner Udine, Commissioner
Yes.
Fisher,
Yes.
Commissioner Bogan,
No.
okay, Commissioner Rich,
No.
Commissioner Sharif,
No.
Commissioner Vice Mayor Geller,
No.
The cloud is unanimous.
The cloud is unanimous, you're right. Very good.
So it's no up there, and
Yes, down here. No, up there.
Have they say you have to accept if you were voted?
not yet. It doesn't
Hadn't failed yet, but it hadn't passed.
until I vote.
Yeah, you haven't voted yet.
I'm in the hot seat.
You need a drink of water for this.
Mayor,
Yes,
Mayor, the heavens have spoken.
Right, that's right. Follow the heaven.
Okay. You can vote no.
Yes.
What was the final vote, Mr. Mayor? I couldn't tell.
It's 4-4, so we're gonna have to come back.
No, that was just on the amended motion. Now we got to deal with the main motion, right?
No, he's to reject it
Which
all.
will presumably also be 4-4, but we can try.
Right.
Let me ask this. County Attorney.
Yes, sir.
If we were to pass, after we come back, Commissioner Furr's
I don't think it would make a difference unless there's new evidence, Mayor.
there would still be in number one?
They would, if the same evidence were put into the record, the same questions were asked, and the same information came back, our recommendation legally would be that they rebut the presumption. Now, again, Commissioner, that's assuming that you get all 5 points. There were some other options that we were discussing. I won't get out there too much, although it's not a sunshine issue, but you could also have fewer points if you're a sub of a foreign parent, so for example.
Yes.
In an effort to expedite, you're bringing back FERS, I thought you
So if I change my vote, it would go back out and everybody bids all over again? Yep. That's what you said, reject all.
I think you would be the fourth vote to reject all, so it would be a 4-4 to reject
No.
all.
No, it'd be 5-4 to reject all.
Or that voted no, not to reject.
No, Mayor, four voted to oppose Furr's amendment.
Right, right.
There are only 8 of us here now, Mr. Mayor, not 9.
So we should now be voting on number 79 as it is.
Right. Correct.
I'll move it forward as it
Make a
stands.
motion.
Yes, yeah, go ahead.
So you're gonna,
I'll move number 79.
you're gonna bring FERS motion back, FERS amendment back? Can we, so on anything future after this FERS motion amendment, assuming that would pass, because I should have voted for it last time, that would cover future stuff, so then just leaves this one on the table? Is that?
Yes, assuming you would direct staff to,
Okay.
in the interim over the summer, if solicitations go out, that we include language that would provide that whatever rule is put into effect when the board is voting on the final rankings, that's the rule that would apply.
With that said, I'll second Lamar's
Yeah.
motion, so this business.
Wait a minute.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Just a minute. Can you clarify what we're doing here? What the motion
County
is?
Attorney.
Yes, Senator Ritz, the motion by Commissioner Fisher and seconded by Commissioner Udine right now is to approve the final rankings as stated in item
As stated.
79. And then we would just be directed to come back with the Commissioner Furr amendment, which once.
After the.
Yes,
correct.
yes, ma'am, that's correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, we have a motion and a
let's
second.
vote.
Those in favor, vote by saying aye.
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 Those opposed? Okay. So it passes 8-0?
Mayor, can I ask you one question, please?
Yeah, you may.
Sorry. I don't understand about when you're saying bring back Commissioner Furr's amendment. We did not vote to bring back Commissioner Furr's amendment. His amendment just now failed to get a majority approval. So I don't understand what county attorney's talking about bringing back some amendment that we didn't vote on.
It's not on this item. It's on the amending the procurement points that we allocate for local preference.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Thank you.
Okay. All right. So we move on. All right, we have item 100 is, we're gonna skip 86, 89 and 90, and we're gonna go to 100.
Mayor, I can make it easy on you and just defer the parking garage, so we don't even have to call Skip. We'll just defer it.
Okay, fine.
Is this the last item then, 100?
It is.
No, we got
Okay,
89 and
thank
90 yet.
You have 89 and 90.
Well,
It's the mayor's report and the county administrator's report.
Well, we can hang up for 89.90.
Mr. Mayor, are we going to be doing a COVID update today, or is it too late?
Mayor.
Sorry, distraction for a minute.
Mayor, 86 has been deferred.
I got that.
Okay, and then 89 and 90 are our reports, so we're at 100.
I understand. Are we ready for 100, or you guys want to make quick statements on reports? 'Cause that's all we got.
no, let's just go, let's move to 100.
All right, I'll just make a quick statement since everybody's gonna go. It's Juneteenth, tomorrow evening. Juneteenth celebrates the day the Emancipation Proclamation finally arrived in Texas, when the remaining slaves, over 200,000, learned that they had been legally freed. This was on June 19th, 1865. President Abraham Lincoln had issued the Emancipation Proclamation just a few short years before, on September 22nd, 1862, and it went into full effect on January 1st, 1863. The slave owners purposely kept the news from the slaves and continued to subject them to brutality and inhumane acts no one should experience. In honor of Juneteenth, the Broward Black elected officials will host a Zoom virtual town hall meeting entitled Juneteenth, Where Do We Go From Here? From 6 to 8 p.m., now more than ever, with the nationwide and global protest about racial inequity, discrimination, and crimes against black people. It is a discussion we must have. To register for the event, please visit Eventbrite, enter BBEO in your search bar. I see some of my colleagues have taken a bit of a break. I don't know, Yeah, there's the two of us.
I'm so sick of it, Mr. Mayor.
I'm here.
The cloud is here, Mayor.
Okay. Let me allow for.
People in Perth that are far less reliable.
No,
Okay, all right.
I'll pass.
And I know that Commissioner Ryan is trying to get online
Oh.
to be a part of the meeting. I don't know if he's on yet. Is he on? He wants to be a part
Mike
of.
Ryan?
No, Commissioner Ryan, not Mayor Ryan. Is he on, staff? We don't have him.
Mayor, are we taking a break here or what?
Yeah, it looks like where we are for a moment. I'm trying to give my.
How many callers do we have?
We have 25 registered for this
So why
meeting.
don't we let them speak now?
Yeah, why don't we go start?
I was trying to allow my colleague, he requested that he be on and opened the item, but with that, we'll go ahead, and when he gets in, we'll bring him on. We have on my list, the first speaker, Adam right back. Do we have Adam on?
He's in the call. Adam, your line is now unmuted. Please go ahead.
You'll get 2 minutes.
It's not set. It's not set.
Adam, perhaps your phone is on mute. Please unmute on your phone device.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Commissioners. Adam Reichbach, City of Hollywood, as well as representing the Broward City County Management Association. The BCCMA has and continues to work in lockstep with the Broward League of Cities and the CARES Act Task Force to address and come to a resolution for both the cities and the county as it pertains to the fair and equitable distribution of the CARES Act funding, which of course was designed to provide much-needed assistance and relief for all local governments. The cities collectively have expended upwards of $200 million in COVID preparation and response efforts. And at this point, the County Commission should have received correspondence from the governor as well as the Broward congressional delegation as to the necessity to share this $341 million that the county has received with all of the 31 municipalities. Before you is a viable option as well as another option, which would be to provide a direct allocation directly to the cities in a lump sum, but as well as a partnership option that would provide much needed funding to the cities to fight our collective response to COVID-19. And on behalf of the BCCMA, I implore you to join us as a true partner with the cities and accept the opportunity where we can together deliver services to our residents and recoup our large and growing expense to this effort. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you. We'll go on to our next caller, Mayor Anna Ziadi.
Anna, please hit pound 2 on your telephone keypad so I can identify you. She is not on the call.
We'll go on to Commissioner Beverly Williams.
Beverly Williams, your line is now unmuted. Please go ahead.
Good afternoon, good evening, I should say. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, good afternoon. Evening. I am Commissioner Beverly Williams of the We Care City of Lauderdale Lake, and also the distinct honor of being first Vice President of the Broward League of Cities. I'm here to speak on the agenda, item 100. I am today asking that you, the Mayor and Commission of Broward County, are supportive of the Broward League item. As you know, we formed the CARES Act Task Force and have worked diligently on a fair share alternative to the county's plan, which no funds are being allocated to our municipalities. My city of Lauderdale Lake depends on the county to allocate funds to us from the federal government and from Tallahassee, because we are a small city of less than 50,000 residents. My city has been negatively impacted with the pandemic. We've had to purchase personal protective equipment for staff, public safety, payroll expense, administrative costs, communication, marketing efforts. All of this are related to the COVID-19, of which none of these items were in our budget. Again, I am asking you to please be supportive of the Broward League plan. Thank you, and good night.
Mayor.
Next person, please.
Mayor?
Yes, go ahead.
It's Tim Ryan. Just want to let you know that I'm on the call now.
Okay, well, you may go ahead and make your statement. I'm allowing you to.
Well, thank you very much. I appreciate all the input from interested parties. My comment is that there are certain categories of funding for regional priorities that have to be funded, and of course we've been through it, several times with the PPEs, with the contact tracing, and with our ability to take persons who are in very small dwelling units, that if they are infected with the disease, that they can be isolated in a motel. But there are a couple of items that we really need assistance from the cities. Code enforcement is one of them. So, documented overtime for code enforcement officers and law enforcement officers certainly can be reimbursed. And then I think one of the big issues that we really need to discuss is with regard to assistance for persons who otherwise are going to be homeless because they're being, evicted from, their rental apartments, and also for small businesses that need assistance. I believe that at the county, we can delegate some of those duties and responsibilities to the municipalities under some type of procedure or protocol where they can be engaged and, provide information to us for funding or under some other type of policy that perhaps we set aside the money. But the most important thing is that the county is ultimately responsible when we get audited. So we need to have assurances that these are, relevant and legitimate COVID-19 related expenses. And with that, I would like to, have the county administration participate, in partnership with the cities on those important issues that we have to continue to fund small businesses and persons who would otherwise be homeless. It helps kickstart the economy, and it's the right thing to do for persons that otherwise are going to be out on the street. Those are my comments, Mayor.
Thank you. We'll go on to Bob Mayerson.
Bob, your line is now unmuted. Please go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes.
Okay. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. I'm Bob Mayerson. I'm the Vice Mayor of the City of Parkland and the Secretary for the Broward League of Cities. I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak with you this evening. I know each of you personally understands the tremendous work that our municipalities have provided during this pandemic, since all of you have previously sat on daises as local elected officials, and the significant cost to all our 31 municipalities that will continue to provide a significant cost, not only on a financial basis, but on an emotional basis. I know this commission understands the meaning of intent, as that guidance is clearly provided by the U.S. Department of the Treasury, congressional action, as well as Governor Ron DeSantis to apportion fairly and equitably with municipalities the CARES Act funding. It's vitally important, especially in these times of crisis, to partner with each other. So I urge this commission to adopt the recommendation of the Broward League of Cities to form a working group and truly make this a collaborative process that benefits all our residents of our 31 municipalities as well as Broward County. And thank you for your time.
Thank you. Mr. Chris Lagerblum.
Chris, your line is not unmuted. Please go ahead.
Hey, so good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Commissioners. Thank you for the opportunity to present. On behalf of the City of Fort Lauderdale, regarding the county's proposed allocation of CARES Act funding, which is now scheduled for a discussion at this meeting today, we support a collaborative and consistent approach to the allocation of CARES Act funding that's intended to cover qualified reimbursement of both municipal and county expenses. At our regularly called meeting of the Mayor and City Commission earlier this week on Tuesday, October 16th, a motion was unanimously approved to fully support the position taken by the Broward League of Cities CARES Act Task Force. We fully support collaboration to construct an allocation method with the Broward League of Cities, the Broward City County Management Association, and Broward County, guided by principles of fairness, equity, and transparency. I appreciate the opportunity to speak at your meeting today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker, Mayor Christine Hanchowski.
Christine, please hit pound 2 on your telephone keypad so I can identify your line. She is not on the call.
Mr. Chris Smith?
Mr. Christner, please hit pound 2 on your telephone keypad so I can identify your line. Your line is not unmuted. Please go ahead.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and Commissioners. I'm Chris Smith, representing today the Broward Clerk of Court. Continuation of a conversation you had earlier regarding the COVID dollars. I think Commissioner Ryan brought up about the need for dollars over at the Clerk of Court's office. I wanted to clarify a couple of things. First, if you refer to the letter, it should be in your backup, a May 15th letter from Clerk Foreman, which clearly spells out the qualifications needed for those CARES dollars for the Clerk of Courts. And in that letter, she speaks about the payroll support as well as the other expenses she's incurred, PPEs and such, and some of the retrofitting she had to do because of COVID-19. So I think she qualifies for the funding as sent down from Washington and Tallahassee. But the reason we really want to discuss this is we're facing a possible judicial tsunami in a couple of days. On July 1st, the clerk has to make a decision as to how she's going to allocate her staffing. Now, the Supreme Court has stated that courts can reopen on July the 17th. That date may still change, but on July 1st, the clerk has to determine what she's going to do about staffing. And as you previously discussed, when the courts open up, you're going to have a lot of backup. There's between evictions and property matters, domestic violence, Baker Act, protection orders, there's a lot of backup. And if the clerk does not have the proper funding, she has to start with furloughs and doing some other things with personnel that could further exacerbate the problem when the courts open up. So I would ask that the commission direct staff to expedite making a decision when it comes to the clerk. On July 1st, she has to make these decisions, and we would hate to furlough people when we have a lot of activities going to happen possibly mid-month or at the end of July. Again, you refer to the May 15th letter. It explains her position and why she qualifies for this COVID.
Thank you. Next, Commissioner Bronson, Felicia Bronson.
Commissioner Bronson, your line is now unmuted. Please go ahead.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. Good evening. Again, I'm Commissioner Felicia Brunson from the City of West Park. As a member of the Broward League of Cities CARES Act Task Force, I am here this evening requesting all of you to please ensure equitable treatment among local governments with regard to the dollars that were sent down. This funding is particularly critical to cities like West Park because if we do not receive the fair and equitable allocation, we could potentially have to cut some items out of our existing tight budget. So again, please allow us all to partner with you on delivery of services funded with these dollars to assist with our very needed COVID needs. Thank you.
Commissioner Marilyn Davis.
Marilyn Davis, please hit pound 2 on your telephone keypad so I can identify your line. She's not on the call.
Commissioner Todd Drosky.
Todd, please hit pound 2 on your telephone keypad so I can identify your line. Your line is not unmuted. Please go ahead.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor Geller, and Commissioners. My name is Todd Drosky. I am a Commissioner in the City of Deerfield Beach, along as a member of the Broward League of Cities Task Force. I personally look forward to working together with you and the county on a fair and equitable distribution of the CARES Act funding dollars.
You've probably seen the letter that's been signed by 4 of our local congressmen and women, Alcee Hastings, Ted Deutsch, Debbie Wasserman Schultz, and Federica Wilson, that have urged you to share 30% of the CARES Act funding with the cities. And you may ask why the congressmen and women have done that and for the local municipalities. And that's because Broward County is far different from the other counties that were granted CARES Act funding by the state. There were 12 counties with populations over 500,000 that received this funding. Besides Broward, it was Miami-Dade County, Palm Beach County, Hillsborough, Orange, Pinellas, Duval, Lee, Polk, Brevard, Pasco, and Volusia. And what separates Broward County from the rest of all those other counties is that our population is 1.9 to 2 million individuals, and we have 31 cities. Of that, there's only 15,304 individuals that live in the unincorporated areas of Broward County. That means 99.2% of the population lives in the cities in Deerfield Beach. Those other counties that I listed off to you have large unincorporated areas. And for example, and because I know I'm limited on time, Orange County has a population of 1.4 million. They have only 13 cities, whereas we have 31. They have 31 communities that live in the unincorporated areas, whereas we only have 6 in Broward County. So to share these funds that have been basically taken on by the majority of the cities and the population of Broward County is the only fair and equitable thing to do. In addition to that, I've spoken to many of you individually, and I know you're concerned about the clawback.
Hello, somebody there?
I think he closed in response to Mayor Holness's direction.
It actually closed. I guess we disconnected him. I give him a little bit of time. Mayor Daniel Sturmer.
Daniel, please hit pound 2 on your telephone keypad so I can identify your line.
We don't have to listen to Sturmer, though, do we?
I agree. He's not on the call.
Come on, Dan. What's going on?
Mayor Sturmer.
Please hit pound 2 on your telephone keypad so I can identify your line. He's not on the call.
Speak for yourself.
See, he got scared. He's off.
Not on. Okay. Mayor Frank Ortiz.
Mayor Frank, please hit pound 2 on your telephone keypad so I can identify your line. He's not on the call.
Mayor Glenn Trost.
Glenn Trost, your line is not unmuted. Please go ahead.
Good evening, mayors and commissioners. Thank you very much for the time this evening. The League of Cities has come up with a very reasonable proposal that allocates less than 30% of the funds the county received to the cities. Every city, including Lighthouse Point, has incurred substantial costs as a result of COVID-19 and will continue to incur costs for the foreseeable future. I don't know how many of you have seen the latest Florida Department of Health reports, but the trend continues upward. So this is not going away, and we are not out of the woods. We had that discussion on the mayor's call on Monday. I encourage you to adopt the League of Cities proposal to allocate a reasonable amount of funds to the cities. If you're worried about the clawback, that is something that can be handled. Every one of us have strong financial accounting departments that can track where we spend the funds and how we use the funds. So I'm not concerned about that. That is something that can be handled very easily. But we've had 4 members of the congressional delegation. I've also reached out to Senator Rubio's office and received the same response. The intention was to allocate the funds to the cities. As the previous speaker said, Broward County is very different than most of the other counties that received funds. We are predominantly a city-led county in which 99%, over 99% of the residents reside in the cities. Thank you for your consideration. and I appreciate the time this evening. Have a good evening.
Mayor Greg Ross.
Greg, your line is not unmuted. Please go ahead.
Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity. I'm Mayor of Cooper City and a proud member of the Broward League of Cities Task Force. This commission has been advised by the Florida congressional delegation of their intent to have 30% of the $340 million be given directly to the cities. You have been notified by the governor himself that you should give these monies received by you directly to the municipalities. Treasury says disperse the monies among all local governments, regardless of their size, thereby ensuring equitable treatment. You've even been informed by the BCCMA and the BLOC of our $2 million in COVID costs and our intent to partner with you by merely requesting half or 50% of our costs, a reduction to only $100 million, which is less than the recommended 30% and equal to what a true partner requires, only half. This still allows the county over 70% to do with as they please for any of your programs, be it child care, microloans, housing, economic development. This methodology allows the cities to avoid cuts in programs or increases in millage. And with the cities providing a hold harmless agreement as well as an indemnification agreement to the county, it brings a sense of comfort to Bertha. And I understand that and can appreciate that. If there is no money, then there can't be trust. Without trust, there is no partnership. Without partnership, everyone loses. All we want is that you do the right thing, and then we all win. Thank you.
Mayor Kenneth Thurston.
Kenneth, please hit #2 on your telephone keypad so I can identify your line. He is not on the call with us.
Mayor Hazel Rogers.
Hazel, your line is now unmuted. Please go ahead.
Good afternoon. Mayor Rogers, City of Lauderdale Lakes, and I first want to say thank you to the mayor and county commissioners. I have had long meetings, but this is the first time I've actually sat in one from 1 o'clock until now. So, and I've learned a lot, so you're never too old to learn.
Welcome
so
to
I'm
our
going to be
world.
brief. In Tallahassee, I would have said, can you hear me? I want to
Yes.
make sure I'm being heard.
We can.
Can hear you. Thank you very much.
Go ahead.
If I was in Tallahassee, I would vote in support. But I feel you need to hear my voice on this issue, which is just like my other colleagues. We just want our fair share. And yes, we have responsible staff, and we can deliver for our constituents. So I say no more, that we are responsible. We have, in my city, I can tell you, I'm cleaning bus shelters. We have 25 bus shelters. So you know what that means. A lot of people sitting, sleeping all night, and we have to take care of that. If not, we're going to continue to spread this virus. So I'm just asking you, we know what our needs are, and yes, we will take care of the residents of Lauderdale Lakes, and yes, we want to partner with our county. We have partnered at the state level. We have partnered in Tallahassee on issues that is important to us here locally, and we need to continue to do so for the betterment of our community, because this is going to be for a long period of time, and funding will continue to be disseminated and sent to the county on behalf of all of our cities. And yes, my city is not an entitlement city, so we're further. We will be really receiving less, but we just want our fair share. And I thank you guys for waiting online all day, my colleagues who are on the line, and thank you, county commissioners and your staff, for the hard work that you're doing.
Thank you, Mayor Rogers. Mayor Levy.
Mayor Levy, your line is now unmuted. Please go ahead.
Oh, good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor Geller, and commissioners.
I think you've heard from a lot of my colleagues about how critically important this allocation is to your 31 municipalities. I think you recognize that besides the clear intent from Congress that this money be dispersed directly from you as the direct recipient for purposes of expediency to your local jurisdictions who are relying on this relief that the Congress intended to assist local government with for COVID response. And I think you understand that for the response of our collective communities to be successful, the deployment of these funds has to be deployed most effectively, and that cannot happen without the participation of our workforces and our logistical chains and our resources, just as you've seen from day one with the municipalities putting together the COVID response and so forth. So to that end, we submitted to you a partnership funding plan in the same form that was illustrated to you by the county administrator. Our plan leaves $240.7 million for the county's sole discretion on deployment, pursuant to what I suppose is what you'll approve in terms of the administrator's recommendations. Our plan leaves intact fully your medical plans for testing and for contact tracing, isolating COVID individuals, sanitizing county facilities. All that stuff is fully intact, as is your desire to ensure a safe election and to cover the county other expenses and homeless issues, telework, rent, and business assistance. It does set aside $100 million for the cities, 30% just about, even below. And I think you know that there's going to be a lot of need to talk about how best to coordinate the collective city-county response. And to that end, we proposed a working group. So if you authorize today the 30% to cities, your administrator will know that's what the cities will work with. She'll know $240.7 million is what the county will work with, and the working group will decide how to best deploy those funds. There's so many details to work out. Identification provisions are clearly understandable to us, and we know that you understand we're an indispensable partner in this. And in order for the county to have the best COVID response possible to keep people healthy, we know that without the deployment of the city resources, Broward is at a loss, beyond, of course, the intent of Congress, which should be very clear to everybody here. So I thank you for your time, and I'll stay on the line for any questions later on.
Thank you. Mayor Judy Paul.
Mayor Judy Paul, your line is now unmuted. Please go ahead.
Okay, am I on?
Yes, you are.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes. Oh, okay. I won't go into everything again. Everybody that's spoken so far has been very eloquent. It's clear from the verbiage of the Broward congressional delegation's letter that when passing the CARES Act, Congress fully intended for municipal governments to be beneficiaries of fund transfer payments. That's very clear. I think that you need to take a good look at that partnership plan that was presented by the Broward League of Cities, and I ask you to please respect the collective opinions of the Broward League of Cities, the Broward County City Managers Association, the Broward delegation, the governor, and all the parties that have been recommending that you share this money equally with the municipalities. So I hope that you do the right thing and support this measure that the Broward League of Cities has placed before you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mayor Mike Ryan.
Mayor Mike Ryan, your line is now unmuted. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Good evening. I am Mayor Mike Ryan, City Sunrise, and a member of the League CARES Act Task Force. So I'm here to urge you to direct staff to allocate a fair and equitable distribution of the CARES Act funding to all 31 municipalities. The stated intent of the CARES Act, as specifically stated by Governor Ron DeSantis, the congressional delegation, and U.S. Department of Treasury guidance, is that the CARES Act funding you have received must be fairly and equitably apportioned with municipalities for qualified expenditures incurred and those which will be incurred in the future by the municipalities. You received a letter on Monday from our congressional delegation making it absolutely clear that the intent of the CARES Act is that the funds provided to Broward County were to share with the municipalities. It's fact, the delegation told you, quote, failing to provide these funds would fly in the face of the intent of the CARES Act and would cause unnecessary delays in COVID-19 response. I want to be clear. I believe municipalities have a legal entitlement and a vested right to a fair and equitable allocation of these funds. The League and the BCCMA have proposed a working group of the League, BCCMA, and the county staff to work expeditiously to construct a methodology for fair and equitable allocation of qualified expenditures, along with transparent oversight to include indemnification for the county. Thereafter, we request that the board schedule a commission meeting to address the allocation issues for consideration. We are prepared to start those discussions today. In the meantime, we request the board direct staff to hold and trust the amount that we have submitted for municipality expenditures. While this is the last scheduled meeting for your summer, or at least before the traditional summer break, I know you may have another meeting in July. These unprecedented circumstances compel us to all work together throughout the summer. Our residents expect us to work 7 days a week to address the pandemic issues. We are prepared to continue the necessary partnership for the benefit of all our Broward County residents. Thank you.
Mayor Rex Harden.
Mayor Rex Harden, your line is now unmuted. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Holness and County Commission and all my colleagues on the line. I appreciate your time this evening. I am a member of the Broward League CARES Task Force in addition to the Mayor of Pompano Beach, and I'm just here to lend my voice to my colleagues and encourage you all to do the right thing and share the allocation of the CARES funding that's come down from the federal government to our local level with all of the 31 municipalities. We all serve the same residents. There's certain things the county is very good at, and there's certain things that the cities are very good at. Let us partner with the county. That is the best outcome from what we're asking for, and it's the right thing to do to serve our residents in the best way possible. The allocation of the 30%, or actually less than 30%, $100 million set aside, if you direct your staff, look, each of the cities, we got our own professional staffs. What the indemnification agreements can be taken care of. We're not going to go out and take a trip to Tahiti. This is delivering services to our residents, our joint residents, to care for the COVID-19 impacts. So please do the right thing. Join with the League. Join with the BCCMA. We have all worked hard on this process to get to this point, and allocate the funds to the cities as it should be, as has been stated by the congressional delegation, the governor, and everybody up and down the line. So please partner with the cities. Let us serve our residents. Thank you very much.
Commissioner Michael Hudak.
Michael Hudak, your line is now unmuted. Please go ahead.
Hudak, H-U-D-A-K.
Hello, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Commissioners. My name is Michael Hudak, and I'm a Commissioner with the City of Deerfield Beach. I'm calling to express my support for the Broward 1814 submitted to you regarding the CARES Act funding. As previously mentioned, Broward County is unique among the counties receiving funds, as over 99% of the county's 2 million residents live within an incorporated city. Your 31 cities stepped up to the plate and supported our residents during these unprecedented times and are now desperate for the financial relief you can provide. The City of Deerfield Beach is estimating up to a $9.2 million budget gap as a result of COVID-19. We are currently doing our due diligence as we look at numerous scenarios so that we can balance our budget to include increasing revenues, cutting services, projects, and programs, proactively meeting with our union representatives, as well as implementing a hiring freeze. In viewing the budget meeting that preceded this, I know the county has adversely been affected financially by COVID-19 as well. I am requesting that the Commission look for win-win solutions and work collaboratively and in partnership with your cities in distributing the CARES Act funds as recommended by Governor DeSantis. Thank you very much for your time and consideration.
Commissioner Sandra Davey, Lauderdale Lakes.
Sandra Davey, your line is now unmuted. Please go ahead.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. I am Commissioner Sandra Davis from the City of Lauderdale Lakes. I'm just here this evening to underscore my support for the many small cities and regular cities that have been affected by the pandemic, COVID-19, and could certainly benefit from its fair share of the CARES Act fund distribution. Thank you very much for hearing me.
Commissioner Sandra Welch.
Sandra Welch, your line is now unmuted. Please go ahead.
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Good evening. It's Commissioner Sandra Welch from Coconut Creek. And thank you, Mayor and Commission, tonight. I do strongly support and ask that you adopt the Broward League of City Task Force recommendations in regard to the CARES Act funding that the county received, and that at least 30% be reasonably dispersed among all the municipalities across the county. I really want to applaud the task force for their dedication and their time and effort on behalf of all 31 cities in the county. And Mayor, this is again yet another time and another opportunity for us, the cities and the county, to work together as one. Thank you and have a good evening.
Thank you. Commissioner Tracy Kalari and President of the League of Cities.
Tracy, your line is now unmuted. Please go ahead.
Good evening. Thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Commissioners. I am really humbled and honored at the fact that the task force and so many commissioners have united together and come spoken to you today after numerous of hours we've been on hold, as much as your dedication to the county. I'd first like to speak in the capacity as a Hollywood Commissioner. I want to focus on not the negative, but on the positive, and let you know that while there was many discussions today regarding the tower issue and lots of confusion or, I guess, bitterness, I just want to let you know that there are so many positives that we have done together collaboratively with the City of Hollywood and the county that has moved forward and benefited so many residents, not just in the City of Hollywood, but kind of set the path for the future. So please know that we are all in this together as partners, and yes, we can agree to disagree, but let's not let's put that behind us. It's kind of like a marriage. So as the president of the Broward League of Cities, representing all 31 municipalities, we, all of us right now, have the ability to demonstrate and enact the true ability to rise above and demonstrate the true meaning of partnership. Let us be leaders that we were voted in to be. We cannot change the past, but we can create a positive and effective future. We can remain united and provide the true meaning of leadership by implementing the process of influence in people by providing a purpose, direction, motivation to accomplish a mission together. We all know that the mission is safety and quality of life due to the COVID-19 Act, this COVID-19 issues. The CARES Task Force has worked diligently to provide you undeniably all the factual and reasonable data that is needed to support the 30% funding to the 31 municipalities. All 31 municipalities are united, as you can tell by this phone call today, and our dedication to remain on the line with you through all of your other items. And we encourage you to please support and foster this partnership. Allocate the 30%, and we can work through the mesh during July. But I beg of you, and I implore you to please do the right thing on behalf of not the county, but as well the 31 cities, and to form a true partnership. Thank you. God bless you all, and thank you for all your hard work.
Thank you. Commissioner Bill Harris, Dania. Commissioner Harris.
Harris, your line is now unmuted. Please go ahead.
Okay, good afternoon, Mayor Holness and Commissioners. As a Commissioner in the City of Dania Beach and the second Vice President of the Broward League of Cities, I respectfully request that the Broward County Commission distribute the CARES Act funds to all 31 cities. Each and every city makes up a portion of the total population of Broward County, and it's only fair to have the equitable distribution of all the funds. We have all been affected by the COVID-19 pandemic, and we have all experienced unforeseen expenses
and the final results are not yet in. No one can predict the future for something that we have never been through before. So I'm respectfully asking the County Commission for the equitable distribution of the CARES Act funding to all 31 cities in Broward County. Thank you for your time.
Mayor Cooper, Hallandale Beach.
Mayor Cooper, please hit pound 2 on your telephone keypad so I can identify your line. Mayor Cooper, once again, it is pound 2.
ATT operator, this is Monica Sapero. I believe she might be under the name Michael Jorgensen in your system.
Thank you. Your line is now unmuted. Please go ahead.
Why, thank you. First of all, good evening. I know you've all had a long day, and I want to thank you for your hard work for Broward County. Mayor Holness, I know you've been working diligently with all the mayors throughout the county, County Administrator Bertha Smith, and all your staff for the amazing work that we've done on uncharted waters. And what I'd like to say tonight is to, in fact, share with you from my experience and thank you for your work. The idea of having a shared allocation, in my mind, you have proven, at least to Hallandale Beach, that you have a partnership with us. Thank you for allowing us to implement the CARES Act for housing and relief within our community. We really appreciate this. And I am optimistic because of everyone's role on the ship that we're going through this journey together, and we all respect our part and what we have to do and our responsibilities. I want to thank our task force from Broward League of Cities, giving of their time and their caring, our president for establishing the task force to work with us all collectively. We all have needs, we all have roles in this whole pandemic scenario. We all have budget needs, and we all have, again, the roles to play to get Broward County through this crisis. And I encourage you to support the task force recommendations of direct allocations and enter into the agreement with our cities. We collectively have fiscal responsibility, and actually administrators of our own and city managers and staff that are great stewards of our collective residents in Broward County. And thank you so much for the opportunity to speak tonight. I do agree that there should be an ongoing dialogue, as we don't know where the ship, hopefully we'll get support and we'll all get back together again, but we need to bring this ship home, but we need to work collectively to do it. So thank you, and thank all my colleagues for this effort, and we need to continue to work together. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mayor Cooper. And that was our last speaker. If I may.
Mr. Mayor, add me to the queue.
Yes, I will add you. Okay. If I may.
I think you should put Gilbert last.
Add me too.
Put up on either.
Okay. Let me thank all the elected officials for their service to our community, and thanks for being on the line. I know that for most of you, you don't have meetings anywhere near as long as ours. It's been a long day for us today, and Tuesday was a very long one also. And I appreciate what all of you do. And yes, we are all in this together. We ought to be working collaboratively to deal with this pandemic that faces us all. And we know that this virus is more devastating on some communities, especially those with lower income, higher unemployment, higher poverty level. The idea of a per capita allocation, to me, is not the right formula. Because if we look at that, and when you look in Broward County, we know there are 6 zip codes that have overwhelming poverty and unemployment and misery. I don't think that addresses it enough. I have a couple of questions for you, County Administrator. We hear of the letter that was sent by Congress. Did Miami-Dade County or Palm Beach get any of those letters?
No, they did not.
So let me ask you also, is Miami-Dade or Palm Beach County allocating funds to their city, and if so, how and what amount?
So I'm not aware that Palm Beach County has allocated any money to their municipalities. I understand that Miami-Dade is considering some, is looking at the issue as we speak. They have not made the determination, unless it happened while we were in the meeting today.
But I understand that Palm Beach had already decided how they're going to spend their money with no allocation to the cities, correct?
Yes. Early on, I think we were all, when we looked at the guidance suggested that allocation would come from the state. And so I'm sure that's why they went ahead and looked at countywide type priorities for themselves. I was aware that our municipalities have reached out for a specific per capita or some sort of specific allocation. What you have from us in front of you are the categories that are listed in the act, and whereby they guide you on how to spend the money, and that's what you have. Irrespective of how you allocate it or how you do it, you still have to spend the money in these broad categories. And so I just await to hear, to get direction from the board.
Did the governor send us any directive that says we ought to give the cities any portion of this money?
So what it appears the governor did, the CARES Act in the FAQs indicated that the state should share with those. There was a specific allocation of money for populations under, for local governments with population under 500,000, and the guidance said that the governor should share with those municipalities. It went on to say that it could. And I think what it appears that the governor did with respect to those counties that received a direct allocation, it pretty much repeated what the guidance was given to them, was given to us.
That was given to the state.
Right.
That they
So the guidance that the Treasury gave to the Treasury gave to the state was similar guidance from the state to those counties that received an allocation directly.
That said they should, or they could?
They should.
Now, do we understand why the governor did not distribute their funds to all the municipalities and just the counties?
No, we do not.
Okay. But the guidance that we believe existed prior to now, as Palm Beach acted on, was that portion of funds would come from the state.
Yes. So there was a joint effort by the Florida Association of Counties as well as the Florida League of Cities, asking that the governor go ahead and start to make that commitment or that distribution to all the populations under 500,000. If you look across the country, populations over 500,000 included counties, cities. It just says local governments, and many of those governments receive the money in that fashion.
So the population, including cities over 500,000, got a direct allocation, and then
Correct.
Those states got additional funds that were distributed to the smaller populated cities and counties.
Correct.
But we didn't do that here in Florida.
Well, the governor indicated that he would make an allocation directly to counties the 55 counties that did not get a direct allocation, that he would make a direct allocation around 25% of the total amount, and the other 75% he would, it appears that he would be holding. And if someone could make a request above that they could request it from the state through the Florida Department of Emergency Management. I just think in general there's a belief that there's so many restrictions on how this money could be used that they weren't sure that even with that type of distribution that it would be spent.
So the state gave 25% of what they received.
They gave
To the counties.
no, they gave so the state received 55% of the money. I think it's 55%. They received. I have a breakdown. It was over $8 billion that came to the state of Florida. A percentage of it went to counties over 500,000. The rest, the governor retained 55%. The amount of money that was available to the local governments pursuant to the act was shared at 25%. So the governor received the full allocation of what was to go to the state directly, and then about 75% of what could have been shared with populations under 500,000.
And of that 75%, what percentage did he allocate for those?
I beg your pardon?
What percentage of the 75% that the governor retained went to?
We don't know where.
Went to the counties. Do we know?
We don't know. Again, he allocated 25% to the counties. He didn't make an allocation to municipalities out of
So
that.
25% of what he got went to the counties.
Went to those 55, right, to those
For those
55
counties with
counties.
less than 500,000 people.
Correct.
Okay. And he retained 75%. Let me ask a couple other questions, please.
Point of clarification, please. You just, Mayor, you asked the administrator where the allocation went for the percentage, the 55%. At first she said over 500,000, and now you just said under 500,000.
So I'll clarify. So let me just put it in front of me. So there was a total of over $8 billion that came to the county. That came to the state of Florida. A percentage, which I'm trying to get in front of me here. Here. Yep. 55% was retained by the state, which I'm sure the governor is using it on as similar things that we're using. I can't speak for how that was allocated. The remaining 45% was shared, was to be shared with local governments, with a population over 500,000. That amount of money.
2.4 billion.
Right, that amount of money.
2.4 billion for the over 500,000.
Right, that amount of money went to 12 counties. Broward County received $340 million of that. The rest of the money, the governor had another allocation, so it's just really two pots of money for the state. That remaining amount of money, 25% of that was the governor said he would share with those 55 counties, and those counties could share with its municipalities within its boundaries, just as the suggestion to the 12 counties, Broward being one, that we could share with our municipalities.
Let me ask, do you know what kind of allocation Miami-Dade is contemplating for its cities, or you don't know?
I do not know.
Okay, but we know Palm Beach didn't do any.
No.
Couple of other questions in terms of what we've been doing and how it's cost us. In terms of the tracking and tracing, we have allocated funds for 150 more tracers.
So you had an item on the agenda today that really reflected our initial discussions with the Florida Department of Health. Subsequent to those discussions, you know, and has always been our intent to really look at our numbers, because at the time we began negotiating that contract, you know, we were going in the right direction. I had a subsequent conversation with the Department of Health, indicating that if our numbers continue to do what they're doing, we would need more tracers. So the more the cases, the more tracers that you need. We obviously have enough right now, so we wouldn't run out of money, but we do need to get to the end of December. So I suspect we're going to have to modify that contract to be able to have sufficient contact tracers to make sure we stay on top of the cases that we're seeing.
And I know we moved money from a reserve to assist with homelessness. And this year, for a budget, we're looking at $24,755,000 to deal with homelessness.
So we have to be careful. Yes, we're going to have to address homelessness, but we have to address homelessness with this COVID money as a relate. I mean, we have to demonstrate what protective measures that we're doing as it relates to COVID-19. And that's where we struggle with this discussion, and clearly we'll be spending a lot of time with the county attorney's office as well as the auditor, but the guidance will, I mean, there's a lot of guidance about what you can and cannot do, but when they identify what you can spend those dollars on, they specifically make sure that they continue to tie it back to your protective actions related to COVID-19. And so what we would have otherwise spent on homeless, we've had to divert to deal with a number of issues that that's been identified as a result of COVID-19. So it's a combination of both.
And to deal with that, how much money have we got? How much support have we gotten from the cities to deal with that issue?
Well, right now, our conversations are, we're sort of focused primarily with the city of Fort Lauderdale. As you know, they have taken some protective actions of their own, so we'll be working with them either depending upon how the funds are allocated. Those are the type of expenses that you would have to work with to kind of identify. But outside of that, it's just pretty much what the county spends on homelessness.
So no other city other than Fort Lauderdale is assisting us with the homeless situation?
In any real, I can't say.
No, there are others.
I was going to say, I can't say that the only city at this point, but the ones that have been brought to my attention that are specifically related to this COVID issue has been Fort Lauderdale.
And we've had a program for some time dealing with rental assistance for those who are homeless and that are about to face homelessness. And that serves all the people in Broward County?
Yes, it does.
We don't discriminate against any city, or anyone who comes to us from any city gets served?
Countywide.
Okay. So there's a large number of stuff. I think we're spending $109 million in total on many of these services that will spiral upwards, that will result from this pandemic at this point in time. So for me, the issue of a per capita allocation is difficult. First, for us to look at, because again, this virus doesn't affect you equally. There are people who are affected more drastically that we will need to take care of. And I believe the county is being that person that is, that entity that is the last resource for many of these folks as we go forward. And in terms of the clawback from the federal government, if we somehow allocate these funds to the cities, do we have monies that we give to them that we can take back from them, as the federal government can take money from us that they would send to us that we would not otherwise get, like for probably CBG dollars or other funds?
Well, if I understand the guidance properly, you can't use other federal dollars to offset anything that you've done to support this initiative if you use initially federal dollars. So that's just something that we would be working with the county attorney's office to determine.
And also, my last question. I understand that we cannot use these funds for budget shortfall because I've heard a couple of callers talked about that on the phone. Can we use these funds for budget shortfall?
No. What they've indicated that you cannot use it to supplant revenue that you've lost. So the extent to which you have incurred expenses, and I'm sure many of our municipalities can identify expenses that they would not have otherwise had to make were it not for COVID. You can use these dollars for that, but outside of that, you cannot.
So my thoughts is that, yes, I want to partner with the cities, but it would be at about 10%, and it would have to be a reimbursement so that we know that if anything happens, we're in a place where we will be able to be responsible for it. Because at the end of the day, we're going to be responsible. And I know the cities have great accounting and all of that, but at the end of the day, if someone makes a mistake, it's going to be us, our budget, that will have to cough up the money that was spent, whether it be mistakenly or inappropriately. I'll go ahead and start with my colleagues, Dr. Barbara Sharif.
And please remember me.
And then I'll go to Commissioner Geller, and we'll go up in the sky, and then we'll come back down here, okay? Is that fine?
Thank you, Mayor. Tim Ryan, I'm in the queue.
Okay, good, thanks.
Thank you.
Commissioner Sharif, Commissioner Geller, Commissioner Ryan, in that order.
Okay.
Do you have
First of all,
Can I get on the queue? Mayor,
Oh, wait,
can I
you
get
know
on the
what,
queue?
we're gonna move Commissioner Ryan. You got a chance already, so we'll come back to you at the end of this. Commissioner Sharif.
Okay.
Mayor, can you put
Why am I always last?
Everyone's on the queue. Go ahead, Commissioner Sharif.
So all of the cities that have spoken today, I just want to say thank you for hanging on. Thanks to the Broward League of Cities and for all the representatives who reached out. I understand and I hear your plight. You know, when we speak about cities, we oftentimes speak about them as if we are separate, but we are one Broward. And so these 31 municipalities that have reached out to us that are in need of assistance are dealing with many of the same issues that we're dealing with on the county level, and they're dealing with it locally. Additionally to that, I have several small cities in my district that I know are struggling with this. We also have populations within those small cities where we've seen that our black and brown residents are affected more frequently by COVID and more severely. We have lots of senior populations within the cities on the eastern portion, such as Miramar Eastern Side, Northwest Hallandale, Pembroke Park, and West Park. I would hate for us to lose an opportunity to support Broward County residents by getting hung up on a 30% allocation. I think that wherever we use this money in Broward County, it's going to benefit the people we represent. So I'm not opposed to supporting the Broward League of Cities position at all. However, I did ask when the representatives phoned me about this, that they create some type of agreement, interlocal agreement, or some type of agreement where they could bear the responsibility and the weight of any type of misuse or inappropriate use of this money, because the county would not want that responsibility. Over and over again, I was assured by city representatives as well as mayors in many of the cities that they would not be opposed to that type of agreement. So I would have to ask Ms. Henry at this time, did anyone proffer such agreement to you, and has our legal team been able to look at it if it was?
I don't want to say that they haven't. I don't have it. I've heard on the phone today. It sounds like that there's a subcommittee that's willing to work on it if they have a draft. Again, at this point, I haven't seen it, but it doesn't mean that one doesn't exist. And clearly, we would be working with the county attorney's office if there was such an agreement that we would have to bring back in front of you.
Okay, I would ask that be done, because I've been told by Mayor Levy, I've been told by the Broward League of Cities president, and many others that they are willing to entertain that. And I think that might be the best workaround in this situation so that we can get them the help that they need. Additionally to that, we have a clerk of courts that has been shut down. They're working at half capacity, and they're trying to reopen. And the number of evictions and foreclosures and service items that go through the clerk of the court is going to be substantial. And I understand that the clerk of courts has requested an allocation from this funding, and I want to just be on the record of saying that I spoke with the clerk of courts representative, Senator Smith, on this, and I agree that there is going to have to be some provision made for the clerk of courts to receive some type of funding to help them to recuperate and open up at full capacity after this COVID-19 pandemic. I am going to say that I am not really concerned with the fact that other counties have not made a decision to allocate funding to their cities. I think that as leaders in Broward County, I've always been a proponent of going ahead and doing what I think is right. I think we have to help the cities, because our residents that we represent live in these 31 municipalities. And as regional representatives, we're tasked with making sure that the people in our districts and our respective communities get the help they need. So I am going to, I want to just make my position known that I will support the 30% allocation for the cities. I would like to support a portion of this money be used for the clerk of the courts. And I would support that, understanding that there's an agreement in place that they take full responsibility for properly using the funds. Those are my remarks, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Geller.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I actually kind of disagree with both the cities and the current county position, and let me elaborate. I want to remind people that how times have changed, because only a week ago, last Wednesday, the Florida League of Cities and Florida Association of Counties were jointly saying that it was the governor's responsibility from the $8+ billion that the state of Florida got to distribute that money to the counties, which are 55 of the counties, and to the cities, which are every city in the state except Jacksonville, which is also Duval County, because of their unique system of government. But the Florida League of Cities and Florida Association of Counties, as recently as last week, were jointly saying that the funding for the cities was supposed to come from the $8 billion+ that had been transferred to the state. I would like to read from the Q&A sheet, which is the guidance from Treasury. Question, should states receiving a payment transfer funds to local governments that did not receive payments directly from Treasury? And my note is that is every city in the state of Florida except Jacksonville. The answer is yes, provided that the transferred funds are used by local government for eligible expenditures. ... consistent with the needs of all local governments for funding to address the public health emergency, states should transfer funds to local governments with population of 500,000 or less, using as a benchmark the per capita allocation formula, etc. So, as a result of this federal legislation was very clear that the money was supposed to go 55% to the state and 45% to local governments. Based on what Governor DeSantis has done, which is instruct the counties, the 12 large counties, to directly provide money to the cities, it will upset the 55-45 split. The state will end up with more than 55%, and local governments will end up with less than 55%. So, as I said, just last week, FLD and FAC were saying that it's the governor's responsibility. I understand the letter from the congressional delegation. I've communicated with Congressman Wasserman Schultz in her office and told her that I disagree. I spoke with one of her budget people who didn't agree or disagree, but said, yes, Senator, you have some very good points. The governor did not say, despite what some of the correspondence that I have seen, the governor did not say that we are obligated, that the counties are obligated to pay local governments. He said we should, which is the exact same language that he ignored from the federal government, saying should states, and he said, and he ignored that, but he's saying, well, you should, but you don't have to us. I think that I liked it better when the cities and counties were unified, saying that the state should be paying this. Having said all of that, I think that there may be things that we can work out with the cities. I really don't think that this is cooked yet. I don't support just giving funds because of the clawback provision. I've been told that there's indemnification possible, but candidly, I know how that would work. If a city spends money on something which is a completely legitimate local government expense, but federal government comes back, Treasury comes back 5 years from now and argues over it, and the cities will be, and the county will be in a worse financial situation a couple of years from now, I'm quite certain that the cities are going to say, we don't have the money, county, we're asking you to take the responsibility, and candidly, knowing our commission, there's a relatively good chance we might end up doing that. So I am not supportive of giving money. I've heard a lot of the commissioners, city commissioners, tell me in their numerous calls that the budget is down and they need the money, and I don't know how much everybody realizes that we can't pay for a lot of those expenses from CARES Act money, just like, I had asked earlier today, I was the first one that brought up the clerk's office, and I was told we couldn't help them with CARES Act money. So I would be willing to consider, however, that if there's a way, for example, instead of paying money directly and saying, here's 30% or whatever percent, I would be supportive of something that would say that perhaps they can submit reimbursements to us, which is what the state is requiring the counties to do. Submit reimbursement, have it reviewed by the county auditor, and then if it's an approved purpose, provide some funds to the cities. I do want to point out again, as Mayor Holness pointed out, that virtually none of the other counties are sharing with the cities. I think Orange County is the only one that I'm aware of that's sharing any appreciable portion with the cities. And although Broward County is admittedly more incorporated, if you have a county that's 50% incorporated and they're not giving anything to the cities, you can't say that, well, on a per capita basis, it works out. I do think that, again, if we spend more time working with the cities, I do think that we may be able to find ways of working out some appropriate transfers of funds to the cities. I'm scared to death of the clawback provision and think whatever we do would have to be, again, a reimbursement approved by the county auditor, as opposed to just giving direct funds with the county on the hook for clawback. I do think that some of the items like PPE, because we're buying a lot of the PPE, that's supposed to be for both us and the cities. So perhaps some of the funds that we would be giving to the cities would actually be in-kind funds. So, for example, I'm sorry, I keep getting texted I must have received 30 texts by city commissioners. I cannot respond to all of these. I do think that some items, for example, PPE, could be shared. If we're buying masks and the cities are planning on buying masks from their share of the money, maybe we can work out things there. So I think that we need to spend more time working with our partners, the cities, and working out better ways of, again, ensuring that we don't get hit for clawbacks, coming up with, I don't know that 30% is a reasonable number. I think that's 100% of what they would have been getting from the state. If it's not, it's very close to that. Maybe there is a somewhat lesser number, but I would like to help the cities. So I would like to defer this to the emergency summer meeting that we have called to give us an opportunity to work with the cities. And I would like to ask the county administrator one question. I have recommended, since I believe as a result of the way that they're doing this, as I said, state is getting more than the 55%, and the local governments are getting less than the 45%. I had asked the county administrator, I don't know if she's had any time to deal with this, to see if there was any appetite from the League of Cities and Association of Counties, Florida League of Cities, Florida Association of Counties, to consider suing the governor to try and get the remaining $900 million or so that should have been distributed statewide to cities and counties. Ms. Henry, can you respond to that?
No.
Okay.
No, I have not had an opportunity to do that.
It's really been happening. That's another reason that I would recommend that we defer this to the summer meeting. I guess perhaps to offer that as a motion, because I would like to see if there is an opportunity between now and the time we take a final vote to see if the League of Cities and Association of Counties would consider litigation, because the governor's actions clearly violate Treasury's 5545. Furthermore, I would like to help the cities. I'm paranoid about the clawback provisions. I think if there may be other ways of giving money, including buying things like the PPE, but also, either reimbursement or perhaps just an application before they spend it, which gets approved by the auditor. So at this point in time, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to, after all of the members have spoken, I would like to move that we defer this item until our July meeting to give us a chance to work more with the cities, because we all thought until 1 week ago today that this money was coming from the state. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much. Commissioner Rich?
Yes, thank you. Yeah, and I kind of agree with Senator Geller. It really bothers me tremendously that the Florida Association of Counties and League of Cities was working on trying to bring the dollars back to the county for local governments that should have been, the percentage should have been appropriated or allocated to us, and of course now, is not. I think that that's the kind of the most egregious part of this issue. I also would say that in deference to my my friends in the Congress, I don't agree with them either. Let me say, somebody said at the very beginning of this that 99.9% of the population lives in cities. Okay, yeah, that's true, or just about true. But I have to say that they all live in Broward County. Everyone lives in Broward County. So to say that because someone lives in a city, that means that money, all the money, or the money has to go to the city, that is not accurate. And when I look at the programs and the things that Broward County has been doing, particularly in terms of human services, through this pandemic, the collective efforts, the collective plans have been really through human services in the county. And I am desperate to maintain that because we had enough problems before this started. Many of you know because you've been working or trying to work on homeless in your communities. And now it's just kind of all reached another level. So it's extremely important to me that we have enough funding within Broward County. I'll give you an example. So the ADRC, the Aging Disabled Resource Center, started doing meal delivery to seniors in our community. They had never done this before. We have Meals on Wheels. We have other programs too, but the need was so great. So I asked our executive director at the ADRC to give me an analysis of where those meals were going. So obviously every city is served from one person to a small, very tiny city to 1,044 in a city like Pembroke Pines. And these are meals that are served 14 meals per week. Most clients have been receiving them for a period of 10 weeks or longer. So all 31 municipalities are being served. They're running out of money on actually July 10th. So, I'm looking at something, a program that it's not inexpensive, although it is, in essence, for the food that's being served, when you think about the meals being costing something like $5.26. So 4,662 clients are being served a week. A week ago, this past week, 74,000 meals were served. So to me, I feel that we have got to look at the programs, the things that are going on in this community, as I said, that are collective, that we are all doing together, the feeding programs all around this county. It's incredible, and you all see it in many of your municipalities, and thankfully you're all participating, but the money has to come, from somewhere. And we have been working on this within our allocation to look at how do we do this? How do we continue this, through just the next month or so, because it's not going to be over. So these are the things that I kind of, lie awake about at night and listen to and think about. We need to serve. We all serve the same residents, and we ought to be looking at. And I agree, there are things we can work together, and we should work together, and the things that we can fund, I believe, through reimbursement to protect ourselves against the clawback, for sure. But there are ways that we can work together, and there are needs that you have that definitely need to be met. So I think we should continue to work together to try and come up, with a solution. In the solution should be part of it should be going after the governor of this state to provide the funding that rightfully belongs to the local communities. And however we decide to do that. Same thing with homeless. the county manager, Bertha, mentioned about what we're doing. We have a lot of non-congregate facilities now that we're using, hotels, to place people in. But we're not just placing them into non-congregate living without providing wraparound services to help get them placed into permanent housing and to provide them with opportunities for jobs, so that when 30 days passes, they're not back out on the street in the same position that they were before. So there's just so many things that that we are doing as a county that I think it helped every one of our cities and each and every person who lives in our cities. So I think that that's something that, when people want to say, well, everybody lives in a city, that is true, but everybody also lives in a county. And so we need to work together. And I'm certainly comfortable with saying we should take a look at this and spend some time, come back in July, and figure out, how we can work out our allocations or appropriations that would be we'd be able to do with the cities. But I just want to say that the needs in the overall county are astronomical. We had a budget workshop today, and we are looking at millions and millions of dollars worth of deficits before we ever even know what's happening. I mean, nobody even was recognizing 3,207, the highest number of people ever, COVID cases today in our state. So we don't even know, where we're going to need the money the most, I think, at this point. So I just think, we need to just take a step back and figure out how to work together. And not say, we need 30% of this, we need X percent of this, because we don't really know exactly where we need it, except for certain areas like feeding and testing and tracing. And by the way, the tracing, I got a text of the tracing. It said it was, a small number. That amount of tracing is not going to give us what we need. And we need to have, and we can see the testing, unlike what the governor says, the testing, more testing is not the problem. We need to test. We need to find out where we are, and we need to do the tracing. And that's part of the public health aspect of this that's important. So I think we have a lot of work to do, and we can do it together, and I'm certainly committed to doing that.
Commissioner Bogan.
Mayor, I agree with Commissioner Sharif. And I kind of would agree with supporting the League of Cities, supporting the allocation. Also, we don't want to forget about supporting the clerk's issue, clerk of court. And the issue brought up by Vice Mayor Geller can all be solved, and anybody else that wants to bring up about the clawback, it can all be solved by an indemnity agreement. Our county attorney sitting right there can certainly tell you they all are willing to sign an indemnity agreement. We can ask for a bond. There's a lot of things that we can do that they are willing to sign to protect us. So, so there's different things that we could do so we wouldn't have to have that worry about being financially responsible. And if we had to litigate, we can have a provision for prevailing parties' attorney's fees. I mean, we could do everything we can by agreement to protect us. And so we all are voted in by a certain number of cities, and I think that if our League of Cities, in which we are part of, this is what they're asking, I think we should consider it, and I hope that we can find a way to work out some type of arrangement protecting the county as well as giving them the money what they're looking for. That's it. Thank you.
Commissioner Udine.
Thank you, Mayor. I didn't want to interrupt before when the county administrator was explaining, so I have just a couple follow-up questions that I wanted to ask. So when we talked about the 45 and 55% and the under 500 in this, have the cities received any other pots of money on any of this, or this 340, other than what Senator Geller said about going after the governor? Has there been other applications made by the individual cities within Broward County to receive pots of money?
So there's the federal government has had a number of stimulus type programs. you heard one of the cities make reference to some money that came out for CDBG funding. So they have received funding allocations from that pot of money. But the 340 million, there's been no distribution to no distribution directly to cities at this point. And I think that's the part of the debate that we're having, when and how that should occur.
Okay.
Commissioner Bogan, I think your phone is on mute when you're speaking.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to let you know also that I was informed that there may be 2 callers that were waiting on an item on the parking garage. When we deferred the parking garage, nobody told me or nobody informed me that there were 2 callers that still might be on waiting to talk on an item. And I don't know if your AT&T operator wants to let you know if there's 2 people, but I just want to let you know.
Okay.
Go ahead,
Thank you. When you gave your recommendation, you gave it in the 6 column, the 6 buckets, let's call for now, spreadsheet. And when I look through 2 of them right off the bat, the city's completely agreed with. Bucket number 1, you talk about that's $60 million. And then if you look at the city's column there, they're in agreement with those dollars. And bucket number 6 is the same thing. They're in agreement with those 2 as you look through it. When I go through 2 through 5, so as I look through this, what the cities are asking for here, I don't know if the numbers, how that plays out, but this is not an unreasonable ask that's being made, in my opinion, by the cities here. So if you look at just the second column, the second row, public health expenses, take like in the city's bullet number 3, the cities have a tremendous amount of municipal buildings that they're going to need to have cleaned, the same as what the county's going to need to have cleaned. So, I mean, there should be some dollars there that should go. Like if you look through each one of their bullet points, to me, they don't seem out of line. I don't know what the costs are, and I don't know what the specific numbers are, but I think that they make a claim of reasonableness of what should be done. So as I look at this, I'm not worried as much about clawback issues, because I think an indemnity agreement can be done between the different county attorneys, and if it's something that has to be done, so be it. I think one thing that we have to consider too is all this money has to be spent by a certain amount of time, or we lose the ability to spend it.
That's correct, December 30.
Okay, so we have to, this is something that we need to get going on. The tracing, you know, I know that there's a lot, Palm Beach County just did a contract that was not that expensive with a technology company that's using everyone's cell phone technology, you know, for potential tracing opportunities that when I heard what the number that they were spending on it was not a big number. And it really pretty much works the same way your Bluetooth works. And if you get close to somebody and later you've been tested and you have this, it will tell everybody, you know, there's a way to look at it. So it's just something there. I'm supportive of giving the cities a shake in these dollars. So I would like to see us work with them with their task force, if we can put somebody on there to come up with a way so that they can have an equitable split with these dollars. It doesn't seem fair to me not to transfer any of these dollars to the city. There's certain things that are specific county things, and maybe the numbers won't work out because of that, but like the clerk of the court may need something. The courthouse in general, there may need some dollars that may need to come. I see you have that in column number, or row number 6. And the cities have agreed to that. So I think the numbers maybe need to be massaged, but in general, I think that there should be some kind of participation with the League of Cities Task Force so that we can come up with a fair distribution. And if that can be done while we're working on that budget, on that item with the transportation thing, when we have the meeting and over the summer, we can knock them off.
Thank you, Mayor. You know, it's getting late. I don't want to be too verbose because I think a lot was already said, and want to obviously agree with Commissioner Sharif and Commissioner Bogan and Commissioner Udine on all of their comments. And, you know, at least 5 of the 9 here that sit on this dais at one time sat in a city seat, whether it be a mayor seat or whether it be a commissioner seat. And so I can passionately hear their voice. I hear their cry, and I understand it loud and clear. And I believe that the League of Cities did a fantastic job in precisely providing a plan to us that directly correlates with our administrator and her buckets, as Commissioner Udine uses. So I think they work long and hard, and I believe that you know, we talk about having them as partners. You know, I know the mayor was graciously throughout this COVID having calls directly with the mayors, wanting their input, wanting to get to see what they wanted to do as far as openings and building consensus. And for us to not allow them to participate in these dollars, to me, is disingenuous, and it's truly a partnership. And we can talk all day long about, you know, 2.5, 3 weeks ago, you know, Marty Cassini called me and said, hey, you know, the $1.25 billion that's going to come to the city, it's directly going to come to the county, it's going to go right to the cities. And then lo and behold, that's cut off. And it is what it is, folks. We got $340 million is what we have to deal with right now. We have to spend it by December the 31st. So we can't sue anybody. We can't, you know, it is what it is. So we have to deal with that. That's the dollars that we have to deal with. So if we want to be true partners with our cities, and you go back to the question of how much percentage Broward County has as unincorporated versus Miami-Dade and Palm Beach. Miami-Dade has 43%, and Palm Beach County has 43.5% of unincorporated areas. So my point, going back to what somebody made earlier, is, you know, we are made up of the 31 cities with a very small percentage of unincorporated. So we have to take that in mind when we make this final decision. I agree with giving some money to the clerk of the court. She is in desperate need of that. But we have to be fair and equitable. It's been said, I don't know how many times, that the cities are going to provide the identification for the clawback. I have 100% support Mr. Myers and what he can design to protect the county for the clawbacks. I don't even see that as having an issue at all. I see it truly cooperation. They've offered it, and they're going to live by it. And so we have to have trust. We have to have teamwork here to ultimately get where we need to be. The working group is superb. Thank you to the League of Cities for providing that. Continue to work through these items as we work through and getting the money. But ultimately, time is of the essence, and we've got to react. And so when everybody's finished, I would like to make a motion that we go ahead and support the Broward League of Cities plan that they have given us, and move forward with the working group, move forward with the legal aspect of it, and so they can obviously participate and get some monies, because as you know, those 5 that have sat in those city seats knows exactly what we're dealing with here. As a county, we need to be 100% supportive, so we need to do the right thing. Thank you, Mayor.
Commissioner Farr.
Thank you.
I'll second his motion, but it's a special motion.
Mayor, I'd like to comment. Tim Ryan, after being available.
I wanted to make a motion at the conclusion.
I will, Commissioner Ryan.
Thank you. First of all, I want to thank all the callers, all the elected officials, and Broward League of Cities for all their input. I think it's been helpful. It's helpful having lots of people thinking about this, because we're in for a big fight. We're in a big fight. And if I'm in a big fight, I want as many teammates as I can possibly have. And that's what we've got. We've got a lot of people that are willing to help out. That said, I really don't agree with the per capita distribution. I don't think, I mean, you've got people out there right now that don't know where their next meal's coming from. Really don't know where their next meal's coming from. And then you got other people out there that are just having to make the decision, which takeout order am I doing? There's a big difference. And there's a big difference throughout this county. And you have pockets of places that need it more than others. And I think we have to recognize that. We have what we have to be looking at. We've got 2 big concerns here. One is the actual spread that's happening right now. I'm looking at the statistics today, and a lot of us have seen this. This is a huge spike in just what's happening today. We're in for a fight. And that's going to take all of us trying to figure that out. And what's happening, the other part of that is that's going to scare more people, and it's already been hard to have an economic comeback. You're going to have 200 to 250,000 people out of work. That has to be addressed, and I actually think this money should be looking toward that. When I look at the buckets of money, and I appreciate going one by one on these. The very first one that's talking about the medical expenses, I think this really is primarily a county responsibility. And I'll say, most cities don't do social services. I've been a city commissioner. And we always said, county, we need you to step up on that. And it's always been that way. So we need to kind of recognize there's a distinction there. On the second part, public health expenses, there is no doubt that cities are having an expense there, particularly on PPEs and all those kind of things, like you were mentioning, cleaning. There should be a off the top, whatever you've spent that is legitimate. Let's figure out what that is. We don't know how much that is. I don't know if that's 10%, 20%. I don't know what that is. So we need to hear those numbers as quick as we can from all the cities, so that we take care of those expenses that have already been had and are foreseen at least up until December. The payroll expenses concern me a little bit, because I don't want to be supplanting what is already, if you've got police already on budget, they're already doing stuff, you can't be paying them twice, or supplanting budgets. I don't want to, first of all, there are too many people out there that really need it right now that we can't afford to be, bolstering up others' budgets. We can't do that. We got to be helping those people that are absolutely in need. The next budget on compliance expenses. I don't know, this is one with all the telework and distancing programs. That's a hard one to do, but we have IT, cities already have IT. A lot of that can already be done. There's a lot of in-kind work there that doesn't have to be extra income put into that. So I'm not sure how much of that is there. The part that goes into the economic support expenses, and this is where I think we can really use the city's partnership. And here's how. We have 15 cities that are entitlement cities. That means they have staff on board right now that know how to do intake, know how to deal with those federal monies. And the number of people, and I called every city and found out who has staff. The number of staff that the total number of cities have with regard to entitlement that is used is 51. The number that we have in our staff is 27. This triples our capacity. And you know what? If you got 250,000 people needing intake, you're going to need every one of those. You're going to need all those people, and that's the help we need. And then second of all, when they're doing that intake, and those entitlement cities, okay, maybe all the money's not going to every city, but if you can kind of have a large amount of money to draw down, that when they're doing intake, okay, here's a pile of money for rental assistance, evictions, food, all that kind of stuff. You can draw that down. Do the intake. Tell us what it is, and that's where that money can go through. And the entitlement cities know how to do this. They've already got they've got the expertise. The smaller cities that aren't the entitlement cities, we are those entitlement. We have that staff. That's us. So we cover the whole county by doing that. I really think that's one of the key ways we could do this. And go, because otherwise, if you try to give all the city a bunch of money and say hire staff real quick, train them, there's not time. There's not time. we got to hit the ground running now. So that means take that capacity you got, get them to work, and I think that's a good way to go about it. The other part is when they're doing intake. This is a time to start asking them, what kind of job do you have? Do you expect to be going back to that job? Do you need training for another job? And start to steer people toward Career Source Broward and those public sector jobs. The $150 million that we put forth today on road work, on all those kind of things, start saying, here's where these jobs are available. Because we got to be steering them that way. It is not enough to just simply be giving out money. We're not going to have much to show for it at the end of 6 months, except for a bunch of people that still need more money. That's what you're going to have. You're not going to have people that have jobs. You're not going to have anything built. We need to have a plan where we are not only helping people out, but they're also getting a job, they're feeling good about themselves, and in the end, we're building a better Broward. We're building infrastructure. We got public sector jobs. The other part that's not in here, that should be in here, and I think we need to be considering, and it should be in the economic support part, is people can't go back to work if they don't know where their kid's going to be. If you don't have a way for your place for your kid to go for childcare, and right now 49% of the childcare centers in this county are not in business. They are not open. Why? Because they can't afford it. They can't afford to open the doors. The ratio, and it happened the last couple of days. You all have seen where they've had to close summer camps. Another one had to close because, one kid came in with COVID, got into all the different groups. Everybody had to go home. So that's, you've got to follow those CDC guidelines to the letter on the for the child care. One teacher has 8 kids. Boom. If that group gets infected, okay, those 8 go home. But the whole school doesn't have to go home. And it's got to be done in that kind of manner. So we've got to set aside money there, and I know the ELC and the Children's Services Council is looking at this as well, but they don't know how much money that they have coming yet, and it doesn't look like it's enough. So those are places where I think we can use it. We can use the city's help a lot. I actually think drawing down money or putting a pile of money this is to draw down. And if it's 30% of the money that can be drawn down for that, because that's probably what cities are thinking is, I think they're thinking, I could be wrong, but they're looking out for their citizens. They're thinking, I've got all these citizens that don't have a job, that might be needing money, that might be needing rental assistance, and I want to take care of them. That's what they're thinking. And they're absolutely right in doing that. So if we make sure that money is there, but they don't know how many are going to be coming. Each city doesn't know how many is going to be coming. So it really needs to be like a stash money that can be drawn down with those intake people that those entitlement cities can handle. I know when you're about to make the motion, I think it's more per capita. I would ask you think about considering that there be maybe a certain amount of money set aside, but not put toward every city, but available to cities, available to them while they're doing the intake, and that it can be drawn down that way. That way it goes to where it's needed. It doesn't go to where it's not needed. We have to target this. We have seen what the federal government has done, and we've seen the mistakes where it goes all over the place, but it doesn't necessarily go to where it needs to be. I don't want us to make that same mistake. I want us to be laser focused on where this money goes and how it goes, and make sure it goes to where it's needed. So I
think that working group will be perfect for that. I think you're right. You have those dollars set aside to 30%, but have the working group work with administration and draw down. I like that idea.
Okay.
Commissioner Ryan.
Thanks, Mayor. If ever we really need cooperation between the county and the cities, it's now. And I know that we could do it. So I just want to look at the big picture. So what are the priorities that we have in the county to work with the cities, we got two major things we got to accomplish. Number one, we got to contain the spread of this COVID-19 disease. And secondly, it's independently, but just as important is we have to help the residents and the small businesses. So, number one, you got a public health crisis. Number two, you got a lot of residents that are in desperate straits. They don't have food, they don't have housing. So, what does the county do best, and what do the cities do best? So, in my view, the county does best for doing the testing, a major testing regiment for the disease and also for the antibodies. All of the medical experts say you got to test, you got to test, you got to test, and then you got to do the contact tracing. That again should be the county's responsibility. It's very labor intensive, but it's extremely important. And then the PPEs, the personal protection equipment, the county can buy it in bulk and then share it with the cities, with the school district, with the hospitals, and it'll be best purchased in huge quantities. I've seen the price list. When you buy a lot of it, you get a huge discount. Yeah, now the county should be responsible for doing the isolation. So you get some persons, they test positive, and then they live in a very small dwelling unit. And maybe like a lot of family members. You have to isolate that person, or else everybody in the household, if there's like 3 or 4 people in a bedroom, everybody in the household is going to get sick. So, that's expensive. You got to put somebody in a motel for a couple of weeks. That would be a county responsibility. Now, the cities, it's just as important what they should do. And, the municipal officials, I've heard this so many times, it's really, spot on. It's the municipal mayors and the city commissioners that are really closest to the people. It's the flattened out, government, and they have to do a lot of stuff that really gets strong relationships with the residents and also with the small businesses. So wherever we can have the cities, do like the housing assistance, the feeding programs, the assistance to small businesses, within guidelines. If a small business already got, they got that paycheck protection funding and stuff like that, then you wouldn't do it for them. But others, if you follow guidelines, the cities can deliver those services in a very efficient manner. So I think our first step is we got to have a very realistic budget, recognizing how important all of these services are, and have a budget that doesn't get into a political budget, but gets into a budget that accomplishes what we want to do. We want to contain this disease, and we have to help people that are, otherwise they may be on the street, and there's a lot of desperate people out there. So let's work together. What I would like to see is a very realistic budget, have separate silos for all of these services, and have, the legal department, Drew, I'll give you one more job, to, set up the guidelines by which the cities can deliver these services, and, we can set aside a pot of money. I think for the most part, we have to do it on a reimbursement basis, but if it's within guidelines where we know that the county won't get in trouble when we get that inevitable audit from the federal, inspector general 2 years from now, then everybody can work together. So I think we're going to get it done. We can't wait until, we do another special special set meeting, at the end of July. We need to start working on this now and communicating. And if we have to call another special meeting to kind of square this away and wrap it up, I know all of our county commissioners will be available. I want to work with the cities, but we got to get down to the hard numbers and the guidelines, and not talk about these little small particular things, but talk about the big picture so we can start delivering these services as quickly as possible. Mayor, thank you for recognizing me twice.
Mr. Mayor, if everyone has spoke, I'd like to make my motion now.
All right. There was one made and second already, so we'll come to you once we're done here for your motion, Vice Mayor Geller. Let me say this, that one side...
Mayor, briefly.
I'm sorry?
I was just saying when you are done and
Okay.
when it's time for my motion.
Okay.
Restate that we voted.
One size doesn't fit all. The needs not distributed equally. To have a per capita amount set aside is not fair to the neediest people of Broward County. How this COVID-19 affects folks in Parkland, in Weston, and in wealthier communities, Hillsborough and elsewhere, is not the same. The folks in West Park, in West Hollandale, in parts of Hollywood, in parts of Fort Lauderdale, Lauderdale Lakes, they're affected differently. So if we're going to go out and make a per capita allocation to each city, how are we really addressing the most needed issues that face our community? I totally agree with Commissioner Furr that we have to allocate these funds to where it's needed the greatest. We saw what happened with the PPP funds. Communities that needed and businesses that needed most desperately didn't get it. We can't make that mistake again, in my mind, not at the local level, not when we're on the front lines as we are here. So I cannot support a per capita amount, not at all, okay? I'm not sure I'm ready for a percentage. I suggest 10, I heard 30, but I don't know that that is the best allocation when you take into consideration the responsibilities that we have countywide. You hear the clerk of the courts needs some money. The court system needs some money. The cities don't deal with those issues, okay? We have been the social service backbone of the people in this county for the longest time. For us to then not do that, I know my phone's gonna be ringing off the hook, okay? Maybe not the rest of yours, but I get it all right now. I've been getting it like crazy. The amount of calls that we're taking probably increased 20-folds. Well, they already called me, so because I'm the mayor, right? I get all the calls, and I know you get some too, but we get a whole lot of it. So, again, I think that it needs some time for us to be able to work through and make sure that the formulation that needs to be done is done properly. That our county auditor, or county attorney, and county administrator work with making sure the safeguards that we need to put in place are put in place. We had a motion and a second from Commissioner Fisher, I think seconded by Bogan. So we have another motion that's forthcoming from you, Vice Mayor Geller.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. The motion that I made, and I just want to again explain, a lot of people, Commissioner Fisher, Commissioner Bogan, said that we can work things out with the cities, but I would like to point out that we have not yet done so. I am willing, and I think it's appropriate to provide some money to the cities. I believe that almost all, if not every commissioner, has spoken in favor of that today.
Yes.
I don't believe that there is any consensus yet on how to do so, whether it's through reimbursements, through payments, what percentage, because this only came up since the governor made his ill-fated decision a week ago. So I just don't think we've had the opportunity, and that's why my motion is to postpone this. It doesn't have to be postponed till our July meeting at the end of July or whenever, because we don't even have a date. If it's a motion to postpone a minimum of 2 weeks or whenever the mayor calls the next meeting, so that we can try and get the attorney to give us guidelines and that we can meet with the cities and try and work out reasonable numbers. I think that's what I've heard the majority of the commission wants, and that's my motion, Mr. Mayor, to delay for a minimum of 2 weeks while we work things out.
Do we have a second? Okay. Commissioner Furr.
I don't think we can wait. We can't wait. We gotta, I mean, there's some things that are gonna evolve, but we have to decide, we have to make some decisions today. I don't want to leave here without a decision.
I wouldn't say 2 weeks. I'd say probably you're still going to need some time, at least a week or so, to work out the yes. I mean, you know, so even if we give, I think we can give staff instruction to work with the city and come back with a formula within a 7-day period. I don't know if that's enough time, Ms. Henry.
Mayor Tim Ryan, would you let me speak when there's time?
Okay.
Thank you.
I'm after the mayor. But
Mayor, I'd also like, this is Mark Hogan, I'd like to get in queue again.
All right.
Commissioner Sharifi, I'd like to be in queue.
I'd like to also.
Look like we're going all over again. Wow.
Me too.
We're going to be here at 8 o'clock already. County Administrator,
I think it's just,
your input, please.
I think it's important that I hear, because I don't fully understand the direction. It's kind of, it's all over the place right now. So as soon as I can understand what it is I'm being asked to do, I can tell you if it can be done in the time allotted to do it. I just, at this point, I'm not quite sure. So my whole point
Mayor, I
at
can
this
probably
point is
outline that
that
for
I
you.
want you. Yeah.
Mayor, can you just limit each commissioner to 2 minutes to say their position, so we don't have to have a whole summary?
Great idea.
Okay. Commissioner,
What, Tim?
Commissioner Farr.
Thank you. I would say right now, whatever the expenses that the cities have made that we can consider valid, that they've put out for extra PPE and all that, I don't think that's going to be that high. I
agree with you on that.
I don't think that's going to be that high at all. I think that should go right off the top, get it paid for, then we know how much that expense is. After that, I would say with the part that has to do with economic support expenses, this is where I think we put, and I'm willing to put $40 million right there, right now, for those entitlement cities to use as doing intake and to look and to be able to direct money that way, because we would be doing the same thing. We're doing the exact same thing that the Family Success Center
So you're talking about rental assistance and
Correct.
and
Correct.
business.
Same thing.
Okay.
It's just, we're just expanding our Family Success Center by 3. We're tripling our capacity and allowing our own, all of the cities to be able to help out on there. They've got a lot of money right there to work with, and this is what I think they want for their residents. So right there, you're spending a lot of, what's that? Yes, well, I think that's row 5. Economic support expenses. Is it? I would. Because, we've got the county at 50, but the fact is, this is going to be spread throughout the county. And it just means the county's doing it, but we have more people helping us do that exact same thing. But it goes down, but it gets drawn down. It doesn't necessarily, because some cities will be pulling a lot more than others. So that would.
Past 2 minutes.
Okay, sorry, done.
All right, so those 2 items you want us to work on now,
Yeah.
and then we can come back for the rest of the stuff, is what you're saying?
Yep, those
Okay.
2.
Let's go to Commissioner Ryan, then Vice Mayor Geller, and then we'll go around.
We're in the midst of a very dynamic challenge. So, like you often read in a contract, time is of the essence. We need to deliver the services right now, and as soon as possible, we have to get the guidelines in order so that cities understand expenses that they undertake will be reimbursable, so they don't go down the path of what a lot of experts might think, hey, this is COVID related, but it's not going to get reimbursed. So let's get that done as soon as possible. I don't like putting, $40 million or $20 million in a bucket right now. I want to just try to create a budget and let's just deliver the services now. We can't wait one day when we have this spread of the disease throughout our community. We have to act now, and let's come up with something as soon as both of you can put something together. Let's pass it around, and we're going to have to hold a special meeting as soon as we're prepared to discuss this again. Thank you, Mayor.
Vice Mayor Geller.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I agree with a lot of what Commissioner Ryan has said. I think we all want to help the cities one way or another. I am adamantly opposed to just giving a pot of money that we have not yet perfected clawback or clawback provisions, or what I think we need to do, which is mandate either that it be on a reimbursement basis or that they come to the city, the county auditor, and make sure that what they want to spend is an acceptable COVID expense. Because if that's the way it's done, then we would know that it's not, that we don't run the risk of clawback. I still don't think there's a complete agreement on the total amount of money that everybody wants to give the cities. I've heard Commissioner Furr say he doesn't like per capita. I've heard you say that. I don't like that. I'm just saying it's not cooked yet. Let's give it another week or two, and I'm sure we can reach an agreement.
Commissioner Rich.
Okay, well, I pretty much agree with that. I am not in favor of the per capita. I'm in favor of reimbursement. I want to go back again to human services. I think Commissioner Furr mentioned it. I've mentioned it multiple times. We do that best. I'm looking at the budget that's analyzed here, that was submitted. I'm not happy with that. So, because I think we do that in a better way than anybody else in the county. 211, thousands of people more a week calling for 211. We have to provide help and additional people there. That's a county-wide expense. Same thing with other things that I've mentioned before. So I don't think we're ready. I just think that to say right now, just you're going to give them this, reverse. We don't even know. Just like when we opened up and we did all this reopening and everything, and look what we have now. It's like a black hole. We just don't know what we're doing. And I think until we actually can sit down and just look at this, give it a week. Let's figure it all out and come back with a solution. We all want to work with the county, with the cities. We want to give them money, but we don't know right now the exact way to do it. And I think we need to give it that week so that we can have a accurate and a good accounting of, the needs out there and what money needs to be dispersed in which areas.
Commissioner Sharif.
Well, I said this in my first round, and I'm going to state it again. My direction would be allocate $9 million to the clerk of the courts because that was the amount that they asked for. Set aside the 30% for the cities and go ahead and work on an agreement as to how that money can be distributed. I don't think 30% is too much for them to request. And I think we can do this. There's so many lawyers on this commission. We could create an agreement to indemnify and hold harmless the county and provisions to have the cities abide by the federal government's guidelines. I don't think this is a difficult thing, and I don't see why we keep going back and forth about this. All of their residents are our residents too, whether they're District 1 or District 9 or District 7 or District 8. Let's go ahead and work with the cities and get this done. We can't afford to keep kicking this can down the road. People are dying. These people are in need. People are out of work. And the cities have their hand on their pulse in their cities. And if we do this right, we can reach all the people we need to reach with this money. So I would like to set aside 30% pending some discussions and working with the Broward League of Cities and their representatives and their committee and the county's attorney's office and Bertha Henry, and bring us something tangible back. And in terms of the clerk, I think we need to go ahead and give that money over to them, $9 million, get the clerk of courts up and running, and try to get some help to these people out in our community. Thank you.
Commissioner Bogan.
I absolutely agree with Commissioner Sharif. First thing is getting the clerk up and running. We need to allocate the money. Second, I would ask, I think I'm the 6th commissioner now, saying let's wait no less than a week. So today's Thursday. Let's schedule a meeting for next Wednesday or Thursday. Let's ask our brilliant county attorney who I know that in less than one day can put together an indemnification, hold harmless agreement. It's a very simple agreement that can be put together so that when we allocate the money, we have them sign it. If they don't sign it, we don't give it to them, and we only do it by reimbursement. So no money should be given to the cities unless they sign that agreement. If they don't sign it, we'll reimburse only proper expenditures. I agree with 30%. I think it's fair and equitable. Our League of Cities also does, recommends it. And so I agree again, we need to have a meeting a week or less from right now to come to answers and get this thing done. Thank you.
Commissioner Fisher.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to remind everybody, too, that the cities have expended about $195 million already out of their budgets. And so the $100 million that they're asking for, and I highly respect this group, but we can meet to death. It's always have another meeting, have another delay. It's like Commissioner Sharif talked about, kick the can down the road. I would like to, and I think we have consensus, and exactly what I was saying, and Commissioner Sharif saying, that 30% goes to the municipalities based on the working group and working with the administration. The $9 million goes to the clerk of the court. The county attorney works the logistics out as far as the legal ramifications of it and the documentation of it. But let's give that direction. I make that motion. Let's give that direction to the administrator and let them work it out. We can come back, or we can get memorandums on what's going on, but time is of the essence, folks, now. I don't want to kick it down for another week and debate it another 3 hours, because that's what we like to do here.
Make the motion.
I did.
Make the motion.
I made the motion earlier, and I'm going to make it again.
I'll second it.
Okay, that we do that, and let the administration work, let the county's attorneys work with the Broward League of Cities. The Broward League of Cities followed the chart in which the administration provided. That's what they did. That's why they set aside the money. Now, it might vary 5 or 10 million here and there, like Commissioner Furt talked about, but let them work it out together as a working group. Thank you.
Mayor,
Mr.
Mayor, Mayor,
Yes.
the county administrator told us earlier in response to my question that we could not reimburse the clerk of court from CARES money. Unless I completely misunderstood that would violate the CARES Act. Okay.
So on
the administrator comment?
Yes, go ahead.
With the clerk of court, there are some expenses that you could, but where she needs the lion's share is to hire people, or to pay, because it's my understanding that she lost quite a bit of revenue as a result of being closed. And the CARE Act really, it speaks to you can't supplant revenue. So now we have to look at her expenses. She definitely has some expenses that you could reimburse, but they're not going to be the big nut that she's going to need to crack. So that's just going to be one of those things that at some point the board has to come back and wrestle with, that it may be some sort of general fund expense, because if it's not going to be COVID related and the guidance is consistent unless something changes, I don't know how we do that.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor,
Okay.
I would like to say one thing.
Let me have Commissioner Rich. We'll go to Commissioner Udine. He'd been waiting for a long time. I'll come back to you, Commissioner Rich. Go ahead, Commissioner Udine.
The clerk of the court issue concerns me. I have no problem giving the clerk appropriate funding that they need, but I just don't think it could be a check for $9 million right now, because I don't think that covers. I get it, they're gonna need it, but the clerk is also gonna have a quick boost in revenue too, because a lot of people that have been holding back new suits, once that tidal wave flows, and I'm not just talking about foreclosures and evictions, I'm talking about regular lawsuits that have been held back, the revenues will cascade down there. So I like what Commissioner Fisher says, minus the $9 million. The county administrator has in their buckets, one of the buckets has the clerk of the court in there, but it also is combined with the supervisor of elections and other, constitutional and countywide officers. So that's already in there, and the cities have agreed that the numbers that's in there is correct. So I I'm okay, and
Make the amendment.
I'll amend it to take Commissioner Fisher's motion to just remove that 9 million for now. There's already 20 million set in one of those buckets that talks about those dollars. I will say that, it's what Commissioner, what Mayor Holness brought up. It would be easy for me to disagree with him, but I happen to agree with him. And even though it's some of my cities, I think the point that he makes is well made, and I think while I should be fighting, I can't fight with him on that point, because that point is not an unreasonable point, and it is affecting different areas in the city, in the county, a lot differently.
Absolutely.
I think when this is over, I have a lot of my own concepts here. You're going to see that this was a very, very large wealth transfer between wealthy corporations, because the lowest of the low here are getting decimated. And that goes with the openings, that goes with how businesses are working. It's not fair. I get it. Life sometimes isn't fair, but some of those daycares closed down because they had one person with COVID. The Publix in Coral Springs had, I think, a few people test positive. They don't have to close for an hour.
Right.
So it's just not fair the way this is portraying to the businesses.
Commissioner Dean, could you say that, that not necessarily the 9 million, but that the monies that the clerk of the court works directly with the administration
Yes.
and what they are able to do
Yes.
can pay for that? How's
Yes,
that?
bucket 6 in the county administration spreadsheet mentions the clerk of the courts and the supervisor. So there was a provision made there, and if there's
Okay.
something that can be there. So
I'll accept that from the amendment.
All right, so I agree with the 30%, so the cities know that they have a number.
I'll second the friendly amendment.
How that gets worked out, I don't even really think, I'm happy to have another meeting, but I don't even really think we need too much of a
No.
meeting on this. Let's work it out with some agreements and go from there. That being said, I'm happy to meet again to finalize. But I'm going to support Commissioner Fisher's motions.
So you're saying it be distributed on a per capita basis?
I don't think that his motion
not-
talks
he's
about
not
per
saying
capita.
that.
I don't need it to be per capita.
He's not saying that.
Okay.
Let the working group work
Let the
with
working
the
group work it
administration
out.
on that.
Commissioner Rich.
Okay, so I have to go back to the clerk of the court issue. So someone came in here and said $9 million. We have no idea whether that is valid or not, and we're going to vote on it unless it was just changed by Commissioner.
It was just
Fisher
withdrawn.
on giving. Okay, because this is what the problem is. People come in and just say, okay, this amount for this person, this amount for this. At least I will say just a minute. The cities, let me have my chance to say a few words, okay? At least the cities came in and they had a plan, okay? And at least I can say that they know that their money has to be COVID related or it's not going to get reimbursed, okay? We come in here with another entity, and yes, the clerk of the court needs some money, but we have no idea what it is, and this is the bottom line for me. We are making decisions without knowing what people actually need, and that's concerning to me. So if that's moved out, that's one thing, and then we can come look at that and see what it is that relates to COVID and what we could fund. But to come in and say $9 million, for this. And as far as, the other, I just want to say that I do not believe that this should be on a per capita basis. This is, we need to look at the needs. Look at what we do in our Human Services Department in Broward County. It is for the most vulnerable of people in our community. That's what we do. That's what our money is spent on. So I think we need to be really careful when we're talking about how we're going to spend $340 million, and it really does need to go to the most vulnerable people.
Mayor Tim Ryan, can I make one remark?
Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry. An amount certain, I think, is somewhat hazardous because we're talking about priorities. I really want to help the cities as much as possible. But if you put out a number, 50 million or 100 million, and we start approaching December and there have not been enough reimbursed expenses. Then all of a sudden, the cities have to go out, they got to find a way to spend down the money. Why don't we just, put out a smaller number and then we can keep increasing it? But we've got to figure out who's going to deliver these various services, because Commissioner Rich keeps talking about the county delivering all of the human services, but I think you need to have the cities deliver some of these human services and divide it up. So we've got to figure out who's going to do what and how much it costs, and then go from there. That's it. Thank you.
Mayor, I'll just amend my motion just to say up to the 30%, the 100 million, okay?
So I, if I may, I can't support a percentage at this point in time, an actual amount, as Commissioner Ryan can't, and it just doesn't make sense. I don't see exactly where it's going, how it's going, and I mean, I hear Commissioner Furr pretty much in that same light. I can't. I mean, it's hard to put hard money now and not knowing exactly where we're going to be, what's going on. I mean, yes, we should say there's supposed to be a fund, maybe a small amount, as Commissioner Ryan said, and then if we need to work beyond that, yes. But I don't want to put an amount out there now, because once you put that out, that's gone. That's what it's going to be no matter what. Commissioner Furr, and then we're going to take a vote.
Okay, I think if you say up to, you're not saying that number.
If I say up to, then you're expecting that amount.
But you know what? If you're drawing it
And if I do
down,
less?
if you're drawing it down, it's based on whatever gets drawn down. And between rental.
I'll draw it
food-
down.
I know you.
Mayor, you're putting trust into Bertha and the administration by saying up to. You're
Correct.
putting trust into our administration.
Correct.
But
I think-
those who are best able to draw that money down because they have that infrastructure will draw it down, and the rest don't get it.
Well,
Mayor,
the administration or the working group?
Administrator. You're trusting our administrator and the working group to do the right thing.
So ultimately, they're going to report back to us on that.
If
So
you
we're
tell
gonna
me
know.
20%, yeah, I'll go, but I can't do it. I can't say do this, and we don't know where all the expenses are gonna be.
Understand, Mayor, but it's,
We
there's
have
a
a motion and
motion.
a second. Call for the vote.
There's a motion. So
Mr. Mayor, can I ask the county attorney to explain what the motion is? But I don't understand a motion that says we'll authorize up to 30%. So can I just ask the county attorney to explain what it is that we're voting on?
County attorney.
I don't understand it.
County attorney.
Senator Geller, I don't fully understand what that means either, because what's going to happen is, I mean, essentially, the municipalities, I think, have expressed concern that the money will be allocated in a way that there won't be resources left over to basically provide things to them that they may need. So if at this point, if there were, for example, a 30% holdback, while we sit down and we discuss it with the municipalities and try and figure out which of these mechanisms works best. It may not be one size fits all. It may not even be 30%. It may, people may determine that we can spend the money more efficiently than they can and provide some of the benefit in kind. Some of it may be reimbursement. Some of it may be upfront, assuming you have a proper indemnity. So it seems as though there are a lot of moving pieces here, but by what I understand the up to 30% to mean to be direction to the administrator to hold 30% aside, sit down, try to reach an agreement with the municipalities that makes sense, and then if it makes sense, I mean, it can be handled like so many other items where the administrator can announce that the authority can be delegated. This is her plan to do. If anybody on the board wants to pull it and have a discussion and have a special meeting, you could have a special meeting at that point that could address it.
You just actually said it, at your last piece.
That's my motion.
Mr. Meyer,
Drew, I love
that
you.
was it. That was the motion right there. Okay?
County administrator.
I think I agree with that motion. Also,
You wanted
county attorney,
to hear where we
county
were.
attorney.
I'm sorry, to figure out whether
Mayor,
you can.
I
County administrator,
I
would you-
asked
People
I'm
talk.
sorry.
what question.
Someone has their phone unmuted? Or are you trying to speak? I'm not sure.
Yeah.
I think that was me. I just wanted to follow up the question to the county attorney because I think I agree with what he just said. So
Okay.
if I can ask one follow-up.
But that's
Go-
the
go
same
ahead.
thing I.
Go ahead, and then
I
then we get a
see.
county administrator chime in. Go ahead, Vice Mayor Geller.
So, County Attorney, what you're saying is, if we did what you're saying, we're holding back 30% while we negotiate with the cities, and then we can work out language, and maybe it's not 30% that they get, maybe it's 18% in cash and 8% in kind, or whatever is worked out. So holding 30% back means that they know we're not going to spend it, but it doesn't mandate that we do 30% per capita. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. You would in essence be authorizing the county administrator to spend, well, and I think contracts are coming back anyway, but to allocate 70% of it, consistent with the priorities that are established in her list. 30% of it would be held back. If you can reach agreement that all 30% of it should go to the municipalities through appropriate mechanisms and with appropriate protections, that's what goes. But yes, it could be in kind, it could be cash, and it may not be all of the 30%, but that at least provides a comfort level to them and sort of security to them that during these discussions, the money will not be spent and therefore no longer available.
Okay, if somebody made that motion, I think it's what I would say.
I have been in queue
Okay,
and waiting. I would like to speak.
Okay. Go ahead, I have the county administrator after you.
Are you talking to me, Commissioner Sharif?
I am.
Okay. First of all, I said that over an hour ago, that if we could just do the set aside for the 30% and work out a deal with the cities to make it work. Secondly, I want to reiterate that the number that I gave of the $9 million for the clerk of the court was not just pulled out of the air. I spoke to Senator Chris Smith and the clerk of the court, and it was an approximate number, and I would like for a set aside to be made in that amount at least for the clerk of the court. And I didn't say that it had to be written in one fell swoop. I said a set aside just like the 30%. So if we can add that to the original motion that I made over an hour ago, that would be great.
We have all these motions and seconds, but there's no voting.
Go to the county administrator, Dale.
Yes, that's what I'm trying to do, but she's having a sidebar with the deputy county administrator to clarify things, and then I'll let, that's where I'm headed to,
Mayor, just to Commissioner Sharif's concern, and I think that Commissioner Udine just spoke about that, that the clerk of the court is already in one of the buckets that the administrator has here.
But it's not for
we
nine-
just didn't want, they didn't want to say
there
it's
was
a $9 million.
not an amount set for 9 million, though.
Maybe, again, what Commissioner Sharif, what we did, and may I amend a motion, was to have the administrator work directly with the clerk of the court to see exactly what expenses we could indeed reimburse them, not just to give them a $9 million, it might be 8, it might be 10, but them to work together to be able to figure that out. And that's what was in my motion to do, not set a specific number,
Well,
but allow them to work
And
together.
what the county administrator
Right.
said, that we might have to go to general funds to help down the road if we have to,
And-
but at this point in time, she cannot say 9 million is reimbursable
So I
through
would
the
hope
court,
Commissioner
the CARES
Sharif-
fund. County administrator, would you
Can I-
go ahead?
Can I just have an opportunity to respond to Commissioner Fisher? Commissioner Fisher, I understood what you were saying, but there was comments made that the number just came out of thin air and that we're just coming in with numbers. I wanted to be clear of where that number came from. If the whole $9 million is not reimbursable from the COVID money, yes, I would be willing to support from general fund. So I wanted to make my position very clear on this.
County administrator, go
Very
ahead,
good.
please.
So this is, I guess, just to summarize what I'm hearing, that what we're really looking at this point is holding back 30%. As you well know, there's no way we can spend all $340 million between now and when the board comes back on break. So that was never a major concern. We are having to make certain acquisitions given what's going on. We would do that. We're not going to spend $340 million in 2 months. I mean, we're just not going to be able to do that. But we will be working with, what I'm hearing is you set aside some money, work with the municipalities on a plan on how those dollars are to be
Utilized.
apportioned from a categorical standpoint. I am not hearing per capita. If I am hearing per capita, someone needs to remind me, but that's not what I'm hearing, that we're going to be looking at this from the perspective of need and how we come up with a plan to access those needs as the county attorney's office work out whatever the indemnification language would need to be for any potential clawbacks if we find ourselves in that situation.
Okay. Is that clear? Okay. Those.
I think so.
Okay. Those in favor, vote by saying aye.
Aye. What is, excuse me, can you please say what the motion is?
County Attorney, would you express it again, please?
I might have missed a little of the gloss that the county administrator was just going through, but essentially, at the core would be the 30% being held back to work with the municipalities through a working group to try to determine the right mechanism for that 30%, whether it should be the full 30% or just some portion of that, whether it should be in kind. We can consider reimbursements, direct cash payments, things of that nature. We need an indemnification to make sure we're protected in the event of a clawback. There was some element, I think, and this is the part I was speaking with Ms. Harrod, I think there was some discussion of up to a certain amount in COVID actually eligible expenses for the clerk of court as well to basically be set aside so that money would be available. And then the details of that would be presented, since the authority would be delegated today to the county administrator, it would be presented by her to the board. If the board wanted to have further discussion on it, any member could basically pull the item, which would result in the mayor perhaps calling a special meeting. You could have the discussion. Okay. Otherwise, we would be preparing contracts based upon that plan, and then those contracts would be brought back to the board for its approval.
And it's just up to the 30%, up to the 30%.
Yeah,
But we're
yes,
setting,
not
we're setting
the 30,
aside,
just-
we're setting aside the 30%, but it's up to the 30%.
Setting aside the 30% as security, so up to 30% is there. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Thank you.
You've got that. Okay, so let's ensure we have this vote. Those in favor, vote by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
Those opposed, no. Okay, passes unanimously. All right, Commissioner Ryan, you're still there, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I didn't hear you, okay. All right.
You want me to make a motion to adjourn?
I'll second it.
Mayor, do you want to see if there's anybody on the phone?
No. Let me ask.
I'm serious.
Hold on a second. There's. I'm sorry. Say that again. Commissioner Bowman.
I was told that there was somebody on the phone waiting to speak on an item on the parking garage that's been on the phone all day. I didn't know that till about an hour ago when I mentioned it to you.
All right. Can we identify if there's anyone on the line? Let's for item, I believe 86. Anyone on the line?
If you are for item 86, please press pound 2 so that I may identify your line. If you're for item 86, please press pound 2 so I may identify your line. At this time, there are no callers.
No call. Okay, and Commissioner, you
Thank you,
didn't
Mayor. Thank you.
said Okay, okay. So we're adjourned.
Wonderful.
We're adjourned.
Congratulations.
Mr. Mayor, you deserve a medal for today.
It's a heck of a marathon meeting. Well done, Mayor Holness.
Da, da, da.